Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated, IIEE 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference Virtual Exhibit Opening Ceremonies. We would like to request all officers, exhibitors, and members to settle down as our program starts in 5 minutes.
We, members of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, in recognition of the constant involvement of technology, in uplifting the quality of life, and in accepting a personal obligation and dedication to our profession, its members, and the communities we serve, do hereby pledge and commit ourselves to the highest ethical and professional conduct, and agree to accept responsibility in making sound engineering decisions consistent with the safety, health, and welfare of the public, and to disclose promptly the factors that might endanger lives and the environment. Avoid real or perceived conflict of interest, or disclose existence of such to affected parties. Be honest, objective, impartial and realistic in stating claims or estimates based on available facts.
Rising up, back on the street, did my time, took my chances, went the distance now I'm
Avoid at all cost graft and corruption in all its forms.
so many times, it happens too fast, you trade your passion for glory, don't lose your grip on the dreams of the past, you must
Improve the ethical understanding of technology and its appropriate application.
tiger, it's the thrill of the fight, rising up to the challenge of our rival, and the last known survivor stalks his spread in the night, and is watching us always the eye of the tiger.
Continuously improve practitioners' technical competence.
Out in the heat, hanging tough, staying hungry. They stack the odds till we take to the street for the kill with the skill to survive.
Disclose full pertinent professional and technical limitations.
Rising up to the challenge of our rival, and the last known survivor stalks his spread in the night, and he's watching us always the eye of the tiger.
Seek, accept, and offer constructive criticism of technical work, acknowledge and mitigate errors, and give credit where it is due.
Up, straight to the top. Had the guts, got the glory. Went the distance, now I'm not gonna stop. Just a man and his will to
Equally treat all persons regardless of race, gender, physical condition, age, or national origin.
the challenge of our rival, and the last known survivor stalks his spread in the night, and he's watching us always the eye.
Protect and avoid injury to others' life, property, reputation, or livelihood by false or malicious actions. Observe utmost transparency, responsibility, due diligence and fairness, and accordingly, not manufacture, spread, or disseminate false, incorrect, unverified or misleading information or data against any co-member, or the IAE, its officers, employees and representatives or agents, in any form whatsoever, whether verbally, in writing or published or whether through electronic means or otherwise, especially if such tends to discredit, besmirch the honor or integrity or impute a wrongdoing on the part of a co-member of the IAE, its officers, employees and representatives or agents. Support colleagues and co-workers in their professional and technical development, and assist them in complying with this code of ethics. Timely and fully comply and abide with any and all of his obligations to a co-member of the IAE itself or any third party.
Rising up back on the street. Did my time.
Does not engage in or commit anti-competitive, fraudulent, and deceitful practices in any form, and uphold free and fair competition.
Survive. So many times it happens too fast. You trade your passion for glory. Don't lose your grip on the dreams of the past. You must fight just to keep them alive.
Before we proceed with the official opening ceremonies of the virtual exhibit, may we call on Engineer Sonia G. Espiritu, one of the Board of Directors of the La Union chapter, to share with us important safety protocols, as everyone's safety, especially against COVID-19, is our top priority.
Good morning, everyone. One of the mandate of the Department of Labor and Employment through the Occupational Safety and Health, the Bureau of Working Conditions, is to ensure the safe and healthy of all workers in all workplaces at all times. With this, the department is conducting extensive inspection and monitoring of all establishments in the country. With this, kailangan tayong laging safe and healthy. Roll BTR.
Thank you very much, Engineer Sonia G. Espiritu, for the walkthrough on the safety protocols against COVID-19. Along with the organizers and officers of IIEE, we welcome you all to the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference Virtual Exhibit Opening Ceremonies. I am Monica Sibi, and I am honored and grateful to be your Master of Ceremonies. We would like to thank our esteemed officers, exhibitors, officers, partners, delegates, sponsors, friends, and guests for being here with us physically at the venue as well as virtually. Guided by this year's team leadership, rising above adversity through passion and commitment, leading on the road to recovery, comes timely as we boldly move towards digitalization and reshape new ways for the organization to serve its members. Supported by the Institute industry partners, our exhibitors and sponsors companies will be showcasing its innovative technology and services. And to start with our program, let us all witness the invocation, the Philippine National Anthem, and IIE hymn.
Dakilang may likha sa kalingat pang-unawa, mangyari ang iyong diwa sa langit at sa lupa.
Yang kay tagal lang ng babaya, diyan ko sa ngalipupuduan ko, nadidakim gayan lugay, kimitang yang barug nun. Yalam bago si Balya niya, tawag si Danginan. Na pagtanaw-tanawin mo, pagsiring-siringin mo yan, yung mga dato binukaw. Mga biyakaw bayan niya, mababay maging kudya, matapid mga atang. Sansuid luwang nangabat luskod ng binunsali. Yang kay gaong kaingat ko yan, yung kabayaw ko. Pagpanguyab-kuyaban mo, pagpamayad-payadan mo, ng pinandang pinagalyo, pwedeng dinagansuli. Kahit tagal lang, ay ikaw yung matigam ka namin, walay pagkaibsan, walay pagkawasan. Panganam mo sa ngungay, patpid mo sa bantak, barantak ng pwedeng mo, wangay ng marigang mo. Ayan, kahit tagal lang, naga untong sa matkan mo, ng kaliko ng bibutang mong babawin ng dunya, o yung kanami paggiginawa. Tagal lang ang latyo kanami, inaagis ang anak mo na pamisa, nagatang hangawanan ng kutsang patiwayan.
اللهم إنك ترى أن هذه القلوب قد اجتمعت على محبتك واتقت على هذه المكان إيمانك وتوحدت على دعوتك فوسك ربيطاتها يا الله وأدم أدها واملأها بنورك الذي لا يخبو واسرح صدورنا بفائد الإيمان بك وجميل توكل عليك واهدنا سبل الوحدة والسلام والصلاح ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار يا الله أنت مستجاب لهذا الدعاء وعليك توكلنا وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين آمين الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
Mahabagin naming Ama, Ikaw ang aming sandigan at lakas. Ikaw ang kaligtasan ng aming katawan at kaluluwa. Naway takpan mo po kami ng iyong mapagkalingang kamay upang mayadyak kami sa mga pahirap at karamdaman. At sa lahat ng masama, dala ng makabagong mundo, hinihingi po namin na sana'y ilayo po ninyo ang mahal naming lungsod ng Tagum sa mga mapinsalang kalamidad at sakuna. Mahal naming Panginoon, Ikaw ang aming proteksyon at gabay. Sa oras ng pasakit at pangamba, bigyan niyo po kami ng sapat na lakas upang aming mapagtagumpayan ang lahat ng pagsubok sa aming buhay sa pangalan ni Jesus. Amen.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. God, our loving Father, Creator of heaven and earth, we thank you for your generosity and kindness, and ask that you hear us in times of needs. Make us worthy of your blessing and keep us from further want. Help us restore our abundance here on earth so that we may turn more attention to your divine kingdom. Help us become a blessing to our family and others to glorify and honor your name. We ask this to our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Iadya nyo kami sa pagmamataas upang maiwaksi ang lupit at dahas. At samahang lumikha ng pamayanang payapa sa kalikasan kabuhayan, kakanyahat paniniwala.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, helas ng sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa dikit mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manluluping, di ka pasisigil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong bangaw, ay hinagang tulad awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng pagkawat mo'y tagumpay na naghihiling, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidinig. Luman ang araw ng walhaging pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya ng pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
We are one in IIE mission and vision, instilling excellence in electrical profession, having a dynamic professional association, making innovative contribution to our nation. Rising to any challenge, involving wars, homes and wars, BEREE and RME, connecting industries by the electric circuits. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us forever, with power cords cannot be broken. Bind us together,
reach greater heights and brighter lights. We serve humanity with the power of electricity, making rigid transmission great for reliability, ensuring little power loss and high efficiency. From shifting from one place, the use of all energy. Bind us together, IIB. Bind us forever, IIB. With power cords cannot be broken. Bind us together, IIB. Bind us together, IIB. Bind us forever, IIB. Synchronize our hearts to reach greater heights and brighter lights. There's only one institute, no one else can substitute. There's only one
Moving on to formally acknowledge our guest this morning, please welcome the La Union Chapter Board of Director, Engineer Jason M. Emperador.
Hi everyone. Good morning. We are at the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference. And before anything else, we would like to express our cordial thanks to all those who helped in the making this conference a success. In particular, our IIEE family and all of its chapters, our conference guests, and delegates. We would also like to especially recognize several persons for their valuable contributions and support. To our Professional Regulation Commission, Board of Electrical Engineering Chairman, Honorable Francis B. Mapili, Member, Honorable Jaime V. Mendoza, and to our 2022 national officers, of course, headed by our La Union Pride, Engineer Feliciano Padua III, National President, sir, our Engineer Lyndon R. Bagay, our Vice President, Internal Affairs, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., Vice President, External Affairs, Engineer Ramon Z. Gatchalian Jr., Vice President, Technical Affairs, Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, National Secretary, also our La Union Pride, Engineer Catalino E. Rania, our National Treasurer, Engineer Roland P. Vasquez, our National Auditor, and Engineer Alan P. Anthony P. Alvarez, our former National President. to our regional, to our Northern Luzon Governor, Engineer Francisco P. Fontanilla III, sir. And to our Northern Luzon chapters, Isabela Quirino, Lepanto Mountain Province, Nueva Vizcaya, Ifugao, Cagayan, Kalinga, Apayao, Batanes chapter, Baguio, Benguet chapter, Ilocos Norte, Ilocos Sur, Abra, and especially our host chapter, De La Union chapter. And to all the participants, physically and virtually. Again, the success of this conference would never be possible without the help of everyone. Thank you, and may we all have the best experience and learning from this conference.
Thank you, Engineer Emperador, for taking the time to appropriately acknowledge our dignitaries and guests. And without further ado, we would like to call on the La Union Chapter Treasurer, Ms. Imelda Quindara, to deliver her welcoming remarks. Please give her a round of applause.
Thank you, Ma'am Monique. Good morning po. Respected 2022 Board of Governors, headed by our National President, Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, members of the Board of Electrical Engineering, headed by Engineer Francis B. Mapili, and of course, he is with us virtually. To our guest speaker, who will be formally introduced in the program, members of the Institute, students, guests, ladies and gentlemen. I, the Chapter Treasurer of La Union Chapter, Imelda Quindara of your host chapter for this conference, welcome you to the opening of the virtual and on-site exhibits of the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference. It gives us great pleasure to welcome you all as we open the virtual and on-site exhibits, as we gradually open again and see each other physically during conferences. As a chapter, we are extremely grateful for the opportunity to kick off this conference with the opening of exhibits. Exhibits can be visited virtually, and some physical booths are just as exciting to see in person. Though the number of physical exhibitors is limited, we hope that this conference will mark the beginning of our recovery from the pandemic. We are looking forward to reuniting with old colleagues who are eager to learn new things and meet with new exhibitors, clients, and practitioners. We are pleased that our chapter was able to successfully organize this virtual and on-site exhibit on such a hybrid scale that other members of the Institute from all over the country could participate in this rewarding experience. However, organizing and hosting such an event in the midst of a pandemic requires full efforts from the entire chapter and region, as well as making all necessary arrangements, particularly for the safety and convenience of our delegates and members. We could not have pulled off this exhibition without the continuous cooperation and hard work of our institute, led by our national president, the pride of Northern Luzon, and pride of La Union, Regional Governor, Sir Francis Fontanilla. who have provided such tremendous support and ensured that the exhibition is of high quality and that our delegates are satisfied. I'm sure our exhibitors are ecstatic to show off their cutting-edge product, innovations, and share their latest updates. Similarly, delegates and students are prepared to meet industry peers and technical experts who are fervent to meet and greet you both virtually and in person. Therefore, I hope that our delegates and guests will feel at ease throughout the 3-day conference. And if by any way inconvenience is felt, feel free to communicate with us anytime. We will always be here to help. I can see and feel that all of you are very excited to visit our virtual and on-site exhibits. I wish you all a wonderful time here and hope that at the end of the day, you all have something to good share with us. Agyaman kami. Thank you, welcome, and have a nice day.
What a way to kick off this event. Thank you for that warm welcome remarks, Ms. Kindara. To introduce the content of the virtual booth, may we call on La Union Chapter Vice President for Technical Affairs, Engineer Divino Amor P. Rivera.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Monique. Good morning to our honorable dignitaries, IEE officers and members, delegates, sponsors, and other participants that makes this event successful. I now open officially the virtual and on-site exhibit. We now take a look on the video clip. Please roll the video clip.
Engineer Rivera, for that information. Our members can have a live chat with our exhibitors through our Event Hub platform. And yes, our exhibitors prepared exciting activities for those who will visit their booth virtually. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference virtual exhibit is now officially open. And now the very moment we've all been waiting for, to formally introduce our guest speaker. May we call on the La Union Chapter PRO, Engineer Joel I. Foronda.
Our guest of honor and speaker hails from Central Laguna chapter. He earned his degree of Bachelor's of Science in Electrical Engineering in 1988 at Mapua Institute of Technology. He is connected to Fujihaya Electric Corporation of the Philippines for 30 years in the field of switchgear. He heads the sales and marketing industrial account of Fujihaya, and in 2015, he assumed the position of General Manager of Fujihaya Audit, Inspection, Maintenance Group up to the present. A lifetime member of IIEE since 1991 and upgrade to senior member grade in 2008. He served several positions in IIEE Central Laguna chapter. Vice President for External Affairs in 1998, Vice President for Internal Affairs in 1999, and eventually a chapter president in year 2000. From 2001 up to the present, he serves as the chapter advisor for IIE Central Laguna. In 2011 to 2014, he serves as Deputy Regional Governor of IIE Southern Luzon Region. And in 2015, he is elected as the Regional Governor of IIE Southern Luzon Region, with which he is awarded as one of the most outstanding regional governor. He started the first PE mentoring program in the Southern Luzon Region and is spread to the other regions. He is the Vice Chairman, then eventually Chairman of the Ad Hoc Committee on E-Voting in 2016 and 2019 respectively, which is being used as platform in 2020 up to the present. He is the Vice Chairman of IAE Membership and Chapter Development Committee. In 2020, he chaired the IIE Training and Continuing Professional Development. He is elected as IIE National Secretary in 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our guest speaker for our 23rd IIE Northern Luzon Regional Conference 2022 virtual exhibit opening, the incumbent IIE Vice President for External Affairs, Engineer Alberto Jun Herrera, Jr.
Thank you, Joel. Good morning, Northern Luzon. First of all, I would like to welcome everyone to the opening of our 23rd Northern Luzon virtual exhibit. To our beloved Honorable Chairman of BEE, Francis B. Mapile, to our Honorable BEE Board Member, Jaime B. Mendoza, makakasama po natin sila tomorrow, face-to-face dito sa La Union. Of course, to our National President, Feliciano Fadua III, Pride ng La Union Chapter, to our IIE BOG, and a special mention to our National Treasurer, who is also here, is also one of the pride of, again, of La Union, to our host Regional Governor, Francisco Fontanilla, to our host Chapter President, Roger N. Nular of La Union, to the host Chapter Officers, COD, and to all our speakers for the 3 days event. Congratulations. It was a long but short and fast-paced 2 months of preparations, but we are here. To all our National Secretariat, to our marketing team headed by Anne Guillen, it was a very fast-paced preparation, but we were able to do it. Thank you all, the sponsors on our platform, Shilin Electric Corporation, Himax Electronic Corporation, Beijing Sifang Automation Company Limited, Power Equipment and Supplies Incorporated, PESIN, Landlight, TPP Power, also to the sponsored technical sponsors, our national and local chapter sponsors. They were able to hit more than the target. To date, there are at least 13 sponsored technical presentations. Trademarks Corporation, Philips Philippines, NGCP, Allsim, NPK Medical Trading, ANT, J. Miranda Development Corporation, Davis, JJ Lab, Alps Maintenance Engineering, BMJE, PT Cerna Corporation, Panasonic, Epitax Claro, Switch Industrial Sales Corporation, with 3M, Primex Medics Enterprises, Megatech Wires and Cables, Innovalite, Advatech, Phelps Dodge, and Epitax Claro. It was very good teamwork. If indeed we focus our energy on one goal as a team, we will be able to hit our target. It is the first regional conference for this year, and as I remember, for the last 3 years, Northern Luzon is also the one spearheading our recovery for the year after this pandemic. Again, congratulations. Let me leave my message with these 2 inspirational quotes. There are no secret to success. It is the result of preparation, hard work, and learning from failure. This is by Colin Powell. And try not to become a man of success, but rather become a man of value, by Albert Einstein. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Engineer Herrera Jr., our IIE's Vice President for External Affairs, for that meaningful and fruitful message. To award the Certificate of Appreciation, may we call Union Chapter Officers, led by the La Union Chapter President, Engineer Roger N. Nulliar. Let me read the citation of the Plaque of Appreciation. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated, awards this Plaque of Appreciation to Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr. in grateful appreciation for his invaluable support and sharing his most valuable time, effort, and wisdom as guest speaker during the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference with the team Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, thereby contributing immeasurably to the prestige and success of the conference, hosted by IIEE La Union Chapter, given this 24th day of February 2022 in the city's of San Fernando, La Union via Zoom video conferencing. Signed by Engineer Divino Amor P. Rivera, the Chapter Vice President for Technical Affairs. Signed by Engineer Roger Enoliar, the Chapter President. Signed by Engineer Francisco P. Fontanilla III, the Northern Luzon Regional Governor, and attested by Engineer Mary Jean C. Armienda, the Chapter Secretary. Once again, a big round of applause to our guest speaker. Indeed, IIEE is in its full speed towards digital transformation. This event will not be possible without the support of our exhibitors, sponsors, officers, members, industry partners, and all the men and women behind its success. Virtual exhibit is officially open to the public starting today, February 24, 2022 until February 27, 2022. And that concludes the virtual opening of the exhibit booth. In a few minutes, we will start our technical sessions.
Welcome to La Union. I hope you find the one memorable experience you've always been looking for.
The thing about adventure is, it's like a game of hide and seek. There are hidden wonders behind well-known destinations. You just have to know where to look. So come find me in La Union. To find the one experience that you want. Surf your heart out with the locals. And make nature your playground. Sometimes, it feels like you've traveled to another country far, far away. Are we in Santorini? Or Tuscany in Italy? But what makes you stay is how La Union seems to have it all. Including treks with friends, who will stay with you even if you fall.
Hindi kumpleto ang trip nyo pag hindi nyo susubukan yung mga local na putahe dito sa Region 1. When you visit a place, you make sure that you look at the culture, you learn about it, you know about their history, and you have to taste their good food, aside from looking at their tourist attraction.
So when you feel lost, have a little faith. Take a deep breath and travel. They say it's not the destination, but the journey that matters. There will always be the one for everyone.
Because I love La Union.
You just have to find it.
Welcome to La Union. I hope you find the one memorable experience you've always been looking for.
The thing about adventure is, it's like a game of hide and seek. There are hidden wonders behind well-known destinations. You just have to know where to look. So come find me in La Union. To find the one experience that you want. Surf your heart out with the locals. And make nature your playground. Sometimes, it feels like you've traveled to another country far, far away. Are we in Santorini? Or Tuscany in Italy? But what makes you stay is how La Union seems to have it all. Including treks with friends, who will stay with you even if you fall.
Hindi kumpleto ang trip nyo pag hindi nyo susubukan yung mga local na putahe dito sa Region 1. When you visit a place, you make sure that you look at the culture, you learn about it, you know about their history, and you have to taste their good food, aside from looking at their tourist attraction.
So when you feel lost, have a little faith. Take a deep breath and travel. They say it's not the destination, but the journey that matters. There will always be the one for everyone.
Because I love La Union.
You just have to find it.
Welcome back, and we will officially start our technical session. We would like to remind our resource speaker that if you hear this sound, you have 5 minutes remaining to wrap up your presentation. And we would like to request our resource speakers to answer the questions in the Q&A chat box if there is any that is relative to the topic discussed. Moving on, allow me to introduce our first resource speaker for today. He is an electrical engineer with over 24 years of combined experience in engineering, design, power system studies, discipline lead on project delivery, management, construction, technical support, and field engineering pre-commissioning. He is a registered electrical engineer in the Philippines and professional engineer in Alberta, Canada. He is MMSU alumni, batch 1995. Let us all welcome our first research speaker for today. Let's give him a round of applause to Engineer Primo Beltran. Good morning, Sir Primo. Hello, Sir Primo. We cannot hear you in our end.
Oh, there you go. Because I was not able to unmute.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, is it loud and clear on your end?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Okay. And I would assume you folks can see my screen.
Yes, sir. We can see it now.
Okay. So let's start. So the topic for today is what we call field engineering overview and concepts. And I'm gonna spend the next, hopefully within 1.5 hour discussing. So discussing, and then to allow me to answer questions, because I'm pretty sure there might be a lot of interest on what I'm going to discuss today. So let's set my timer here. My stopwatch, making sure I'm okay with the time. So basically, it's not my intent to put myself any younger, but I had 27 years of combined experience, and sorry for that, Ma'am Monique, I wasn't able to update my profile. Years had gone by so quickly, and I just noticed that my profile was not updated. So anyway, what is field engineering, and what are the expected roles? So there's also what we call a design engineer, there's a construction engineer, and there's also a field engineer. So synonymously, the field engineer is there to support the construction management team. Okay, the field engineer also serves as the construction management team's field engineering and technical support in resolving construction issues. Okay, so we're talking about projects that are really medium to large, where there will be a lot of activities, there will be a lot of field personnel, construction personnel, subcontractors, and it's being managed by the entire construction management team, wherein they're under the auspices of the project management team. So the field engineering is the CMT, or the construction management team's technical arm in the field. Whereas the design engineers will be the technical arm in design when PMT, where the project management stage is still under within the design period of a project. Now, when you go to a small project like residential houses, there's no such thing as field engineering, okay? Because the project is too small. There's no budget. Hindi nila pwedeng pondohan yung isang field engineering personnel. So basically, whoever is in charge with the construction he will act also like a field engineer, but he has to be an engineer. Okay, you cannot call an electrician working in the field as an engineer. So basically, probably it's the PEE who is handling the residential project who can act as a field engineer. And sometimes you can delegate that to a foreman, but but we cannot call him an engineer because basically he's not an engineer. However, in large projects where there's so many personnel there, and it's like a complex project involving industrial systems and large commercial systems, so it's a good idea to have a technical arm in construction to help construction interpret the drawings or issued for construction drawings issued by the PEE. So who's going to be the field engineer? It can be a separate personnel that the client or the construction management team will hire, or the PEE can act as a field engineer. Okay. Does the REE probably act like a field engineer? Yes, he can. Because if you look at RA 7920, REEs can practice to supervise the installation. And this is about supervising also the installation in the field. Except that for large projects, you will have a construction management team, and the field engineer will act as their technical arm to ensure that the quality, the redlining of drawings that are being constructed, and to make it sure they also supervise and conduct the inspection and walk downs, including reviews of testing and inspections. Okay, so there's a lot of things going on there where the field engineering will act accordingly. The field engineering team also acts as part of a field completion validation team whenever a construction contractor declares a specific work portion to be mechanically complete. Okay, so what do we mean by mechanical completion? It's basically the physical installation itself. Because it's physical, it's mechanical. So if I'm going to connect a cable from point A to point B and terminate ko siya from origin to destination, that cable as a physical aspect itself, and if you complete that, it's called, you can call it as a mechanically completed activity. Okay, so us field engineers should verify and validate that the installation is completed and it was installed as per the issued for construction drawings, and it complies with electrical code or whatever the client will have as an engineering standards. So why I say engineering standards, because sometimes big companies like Shell, Petron, they will have their own installation details. They will have their own installation standards as well. And most of the time, these installation standards are also compliant with the electrical code, which is in the Philippines, that's the PEC, okay? Field engineer coordinates to the design company or the engineer on record. So who's the engineer on record? It's the PEE. Kung sino yung nag-sign and seal, he's the engineer in record. He's the technical, he's the person who is technically liable for the design, okay? So any changes that will be done on that drawing needs to be coordinated with the engineer on record or the company who designed it, which is basically kung meron kayong subcontractor in design who designed the system and then pina-install sa isang construction contractor, okay? So he is going to manage all these changes, okay? So this is just the basic role. Now, how does field engineering fit? Okay, this example here is a typical workflow of a pretty much medium to large project. I don't know why my cursor is not. Is my cursor showing up, Miss Monique, in the slides? Miss Monique, is my cursor showing up? Okay, let me see if I can annotate the spotlight. Okay. Okay, this is way better. So this is a typical workflow of a large project. And then, of course, for a smaller project, you may be able to streamline to fit, okay? Like adapt to fit to purpose yung project. Because let's face it, yung mga procedures na malaking project, di mo pwedeng i-apply sa maliit. Kasi sobrang ma-procedure yung malaking project. So mas magastos. So if you apply that to a small project, then mauubos lang sa overhead cost yung pera ng project. And the same vice versa. You cannot apply the simplicity of procedures and workflow in a small project into a big project because hindi kakayanin ng procedures na to. It won't be enough. Okay? So this is just a typical large project. Okay? And if you look at this, this part here from scoping, concept selection, design basis, front-end engineering, and detailed engineering, these are all during the design phase. Hindi pa po nai-issue for construction. However, during the design phase, between front-end engineering and detailed engineering, so I'm not gonna touch this because this is not our topic. Our topic is field engineering. So, but just to give you guys an overview, ito yung mga processes or stages kung paano na-develop yung isang malaking project. Why there's a scoping, concept selection, and design basis? Because they need to categorically develop and conceptualize the project over time. And having said that, pa-detailed siya ng pa-detailed. Why there's concept selection? Because you can have different options to a certain project. And that will be evaluated in terms of constructability, in terms of safety, in terms of operability and maintainability, and costs and schedule impacts. So they will choose the right strategy. And once they choose the right strategy, then they further develop that and optimize it to bring down the cost and optimize the schedule. So that will be our design basis and front-end engineering. And during front-end engineering, when long lead materials are determined, because there you will have a procurement plan, then may mga equipment na long lead, kung at risk siya na pag late i-orderin, hindi darating sa site on time, then i-order na nila on the front end. And then your detailed design or your detailed engineering will be the full development of your construction drawings. Okay? And in front-end engineering, that's the time when things will get conceptualized and almost I would say the specification gets finalized. So it will allow you to procure the equipment ahead of time. Okay. Now there's always an exception to that rule. Okay. So kung maliit na project, hindi naman po long lead yung mga material, then you don't have to order ahead of time. You can order that during detailed design. Okay. So in detailed engineering, this is where your issued for construction drawings will go out. That means yung signed and sealed electrical plans will be issued to construction for contractor bidding. Okay? Dito na matatapos yung construction scope of work or work packages or engineering work packages. So ipapabid nila yan. Yung mga contractors, titignan nila yung package and then they will provide their their bid quote. At kung sinong mananalo, then they will execute the job in the field. The subcontractor might even subcontract little contractors to do his job. Kung malaki yung project, he will be the general contractor, right? So once it passes this gate sa detailed design issued for construction, ite-tender na for bidding, may mananalo, then construction tendering will start. Now, where does field engineering comes in? Okay, we got the construction tendering part. Dito magkakaroon na ng system breakdowns. Ito yung malaki yung scope, hahatiin nyo sa maliliit na subscopes. Kasi divide and conquer ang gagawin nila. And then they're gonna sequence it in such a way that pag natapos ito, that will be an activity that will get started or couple of activities in parallel that will get started. They will all align to complete or start an overall activity and so on and so forth hanggang matapos yung buong project. So it's like a pyramid, right? So the end goal on the top is to finish and complete the system to operate it. However, for you to go there, meron kayong mga sub-activities. So they're gonna break it down so that they don't need that much of personnel. So they might have much of personnel on the front end and then unti-unti lumiliit yung personnel kasi nagpro-progress yung construction, natatapos. So they're going to subdivide that into systems. So we're not gonna be discussing that here. The contracts, the inspection and testing plan will be submitted. That's the ITP. And there will be a turnover planning and material management. Okay? So construction will plan in such a way na yung mga, kunwari, may install akong switchgear or transformers, they're gonna look at the delivery dates of those transformers. And they're gonna plan according to that so that uunahin nila yung site development, pundasyon, and then they're gonna do grounding, and then later on ilalagay na yung transformer, and then after that they're gonna do cabling and everything, right? So everything is in sequence. And all of this work are done according to the issued for construction drawings na pinirmahan at sinelyuhan ng isang PEE. Okay? So that's how it works. And I'm just talking about a small activity. A multiple activity can create what can complete. It's going to be a gate to another activity. And then so on and so forth. Okay? And then it can be a pyramid, like, so ito gagawin nila grounding, pundasyon, ito cabling, and then pag natapos lahat to, it will complete one certain system. And then yung system na yon, it will be a prerequisite to another system. So it can be a couple of them for one and a couple of sub ones into another one. Okay, it's like a pyramid, right? Now, there is also what we call, after the construction has started, magkakaroon ng mechanical completion. Of course, matatapos yon. And then, of course, there will be walkdowns, completion, red lines, and I'll discuss this. And after that, there will be pre-commissioning, if it is applicable. Pre-commissioning is when you start bomb testing something, temporarily power it up para lang ma-verify. Kunwari, yung motor. You have to first make it sure you commission the motor before you can commission the pump that will be connected to that motor, or the conveyor that will be connected to that motor. So that means you need to energize the motor temporarily. Okay? So that can be a pre-commissioning to a certain commissioning point, which is basically yung umandar yung bomba. Kasi ikokopol na nila yung shaft and all these things. Let's say for a lighting. So normally, wala pang, kung bagong substation to na may na sinusupplyan niya yung bagong pump house, kunwari, it means wala pa yung ano doon, wala pa yung power supply kunwari, pero natapos na yung mga ilaw. So temporarily, ilalagay nila sa temporary source, sa generator, para ma-commission lang siya, para magkailaw sa loob ng substation habang ginagawa yung mga ibang equipment. So the substation building will be temporarily powered out by the generator. So you can say that you already pre-commissioned the building. As far as the lighting and small power receptacle outlet is concerned. Is the building commissioned already? No, because the permanent power, wala pa doon. So that's why nagkakaroon tayo ng tinatawag na pre-com. The commissioning part is when you introduce the permanent power. For example, sa bomba, inintroduce mo na yung liquid na galing sa process system. So that's what we call commissioning the pump. And for you to commission a pump, you need to pre-commission the motor first. You need to mechanically complete the cables and the power source. And that's the sequence of events that will lead to that particular commissioning. So how can you put the power supply if you don't have the grounding installed yet? Because that's a safety requirement in the code. You cannot energize anything ungrounded, right? So all these things comes into play. And all these things will require you to, meron kayong hawak na drawing, and you are going to install it. And when you do install it, it will be a sub pieces of activities. And then every time you finish an activity, guess what? You can, before you will say this is mechanically complete, it has to be inspected, it has to be tested. Okay? When we say inspected, somebody has to walk there with the installer, quality control, the owner representative, and they will going to look at the installation to make it sure that they're satisfied na nakumpleto talaga. And then that drawing we can say that this is already completed, and then it will just get parked. So that means wala dapat inspection punches, which is basically yung mga comments. So ang tawag doon punches. So sasabihin ko, hindi nag-comply sa code, maluwag yung tornilyo, or hindi pa nakakonect yung dapat nakakonect. So ipapunch ko yon. Hindi ka pa mechanically complete kasi you are lacking all these things. So they need to complete that before you can endorse a certain activity na tapos na. And pag tapos na siya, you will be able to endorse to a pre-commissioning or a commissioning state. And pag natapos na yung commissioning din, pwede na nilang sabihin, pwede nang i-transfer of custody sa end user. Now, with all these things happening in between, mula sa mechanical completion hanggang sa commissioning, which is this one, may mga certain requirements in documentation and procedures na kailangan tapusin. And that is part of the quality assurance. And who's going to manage this? It's the field engineer. Okay, so that's why here I place a bracket here, like a scope limit. So hanggang transfer of custody, hanggang matapos yung from mechanical completion or pag natapos na yung construction hanggang sa transfer of custody, involve ang field engineering. Okay? And of course, sa transfer of custody, dito na ma-endorse lahat yung mga documentation. And why we need to endorse all the documentation? First, to ensure that everything was done according to the quality plan. All the red lines are accurate for us building, and all the test exhibits and inspections are done, and everything is acceptable, and there are no outstanding punches against construction, so that yung tatanggap po ng facility may peace of mind siya na ginawa lahat according to proper execution and quality. Okay? So, ma-procedure po sa mga malalaking projects. Okay? Now, let's start with from the construction all the way to the transfer of custody. But I'm gonna be doing on an overview only because it will take a couple of hours to explain and to provide examples and to provide situational events as an example. So here it's just an overview. So what is a construction scope system breakdown? Kung nagsisimula pa lang, nag-start up na, nag-kick off na yung project sa construction, anong unang gagawin nila? They have to look at the construction schedule. They have to check it again. Although na-check na ng contractor yan during tendering, nung binibid pa, ire-recheck ulit yan. Okay? Because mas detailed na yung construction ngayon. Although meron ng construction plan bago pa ilabas yung bid sa mga magko-construct. However, the construction contractor can provide their comments to it and they can optimize the schedule. Depende kung kailan darating yung mga equipment at kung kailan magiging available yung mga materials for construction too. So, they have to start in sequence. Okay? Hindi pwedeng mauuna yung dapat mahuhuli. Like I said, kung mag-install kayo ng transformer, kailangan tapos na yung pundasyon. Para ma-install mo yung pundasyon, kailangan nagkaroon ng site grading or site development sa lupa, right? So those activities needs to be there, and then grounding, and then pundasyon, and then ilagay mo yung transformer, and then while they are already cabling in parallel, all they need to do is terminate later, right? So all these things, and that is just one example. It can be a lot of examples too. It can be a lot of situations. And this is why during construction, at the front end, they are going to look at the scope, look at every areas of activities, and they're going to break it down into subsystems. Yung systems na yon, mabibreak base sa breakdown, kunwari, grounding system ni transformer, foundation ni transformer, installation ni transformer, cabling papunta kay transformer and wiring, and then terminations. Those can be broken down into several systems in sequence. And each of those systems will have a construction drawing. So that means may tendency po na ang isang system or dalawa o tatlong system halos pare-parehas ang drawing nila. Kaya lang sa depende kung yung drawing na yun pinakita na niya yung power and grounding. So mapapakita yung drawing na yun sa dalawang system of activities sa site. Okay? So this is how they this is the time when they start breaking down. And what's their basis to break it down? It has to go towards a commissioning state. So kung gusto kong i-commission yung motor na yon, kunwari, 10 yung motor ko o 50 piraso yung motor ko, bawat isa nun may requirement para masabi mo na mechanically completed na siya. And pag na mechanical complete, pwede ko siya ng panda rin, ay i-commission. However, kung yung bomba na yon nakakabit pa siya sa isang bomb, yung pump na yon, it has a piping that will go to another pump, and that piping will go to another pump, and there's instrumentation devices involved, there's communication system involved, power supply and everything. Then that means for me to commission that entire system, for example, this pipe from A to B has 6 pumps in series, cascaded pumping system. Bubuksan ko yung valvula dito, may pupuntahan na tangke. That means I have to commission each of these motors first. And if I mechanically complete one motor and I'm able to pre-commission it, then I'm good with that. If I'm able to do this, I am able to do this either in parallel or in sequence, then that means that entire system can be commissioned now, because every component that are attached to it for me to run the liquid from point A to point B can be operated. So I'm going to divide that into subsystems, and construction based on schedule, he's going to provide manpower for each so that everybody can work in parallel. There are also cases where they cannot work in parallel due to safety reasons, due to the fact that the materials is not available yet. So depende all yan. It can be a combination of a lot of things. Okay, same thing when you have a switch yard. What's the first thing you're gonna do in the construction? You have to do site development. Okay, site grading, graveling, or not graveling yet. They have to excavate for the foundations. They have to excavate for the grounding. And after they inspect everything, then tatabunan na nila and all these things. So there's also a sequence of events. It's like switching a switchyard. You cannot switch the breaker on and off during commissioning na hindi mo siniswitch yung switches pa. And you need to pre-commission all those things too. They have to be inspected and everything before you even operate them, before you introduce the commodity. And what's the commodity? For a switchyard, it's electricity. What's the commodity for a pump? The liquid. What's the commodity for a conveyor? Probably the solid rocks. Okay. Now, they're going to break these things into subsystems, like I said. And each of those systems will be packaged. So ito na yung packaging. So ito yung system ko. Ano ba yung mga drawing na pupunta dyan? O yung system ng grounding. Anong pupuntang drawing doon? Of course, yung grounding layouts. Anong pupunta sa system ng lighting? Of course, yung lighting layouts. Of course, there's commonality between those two systems. What are those? Their source of power. That means yung kanilang mga panel boards or kanilang motor control centers. Meron silang tinatawag na cable schedule. So maaring yung cable schedule nyo, nandun na pati yung lighting at saka power. So may common denominator na packages, na drawings dun sa bawat package. Okay? And they can be repeated twice, thrice in every of those activities. Ika-cloud lang kung alin doon ang considered. So kung meron akong cable schedule at 5 out of 20, 5 yung applicable doon sa system na yon, ika-cloud ko yung 5 na yon. At sasabihin ko, sa system na to, ito lang i-inspect ko dyan. Hindi ko inspeksyonin yung iba dahil hindi sila kasama sa activity. Okay? So after they package everything, this will go to what we call a document controller sa site. Sila yung magmamanage. Sila yung mag-i-issue ng packages sa construction na i-implement nila sa field. At pag natapos, yung mga red lines ibabalik sa document control. And then, yung document control na ang mag-e-endorse sa field engineer para sasabing, tapos na po to, pwede na pong inspeksyonin. Ito po yung package. Okay? So bakit kailan manggaling sa site? Kasi yung construction coordinator, siya yung magko-confirm yung quality control doon. So bakit ko inspeksyonin yung isang installation na hindi pa nako-quality control nung nag-install? So requirement, i-quality control nyo muna. Hindi ako ang inspector nyo. Meron kayong sariling inspector. Ako lang pupunta doon to verify na yung in-inspect mo totoo. Okay? So basically, you're gonna end up like this. So this is just one example. For example, for me to say that the motor system is mechanically complete, what do I need? I need the motor installation package. I need the pump and motor instrumentation package that will involve the instrumentation device that will control the motor, cabling and everything. Motor installation, of course, yung installation ng motor. Naka-mount na ba siya? Naka-tornilyo na ba? All those things, right? Of course, hindi pa siya nakakopol. Yung shaft niya, hindi pa nakakopol sa driven equipment. We're talking about the motor only. Yung MCC or yung motor control center that will feed power to this motor, is it the cable? Is it already connected? Okay. Is the motor grounding already completed? Is the motor cable and cable tray installation already completed? And why there are binders? Because, for example, dito sa motor cable and cable tray, may cable schedule. Nandito yung cable tray schedule. Nandito yung installation details. Nandito yung cable tray layout. Nandito yung cable layout. Andito rin yung wiring diagram. Okay? Grounding, of course, grounding layout. MCC feeder, single line diagram. Okay? Na-energize na ba yung source na mag-feed sa MCC na to? If not, then saan ka kukuha ng power para sa MCC? So that means mauna dapat yung power source na ma-complete, right? Same thing with the instrumentation. How will I operate the pump with no instrumentation along with it? So maaring ito yung distributed control systems, yung control room connections, PLCs, all those things. Motor installation. So everything here has to be mechanically complete bago ko sasabihin na yung motor system ko na iisang motor lang is mechanically completed already. So that's how I package it. Now, pag mechanically completed na po siya, you may now endorse that for pre-commissioning, which is what we call motor bump testing. I-operate nila yung motor with no load. At pag it meets the temperature rise requirements and everything, then you can couple the pump later. Are you able to couple the pump? Well, it depends. Tapos na ba yung mechanical system para install yung pump? Yung piping ba nung napupunta sa pump, tapos na. So that's not electrical anymore, that's mechanical. So it is a holistic combination of different engineering disciplines in the field. Same thing when you are designing the system. Meron kayong mechanical engineer, meron kayong electrical, meron kayong civil, meron kayong structural, meron kayong architect. It's a holistic approach in design. It's also the same in the field. It's also a holistic approach. We're not talking about houses here, okay? And when they are packaging, each of these systems, magkakaroon ng tinatawag na inspection and testing plan. So, kailangan may testing plan tayo. So, pag sinabi kong, balik tayo rito. Pag sinabi kong installation ng MCC feeder. So, ano yung, meron akong testing, inspection and testing plan dito na i-comply. And isasubmit ko ito bago ko inspeksyonin. Kailangan aprubahan ko. So ano yung MCC feeder? Ano yung gagawin mong inspection? Of course, inspectin ninyo kung kailangan yung contractor na inspect niya na nakakabit lahat, good na test na lahat yung overload relays, na test yung mga circuit breakers, okay? Na functional test siya, minegger nila or dinactor test nila. Sa motor cable naman, may point-to-point wiring inspection, may connectivity test, yung gaano kahigpit yung pagkaka-terminate. Kung malalaki yung kable, that will be the torquing test para sa terminations. Meron tayong megger and everything. Even the cable tray, inspectin nila yan. Merong kang inspection to ensure that the cable tray is properly grounded, they're fastened in place, they comply with the issued for construction drawings. So all these things will have what we call an inspection forms, testing and inspection forms, okay? And those forms will also get indicated here in the ITP. So, but particular work, the ITP, here are the requirements: inspection, drawings, red lines, everything. Para masabi ko na mechanically complete. And that's how you organize things in the field. You make it sure na tama ba ang pagkaka-red line? Tama ba yung pinarmahan ba nila yung red line? Na-inspect ko ba? Walang punches? So ibig sabihin dito, wala akong code violations dito sa inspection. All punches are closed. All testings are done, and they are manifested by the signed and approved inspection forms and testing forms. All of these are checklists na kailangan ma-meet para aprubahan ko. Once I approve the ITP, that means tapos na yung red line, acceptable yung red lines, na inspect ko in the field with the client representatives, kompleto lahat ang testing, walang punches na open. Okay? Walang mga tinatawag na RF, request for information or field change notification na hindi pa na-close. So walang mga pending issues. If I sign this ITP, that means I can endorse now that that particular activity is already mechanically complete. And I can endorse that to the commissioning people. Okay? What is an RFI? Nabanggit ko yung RFI kanina. This is also part of construction, either during construction, during inspection, or during commissioning. What is an RFI? It's called request for information that is documented. So, saan ina-apply itong request for information? Kunwari, nagkakaroon ng drawing discrepancies sa site. Kunwari, nagkaroon ng omission or errors. The contractor is suspecting that this drawing is not constructable at site, or hindi siya nagmamatch sa field. May nawawalang material, may nawawalang details. So they have to request for information. Ibig sabihin, magtanong sila sa engineer on record na ito bang kunwari merong interpretation problem, kunwari may doubt sila, hindi nila maintindihan yung drawing, gusto nilang i-clarify. You can document those clarification through a request for information. At yung RFI na yon pupunta sa field engineer. At yung field engineer, siya yung magde-decide other simple lang ba yung question na kaya kong sagutin by myself? Hindi naman magbabago yung design? Yeah, I can do that. Oops, hindi ko kayang sagutin to. Kailangan balik ko kay PEE o kung sino yung nag-design na company. Kasi bakit? Hindi ako pwedeng maging liable dito kasi it will tantamount to a design change, my risk. Maaring hindi mo siya expertise or you don't want to be liable to it because hindi naman ikaw yung engineer on record. So kung ang tinatanong is bolts and nuts, sagutin mo na, right? Pero pag tinatanong ano ba yung relay setting nito? Hindi ka naman marunong mag-set. Saka unang-una, hindi ka naman yung engineer on record. Di balik mo sa engineer, kulang ito. Kailangan nila yung setting ng relay. Okay? Sinabi dito, maglaladlad sila ng cable, hindi naman sinabi kung anong size. So, to size the cable, you need to do a drop calculation, you need to route it, then it can be a design change. Kasi wala sa drawing, although liable ka. So, papalo siya as omissions. May nakaligtaan yung nag-design. At pwede mo bang gawin yourself? Yeah, you can do it. But you have to think about this. Are you going to take responsibility and liability? Hindi yung nag-design. Of course, kung ako, bigay ko sa kanya. Ikaw nag-design, kulang yung ginawa mo. Binayaran ka para tapusin yung trabaho mo. Hindi ako binayaran para tapusin yung trabaho mo. Kaya nakaligtaan ka, omission mo yon. Liable ka doon. So ibabalik ko sa kanya. Bakit? Kasi yung kliyente, ibaback-charge siya. Babawiin yung ibang cost ng... So normally, kapag kino-construct ang isang bagay, may tinatawag na 10% retention. Parang may warranty na hindi nila totally babayaran yung nag-design. May iiwanan silang mga 10 to 15%. So, doon nila kukunin yon, i-deduct nila doon. Kasi omission. Kasalanan niya yon. So, kaya ko bang i-design? Fine. However, hindi ako dapat maging liable kasi kailangan i-account ko na may na-omit siya para babalikan siya ng kliyente at sabihin, ibawas na lang namin itong nagastos namin na dagdag dahil hindi na-estimate ng contractor yan. Parang ganun. Okay? Kasi errors in omission yun. Design change due to field limitation. So, punwari, sasabihin ng drawing, iladlad nyo dito sa lugar na to. Pagdating sa site, hindi pala pwede. Marami palang obstruction. So, kailangan i-reroute yung kable. Pag re-route yung kable, it's a design change. So, it has to be documented through an RFI. So, it's either mag-RFI sila to say, Sir, hindi uubra dito, iruruta na lang namin dito. Okay ba o hindi? So, technically, there's no design change, pero may physical change. So, pwede mo na sigurong desisyonan yon. Kasi hindi, as long as you do your due diligence na pag reroute yon at lumaki ng konti yung length ng cable, i-check mo yung voltage drop. Kasi bawat balik mo doon sa EOR, babayaran mo rin yung oras niya, right? Mag-i-invoice yun. Okay? Material substitution, kunwari, ito, madali mong desisyonan yan kung mga kable-kable lang or conduit. Pero kung ang material substitution nila is something to the tune of magtataas sila ng rating ng breaker, ibang usapan na yon. Somebody has to check it and the engineer or record should answer that question. Okay? Manufacturer or drawing discrepancy, so pwede niyong balikan yung procurement para itanong nila sa manufacturer. Bakit? Kasi kung may babaguhin ka sa manufacturer na design, may warranty issue. So hindi ka basta-basta hindi ka pwedeng mag-cowboy sa field and you're gonna change something that you did not affix your sign and seal on the first place. For example, yung manufacturer. There is a warranty issue. So kapag hindi nyo kinuha yung consent ng manufacturer, maapektuhan yung warranty ng equipment kasi ginalaw ninyo. So you have to be careful when you're dealing with changes that involves manufacturer equipment that is under warranty. Okay? So RFIs can be classified also. They can be design errors or omission. That's a negative impact. Change not possible to mitigate during design. So that means there's no way for the designer to know na hindi uubra yung ginawa niya. And what's that typical example? Kunwari, naka-energize yung switchgear at ang project is to modify something inside. So binigyan sila ng drawing na panahon pa ni kopong-kopong. Yung pala, ang daming binago sa loob na hindi alam. Kasi over the years, yung maintenance, may ginalaw siya ng ginalaw doon. So anong nangyari? Hindi accurate yung drawing. Kasi hindi na as-built ng maayos. So anong mangyayari ngayon pagdating sa contractor ay sa design? Sasabihin nila, ito, i-design namin, maglagay ka ng relay dito, maglagay kayo ng contactor dito, blah, blah, blah. And then guess what? Nung dine-energize na yung switchgear at binuksan yung control panel, spaghetti wiring para sa loob, ang dami palang dinagdag. There's so many changes that happened there that is not reflected on the drawing because the owner did a bad job as building his stuff. Kumbaga, maraming naging cowboy na maintenance. Hindi nila in-update yung drawing or the drawings were not properly as-builted and properly transmitted to the person who's designing this system now. Okay? So in that respect, there's no way for the designer to know it unless buksan yon. So, in a way, hindi negative impact sa nag-design yon kasi kasalanan ng client. So we need to classify that as well. Is it a construction improvement, which is very good? Is it a vendor or manufacturer errors and omission as well? Kasi kailangan balikan din sila. Kasi nag-incur ako ng cost sa site to make these changes, na-delay ako, then I need to back charge you too. Okay? RFI is transmitted by the engineer on record to the field engineer. Kapag kunwari, transmit ko officially sa engineer on record, yung PEE, sinagot niya, then titignan ko rin yung sagot niya. Am I satisfied as a field engineer? If I'm satisfied, okay, good. Balik ko sa contractor. Then i-execute nila. Each of these RFIs will have a control number. May unique control number yan. At may classification based on what I mentioned here. Bakit kailangan ng classification? Para, first, for analytics. Pag errors or omissions at nagkaroon ako ng cost impact, ibaback charge ko yung in-invoice sa akin ng contractor na yon base sa RFI na yan. So each of these RFIs, kung may cost impact, magkakaroon ka ng invoice. And that money, I can back charge to the engineer on record. It can be a person or it can be a company. Kasi meron akong 10% retention. Otherwise, kung lumampas sa 10%, then siya pa sisingilin ko ngayon. Second, for analytics. Para ma-evaluate ko yung performance ng yung design contractor na yon. So kung sandamakmak ang RFI niya at sandamakmak ang cost then hindi na ako babalik sa kanya. And that will be part of the lessons learned. Yung RFI na yun, yung analytics na yun, pupunta rin sa contractor para sabing hindi ka nag-perform ng maayos. Okay? Hindi naman kailangan maging ideal na walang problema. Wala namang project na walang problema eh. Laging may problema. Ang pinag-uusapan, meron bang cost impact? And the type of errors or omissions or reasons for that RFI, was that justified and understandable or considerable? Ibig sabihin, consideration ba na mangyari yon, right? Or it could have been better. Okay? And there is also what we call field change notification. Okay. What is a field change notification? A field change notification is still a management of change, and it will have instruction to make changes on something sa construction. However, a field change notification will always have may have a cost impact or schedule impact. And a field change notification is a request for an activity in site na wala sa scope ng contractor. Yun ang importante doon, wala sa scope ng contractor pero kailangan gawin. Yung RFI is request for info lang. Tama ba tong bolt na to? Okay ba na iruta ko doon? Hindi ko maintindihan tong drawing. Ganito ba talaga? Ganito ba yung pagkakaintindi ko? Tama o mali? Ganun ang RFI. It's just request for info. A field change notification is when you have to tell the contractor to do something which is not part of his original scope of work. Okay, let me give you an example for that. Kunwari, ang scope ng contractor is to iladlad yung kable from point A to point B above ground. Kaya lang, due to deficiency in field surveying and design, meron pala siyang dadaanan na road. Pero wala sa drawing. Kaya lang pagdating doon, may ginawang access road. Nangyayari po yun. Lalo na sa minahan, papago-bago ang landscape, right? So nagkaroon bigla ng access road. Naku, hindi ko na pwedeng idaan yung kable dyan above ground. Kasi maglalagay ako ng mga beams. Wala sa budget ko yon. So ang mangyayari, padadaanin ko underground through conduit sleeves. And sometimes if the road is short, you may be able to excavate and put the sleeves, or you can horizontally drill it, which is more expensive, but you don't need to excavate and backfill. So nagkaroon ng design change. Is it an error in omission? It can be. Kung hindi napansin nung nag-design na meron parang access road doon. So nagkaroon ng error. Or nung nag-survey sila, wala pa yung access road na yon. Tapos nung kinonstruct na after couple of months, nandun na yung access road. So hindi kasalanan nung nag-design, but it will have a cost impact kasi wala sa scope ng contractor, hindi nila inestimate yung cost na yon. So I need to issue a field change notification that will have a cost, budget impact, and a schedule impact assessment to it. So invoice ako. So that is an unforeseen event dahil kasalanan ko, hindi ko binigay yung info sa design contractor, nagkaroon ng changes sa site, nagkaroon ng additional materials, then it will be at my own cost. If the cost is so small na mako-cover siya ng contingency budget ng contractor, then the construction management can allow the contractor na gamitin yung contingency nila. Okay? Because that's what contingency money is for also. But you still need to do a field change notification to account for that cost and that scope of work para pag nagkaroon ng final billing and assessment sa financial ng project, you know where the money went. Okay? Alam niyo kung saan napunta yung pera. Okay? Kaya kailangan properly documented siya. And that's the difference between a field change notification and an RFI. Can an RFI support an FCN? Yes. Yun nga pinakamaganda eh. Pag may FCN ako, may RFI na nakasuporta sa kanya. So ibig sabihin, sinabi ni yung motor, ganito pala kalaki, undersize yung breaker, mag-RFI sila. Kaso wala sa scope nila na palitan yung breaker. So mag-FCN ako ngayon. Using an RFI na galing sa PEE na sinabi niya, okay, tama, palitan nyo yan. O ngayon, i-invoice ka ako ng contractor dahil wala sa scope nila. So kailan ng FCN? I-invoice ko ba yung PEE? Of course, iimbestigahan ko. Nagkamali ka ba? Kapag hindi naman, then yeah, it is what it is. It is going to go to my contingency money, right? Now, when we do red lines, katulad ng sabi ko, dalawa yung construction drawing, ibibigay sa'yo, install ni contractor. Pag na-install na niya, quality control, the construction quality team will do quality control. So they will make it sure that it is as per code, the installation was properly executed, and it complies with the issued for construction drawings, lalo na sa mga wiring diagrams. Okay, the wire markers, were they installed or not? Okay, were they properly labeled? Is the cable tags labeled? Is it complying with code? All these things. Pag nagawa na po yon, they will affix each of those issued for construction drawings, magkakaroon sila ng stamp na ganito. And this is just one example, okay? Sorry. It can be a lot of examples too. But if you notice here, you will find in these red lines that it will bear the company name, supposedly yung may-ari. Kung may standard reference na procedures yung client, you can spit it out here. Pero kung titignan nyo, may dalawang block dito. One is red line by, and the other is checked by. Who's gonna be redlining? It can be construction, it can be commissioning, or it can be maintenance, kung maintenance yung nag-install. Okay? This construction is the construction contractor. Commissioning is commissioning. Okay? And sila yung magsasign nito to confirm na, kasi hindi ko trabaho ng field engineer na pupunta doon para i-confirm. It's the construction contractor. So the field engineer normally is working to the best interest of the client. He is working to the best interest of the client. Can you please unmute? Okay, there you go. Sorry, may patalastas. So basically, the construction, pagtapos na sila, the quality control will inspect the installation of his own personnel kasi siya yung he's working for the construction contractor. Pagtapos na, parang ano lang yan eh. Bago mo ipa-review sa akin as client, a representative ng kliyente, checkin mo muna yung trabaho mo, yung ginawa mo. Ganon din sa construction. You need to check your, the construction contractor should check their own work first. And then they will endorse. And that's why they need to sign this. So that means it's already installed as per code and it complies with the drawings. Who will sign this check by? The field engineer, representing the client. So pag nandun na ako, sa pagtapos na, they will gonna call me and say, hey Prime, can we schedule this on this date and on this time? This installation is completed. And here's the red, and you can walk it down. You can inspect it. Yun ang ibig sabihin. So me, sometimes I bring the commissioning people along with me. Bakit ko kailangan kunin yung mga magko-commission? Kasi ayoko na mag-comment din sila pag kino-commission na. So para mabawasan yung problema sa commissioning, isama ko na sila sa inspection. Para wala silang masabi na hindi namin, kung may makaligtaan kami, you know, two heads are better than, or couple of heads are better than one. Okay? So we are there to do quality assurance, not quality control. So when we go there, we will verify na the contractor who installed it and signed this red line, totoo yung sinasabi niya. And if we're there, tetestingin namin, may code violation ba? Pag may nakita kami, papunch namin. Oh, maluwag tong connection nyo. Oh, nawawala yung cable tag. Oh, yung cable marker, mali. Hindi nagko-comply sa drawing. Or yung red line nila, hindi naka-reflect yung actual na install nila. Okay? So, the red lines can be classified as, with change or no change. Kapag completely na eksakto sa drawing yung in-install nila at walang nagbinago at eksakto na gawa nila, then they can check this one and say no change. Paano sir kung may changes? Kunwari, binago nila yung wiring, papunta dito, nilipat dito. Then ika-cloud nila yon. Ibig sabihin, ire-redline nila yung drawing. and they're going to cloud it. And when they cloud it, that change should have an RFI number. So makita nyo na kung anong gamit ng RFI. Or kung may change na dala ng field change notification, then they will redline that change, they will cloud it, and they will indicate the FCN number. So there's no change that has to be, there will be no red line in a drawing na walang RFI or walang FCN. Hindi ka pwedeng magbago ng isang drawing na ginawa ng isang engineer on record na wala kang documentation. Bakit? Kailangan aprubahan yung change na yon. Okay? And pag aprobado yung change na yon, you can execute. And that's why inilalagay nila yung RFI number doon para may traceability kung ano yung naging basis ng change. Okay? And why is this important? This is for accountability and liability. Okay? So si contractor, hindi siya pwedeng magkoboy-koboyan doon. Okay, magaling ka na kung magaling ka na, pero kailangan i-document natin yung change mo. Okay? Kasi pag may mangyari dyan, guess what? Sinong pupunta sa korte? And guess what? What documents are you going to show the court that you have proved that you have the proper approval and you have the competency of the people who approve your change? Because they will be liable in court pag may mangyaring masama at yun ang naging cause. Okay? So, in this particular case, why do we have commissioning here? So, may set of red lines ka na construction. So, yun, kapag pumasok at naprubahan, mechanically complete yun. Pupunta sa commissioning. Yung commissioning is about introducing the power or liquid or anything. And if they functionally operate it at may nakita silang hindi gumana, baka, sira yung relay o mali yung connection sa relay kaya hindi gumana. Something na hindi mo makikita during construction dahil hindi ka naman nakakapag full functional testing. So hindi mo makikita kung alin yung hindi gagana doon. Malalaman mo na lang pag inoperate mo na. So yun yung trabaho ng commissioning, to functionally test the system. Kasi mechanically completed na siya, na-test na siya, na-inspect na siya as per physical drawings. At pag may pinagana nila at may nakita silang deficiency, maaring nagpalit sila ng relay o nagdagdag ng relay, then ire-redline na naman nila yung drawing. Okay? So dalawa na yung red line, galing sa construction, galing sa commissioning naman. Both of them will go through the gate of transfer of custody, and yung mga red lines na yon pupunta sa as-built. So ikakad nila ulit yon to combine all those changes together. Okay? See how it works now, right? There is also liabilities for each part of construction. Hindi pwedeng akuin ng commissioning yung construction installer, hindi pwedeng akuin ng installer yung commissioning. Depende sa contract mo kung ikaw yung magfa-function as both. Okay? So in this particular case, minsan may maintenance, sila yung gagawa ng red line dahil wala namang gagawa na transfer of custody na, tapos nalaman namin meron palang problema. Kasi may mga bagay hindi malalaman ng construction at malalaman na lang pag dinaanan mo na ng liquid yung bomba, right? So may babaguhin siguro si maintenance. So ang mangyayari, meron na namang red line for sustainment. That means that's for the maintenance people, maintenance operations na yan. And all these red lines will come together to the as-builting process para the certified drawing from as-built will capture all the changes. And like I said, all these changes will need an RFI or an FCN to document it. Okay. And this is what happens during subsystem walkdown. So I'm the person here, kneeling here. I'm inspecting that electrical heat tracing. So ito yung contractor, yung mataba. Sabi niya, tapos na sir, ito yung binder. Ito yung taga-commissioning na kasama ko. So he's also inspecting stuff. I'm the field engineer, so I'm recording all the punches, yung mga comments, if meron. Okay, I'm inspecting the red lines. I'm not inspecting the testing and inspection here. I'm just inspecting the installation based on the drawing. And this guy already signed the red line. And if I have comments, then I'll punch it I'll record it on a separate Excel sheet or a piece of paper and endorse that to the turnover or the document control. So pag everything is okay, there's no punches, then I sign the red line, dadalhin ni contractor sa kanyang document control, and my entire document control will endorse these drawings or this package as a system to the client document control naman. Okay, and that's just the red lines. Now, if you have a punch, dahil may code violation, may non-compliance sa IFC drawings, meron silang may deficiency sa installation na na-capture kami. Kunwari, inuga ko yung termination, ang luwag pala ng tornilyo, hindi pa pala na-torque. So, ipapunch ko yan. I will threaten that I'll gonna punch it, and that punch will be a showstopper sa mechanical complete. Kasi hindi makakausad for commissioning yung system hanggat hindi na may mechanical complete. Okay? So, may cases naman that I'm considerate. Pag nandun na yung electrician, oh, maluwag to. Kung hindi nyo hihigpitan to sa harapan ko, ipapunch ko to. So, higpitan nila yan sa harapan ko. And then pag okay na, hindi ko na ipapunch. Pero kung nataon na wala yung electrician doon, patay. Nakapunch yun. So, hold yun. Then those punches needs to be cleared by the construction contractor. So how they clear it? Well, I will indicate kung maluwag, di pahigpitan nyo. May bali to or yung bending radius niya hindi na comply, ayusin nyo yan. Sometimes I can go there physically to look at it again, or they can just give me photos. Okay? Kung sa case dito, sobrang lamig, winter time, negative 25 sa labas. Ay, sabi ko, padala nyo na lang ako ng picture. Pag okay na, satisfied ako sa picture, then okay, I'll close the punch. Okay? This is me again taking photo, and this is these two people. This is the construction person, and this is the commissioning guy. Na ako yung kumukuha ng photo. So ini-inspect namin yung wiring, and he's also inspecting the wire taggings. Okay, this is another thing. In this part, we are inspecting the HVAC system and the lighting platform. Ito naman is pressure transmitters. So may kasama akong instrumentation engineer or instrumentation inspector. So I'm the field engineer. So I manage the show. They give me the package, and okay, I manage the people, and then we execute it safely. And of course, permits and everything is also there, right? May mga permitting yan bago ka maka-access sa isang plant facility. So this is me doing inspection on the instrumentation. I think I was looking at the pressure transmitter here as part of that system package dito. This one is a power line. Okay, I'm with the lady construction coordinator dito, TND. Tough lady. Okay, so this is the power line, and I'm with TND. Okay. So all these are subsystem walkdowns, and those punches can be may classification din po yung mga punches. May mga punch na safety related na hindi mo pwedeng palampasin. So hindi ka may mechanical complete hangga't di mo natatapos yung punch na yon. That means it's a safety issue. It's an operability problem. So that means nawawala yung grounding, ipapunch ko yan. Hindi ka makakapag-mechanical complete hangga't di mo ground yan. Kasi it's a safety issue. It's a code violation. So you need to fix that. Anything code violation is a showstopper in mechanical completion. Okay? What is the other classification of a punch? You can punch it as before startup. Ibig sabihin, pwede mong palampasin, pero hindi nila pwedeng i-start up hanggat di nila ayusin yon. Pero pwede ko siyang i-mechanically complete para yung commissioning, masimulan na nila yung functional testing. However, they cannot start up for commissioning hanggat di nila natatapos yon. So ano ba yung mga showstopper na before startup? Ito yung mga tipong yung arc flash sticker hindi pa nakalagay. Yung permanent arc flash. Pwede ko silang i-mechanical complete kung lalagyan nila ng temporary arc flash label. Kasi kunwari, papel lang o karton, susulat nila. Basta may arc flash report sila na, ito yung arc flash, okay, lagay nyo dyan. You can commission because you already know what PPE you should use for safety reasons. Ano naman yung meron pang isang punch na sinasabi namin na before completion. Before i-transfer of custody, ayusin nyo yan. So ano yung mga yon? Kunwari, nawawala yung tag number ng kable o nawawala yung tag number ng equipment. Unsafe ba yon pag nawawala yon? Hindi. Pero hindi ko pwedeng i-turn over sa client yon kung wala yung mga tags na yon kasi lumalabas hindi kumpleto. So there's no safety code issue. There's no safety issue. They can functionally commission but they cannot transfer custody kasi wala pa yung labeling na yon, right? Of course, the arc flash is a different thing kasi that's a safety issue. Okay? So I can mechanically complete kung maglagay sila ng temporary label. Kung wala silang mailagay, oh, guys, no. I cannot allow you to mechanically complete and that thing will not be, pre-commissioning will not start on that one. Okay? So, along with the red lines, along with the punches, meron ding inspection and test exhibits. Ito yung forms. Ito yung Megger testing, ductor testing, at saka yung mga physical inspection. That is part of the quality control naman ng contractor. Okay? So that means, para ma-mechanical complete ko siya, kailangan na walk down ko, wala kayong punch na safety issue, red lines ninyo is accurate, and kung may changes, naka-reflect yung RFI number or FCN number, at kompleto kayo sa inspection and test report. And if all these things are complied, then I can sign the ITP. And if I sign the ITP, which is the inspection and test plan, that means I can endorse that particular subsystem as mechanically complete. And construction management will approve the construction manager, and then he's going to endorse that to commissioning. So, wala na sa kamay nila yon. And that's just one system. So, for commissioning, to start commissioning something, we may have to complete 3 subsystems. So, sa construction schedule, kailangan naka-sequence yun or properly scheduled so that by the time na gusto nilang i-commission to, tapos na lahat ng mga subsystem na to. And that is part of the critical construction planning and scheduling. Okay? So, pag mechanically completed na, these are all the requirements that are already complied with. Walang RFI na pending, walang FCN na pending. There's no open punches that will hinder mechanical completion like a safety issue. There are no pending all inspection and test forms or exhibits are complete and approved. All red lines have been completed and approved. In that way, we will pass it along to commissioning. Then commissioning can start their functional testing with the equipment being energized now. And if they found some errors there or they found some things that is not working and they will gonna fix it, they'll issue an RFI again, and then they're gonna document and red line again. So that's why you have a commissioning red line as well. And all these red lines, maiipon siya at the end so that yun ang ibibigay sa gagawa ng as-built. I-digitize na nila para lalabas yung certified as-built. Okay? And during commissioning stage, ito na yung part na introduce nila yung commodity. It can be liquid for a pump, electrical energy to an electrical system, can be a signal to a communication system, all these things. During commissioning, gagawin na nila yung functional testing. So, ito na yung time na lalagyan na, i-couple na nila yung motor sa bomba at i-open na nila yung valve, tatakbo na yung liquid, and i-monitor na nila sa control room na yung process system gumagana. If there's something wrong and they're not able to do it, ito na yung kunwari kung meron kayong variable frequency drive, ito na yung time na i-operate nila yung BFD. But is it going to be connected to the entire process system? Not necessarily. Pwede silang i-isolate pa rin, and they will just gonna be operating in a closed loop system within that small section of the plant. Pag na-verify nila and everything is fine, then bubuksan na nila talaga yung the whole entire process system, and this thing will get accommodated into the overall system. Yun na yung full commissioning na tinatawag. Kaya may tinatawag na dry commissioning, may wet. Okay? Yung dry, yun yung wala pang kinoconnect na bomba. Kunwari lang. Pag may bomba na at nilagyan na nila ng liquid, yun na yung wet. Okay? Well, literally. Okay, okay. Existing punches, by this time during commissioning stage, if there are any punches that went beyond mechanical completion, it has to be mitigated here now. Because later on, if the whole commissioning is done, all punches should be zero. Wala dapat punch na makakalagpas na sa commissioning. That means kung yung arc flush label kailangan permanente na, yung nawawalang tag ng kable dapat nandun na. And this is also the time before before we transfer custody, kung merong third party inspection na kailangan, ito na yung time na darating sila. Ano yung third party? Kunwari yung fire alarm, fire detection. Sometimes kailangan nyo ng agency outside the company, like a government agency or a certified government personnel, o sa case ninyo, yung Bureau of Fire, kung sino yung subcontractor naman nila, sino yung expert nila, siya naman ang pupunta doon. Inspectin niya lahat, and then if he's satisfied, he will say this is code compliant with the fire code of the Philippines, then fine. Ito yung mga external agencies na kailangan tignan nila to comply. And there are critical systems, life safety systems. So minsan yung government may representative sa mga ganyan. Okay? Unless to my knowledge here in Canada. So in the Philippines, I just don't know, right? So pag natapos po lahat yon, may certificate of compliance na i-issue yung third party. And then that's the time, no punches, all red lines are done, accurate, sign, approve. All test exhibits and inspection, sign, approve. All ITPs approved. There are no pending third-party inspection punches. Okay? Gumana yung system. Operations are happy. Then you can turn over to the client. Now, you operate na ng kliyente. Kapag meron silang nakitang flaw beyond this point, then the project management cannot accommodate that anymore. Kasi tapos na yung budget. Tapos na yung trabaho. Napirmahan na. So kung may nakalusot na problema, then yung may-ari na ang mag-mitigate nun. Yung maintenance personnel na niya. Okay? Like I said, walang project na perfecto. It depends kung gaano kalaki yung imperfection. So kung may mga malilit na bagay lang, pwede nang i-accommodate ng kliyente mismo, ng maintenance, yung end user na. Okay? Like I said, there's nothing perfect in this world. You just have to do the best as you can to complete the job within budget and within the schedule. Kasi a delay, especially in a process plant, if they want this operational by this date, then it will cost them a lot of money kung ma-delay. Bakit? Baka yung system na yon kailangan yon para ma-operate nila yung planta. Okay? Baka yung date na yon is that's the time of their turnaround maintenance. Kung saan naka-shutdown lahat. And kung itaon nyo yung commissioning and transfer of custody nyo at the time na naka-shutdown na yung planta, that's good. Because now the operators will have all the time in the world to operate your system and test it. Hindi yung madidelay dahil hindi na nila ma-shutdown yung mga dapat nila ma-shutdown. Kaya most of the time, a major plant modification occurs, especially if it is a process plant upgrade. It will occur in a timely manner na mata-turn over sa commissioning kung at the time na may plant shutdown. For example, if I'm going to run a new power line, I cannot just tell T&D to de-energize the line and then you're gonna end up de-energizing the process system of the plant. So itaon ko na maintenance nila. Then that's the time I don't have to pay for temporary power for the facilities that will get impacted kasi magiging cost ng project yon. So they always plan those things ahead with the operations to make it sure that if you need a shutdown, it should fall under a shutdown that was planned by the plant for maintenance so that there is no impact on both parties. Okay. And we engineers, we always say that we all know best. Of course, there is what we call constructability. So wag kayong mag-design na isang bagay na hindi nyo complete. Kung hindi kayo satisfied, you have to verify in the field. You get the proper information. And this is where the field engineering work is critical, especially in the red lines, because an inaccurate as-built will lead to further problems. Bakit? Let me tell you an example. There was an explosion in one of the plants here. Just a small portion of the plant, but it impacted production and it cost the client say hundreds of thousands or millions per day. Kasi barrels per day ang pinag-uusapan eh. And what that explosion, eventually that explosion when the OSHA investigated and there was an inquiry to it, ano nangyari? Because the design company used information that was given by the client which has errors to it. Why? Because the drawings or the information was not reflecting the actual condition of the plant. That means hindi properly as-built. So, na-deceive, kumbaga nagkaroon ng error dahil mali yung input information dahil yung planta hindi tama ang pagkaka-as-built. It was not properly as-built. And that's why if you don't do in the project management lingo, if you don't do a good management of change, then these red lines will be erroneous. And if this will get as-built, then these drawings has the tendency to be used by the plant or by another contractor to do a design change in the future. And if those drawings are erroneous, then there's risks. Probably not much risk in electrical, but if you're talking about a process plant with process data being erroneous, then they might be designing the entire process system erroneously. And it might cause risk or danger in the operations. It might damage something, it might kill someone. Okay, and that's why it's very important. As important as you need to inspect, you need to test, and you should have records to it. Because kung may mangyari at magkademandahan, how will you prove that you did a good quality assurance to it? There's no documents for you to prove in court. Okay? So affixing the sign and seal is not an easy thing. It's not archaic. It has a responsibility and a legal accountability. And that's why all the parties should work together. Hindi po ito pataasan ng ihi or mas magaling si ganito kaysa kaganito. Oh, alam kong gawin yan. Pero hindi ka naman qualified na gawin yan. You might be qualified and competent, but you are not legally accountable for it. So an electrician should not act as an engineer, and an engineer should not act as an electrician, vice versa, because both of them are trained differently. Okay? And we need to do constructability, and we need to do a design drawing that can be constructed in the field, that can be maintained in the field, that can be safely maintained, operated, and installed. And hindi yung gagawa tayo ng drawing na malabo pa sa sikat, malabo pa sa sabaw ng pusit, sabi nila, okay? Or clear as mud water, na you're gonna say, oh, bahala na ang electrician dyan sa field. Oh, bahala na si foreman sa field. Field route na yan. And then you're gonna end up receiving a lot of RFIs. There will be a lot of field change notifications. It will cost the client both schedule and money. And then guess what? Sino idedemanda ng kliyente? Sino ibaback charge niya? Sino ang mawawalan ng reputation? Yung nag-design. Okay? And the field engineer is there to make it sure that nobody in the field is behaving like a cowboy. And all the procedures are being met, and that's what we call field quality assurance and field engineering. You manage these things in behalf of your client or on behalf of the construction management who is managing the subcontractors. So, itong caricature na to is medyo, nilagyan ko pa ng pangalan. Ako yung engineer, and PMT is there, and engineering house, which is the engineer on record. Oh, just let the electrician figure it out. Okay. So we need to make it sure that when we design something, you put your shoes on the one who's going to install it. Okay. And thank you very much. It's I did it for 1 hour and 16 minutes, miraculously. So I think we have enough time to do Q&A, and hopefully we can do this before noontime para naman makakain ng mga tao. Thank you very much. I know I think I had up to 12 o'clock, but I guess I was able to finish it a lot earlier so that we have time to Q&A and then time for you guys to eat and relax. Thank you. So I'll pass this to, oh, by the way, in under Safe Plus, these handouts will be given to the organizer in PDF. And the field engineering is also a course under Safe Plus, which I'm going to execute as well. This is just the overview, but the Safe Plus field engineering course will be a comprehensive one because we will discuss forms, we will discuss the exact procedure, we will discuss my experiences on how to deal with changes and everything, especially if you are you are being sandwiched between your end user, your employer, and the contractor. And sometimes accidents happen because or deficiencies in construction happens because their management of change was not done properly. Thank you. So I'll stop sharing to allow the host to do his job further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Engineer Primo Beltran, for the topic field engineering. And upon checking the chat box, sir, we don't have question yet. So if questions will arise later on, may we request
I think your reception is not really clear on my end as well. I could barely hear you, Miss Monique.
Thank you very much, Engineer Beltran. So, upon checking the chat box, there is no question in the Q&A chat box yet. But if there are questions that might arise later on, may we request if you can answer it, sir, on your end?
Yeah, sure. Let's see. While habang wala pang nagque-question, let's see if I have something that I can further explain. I think okay, habang wala pang nagque-question, let me share my screen again. Okay? Just flag me, Miss Monique, pag may nagsisimula ng mag-question. I'll just share my screen again. So going back here, sorry guys, I think may time pa ako, right? Miss Monique, how many minutes do I have?
We still have 20 minutes left, sir.
Awesome. First time in history na natapos ako on time. Okay. Okay. You know guys, ito ang problema ko nung nagpre-present ako eh. The more time na binibigay sa akin, the more content I put in the slides. That's why. Okay. So now if we go back here, we discuss construction tendering, which is basically on the front end. If they're still planning, they're breaking down the activities into subsystems. Those subsystems are packaged based on IFC drawings na papasok sa kanila. And each of those subsystems will be a prerequisite to a commissioning system. Okay. Once all these things are broken down, the document control in both client and construction contractor will give us a copy in the field engineering. Of course, the same packages will be given to the contractor so that the contractor can execute their job in the field, okay, with the schedule. And as we will be reviewing their ITP, approving them as field engineers, we will be managing and controlling the RFI and FCN for closures and for endorsement to the engineer on record. And sometimes we answer the RFI ourselves if we are competent to do it ourselves, as long as we don't enter into a very significant liability. Okay, because we don't want the client to be liable to his own work, right? Okay. And we also manage punches. So in the field, if I have a bunch of commissioning people along with me, then I'll gather their punches. Of course, I also challenge their punches. So sasabihin ko, oh, bakit punch yan? Okay. Okay, reasonable enough. So what's the classification? Is this going to be a safety issue? Is this going to be a functional issue only in commissioning so I can mechanically complete with conditions? So I negotiate there in the field. I also question the punches. Hindi ko basta-basta rine-record and ina-accept. I also challenge them because I have to work for the client and at the same time work with the contractor too. I need to be reasonable on both ends because at the end of the day, anything that I do that will have an impact to the schedule will also affect the project, right? I do the red lines and everything, and then during pre-commissioning, I'm still there because if the commissioning people will say, Prime, we have some changes, then I need to help them facilitate the processing of this change because it has to be properly recorded. And then commissioning, I also sign the punches, close the punches. If there are punches that was lingering all the way there, as long as it's not a showstopper, it's not a safety issue, there's mitigation in place, and I will provide my conditional approval. But I cannot go transfer of custody if there's still a punch. If everything is complete, I'm one of the signatories here for the transfer of custody. Okay, so there's it's a combination of both technical and management. Okay, so anyway, I'll stop sharing again just to see if there are questions eventually. Wala pa rin? Is it clear? Is it clear or nagkakahiyaan lang?
Yes, they are fully satisfied with your presentation, sir.
Oh, that's that's new. Okay, thank you again. Okay, there's a question here, so I will just read it, Miss Monique, if you're okay. Okay, question. What does it take, or what you take when a client suddenly raises design issues after construction is already complete? Tipong na-accept na yung RFI and nawi-witness naman ng client na to yung gagawin, pero parang too late na yung comment. At ang basis ng client is yung contract, nakalagay naman na it must comply with the company standard. But kung babasahin yung own company's standard, it states that may include, hindi naman should include. Or parang optional lang ito, feature design na ito, how do we handle this? Guys, kaya tayo may design stage, and yung design stage na yon may tinatawag na review stage. So, may nag-design and he is supposed to comply with company design standards. Okay? Ina-review yon, and part of the reviewers are the client representative. So, of course, there's always the point na it is the designer's job to check his own work and to have a quality control within the company. And then he gives it to the client. At pag yung client hindi naman niya sineseryoso yung review, then of course, may makakaligtaan. However, the liability is still in the design because what does the contract say? Your contract in design tells you that you have to comply with the client or company standards of your client. So nag-violate ka na doon, non-conformance ka na, NCR ka na, right? Now, kapag lumusot ito sa IFC, pagdating sa construction, of course, ano naman ang alam ng mga construction contractor? Ang gagawin nila, i-install nila as it is. Iyon ang contract nila. Ang contract nila to install it. And when they install it, they have to comply with company standards too. They have to comply with electrical code requirements. But they are only focused on the construction, not on the design. So what if napansin ito ng isang field engineer? Well, good for construction. I can raise an RFI to the whoever who designed it, and he will answer it, and we will have a debate or we will have some resolution. Habang hindi pa siya kino-construct, iko-construct parang kaya lang nagkaroon ng RFI. Okay? And of course, that RFI has to be evaluated in terms of cost impact and schedule impact. At kung yung RFI na yon hindi naman scope ng contractor, then mag-FCN ako ngayon, invoice ako ng extra ng contractor. Okay? Now, if this is a design problem, then the engineer on record is liable for it. Now, Here's the thing. Pag sinabi nating umabot sa puntong na-construct na, wala na ba, kasi ibig sabihin kung babalikan mo pa, it's too late, right? Kasi kailangan nang ma-install yon. Unless it's a safety issue, then you need to mitigate it. Whether you like it or not. If it is a code violation, you mitigate it. If it is like nice to have, then you may be able to waive it. Let's face it, the world is not perfect, right? But is it going to be safe to operate and maintain? Yes. Check. Is it going to operate properly? Yes. Check. Okay. Is it complying with the standard? Not necessarily. Pero it will operate. It can be maintained. It is safe. Then you can accept the installation. And then if you want to change it to comply with the company standards, then you can do that during maintenance. Okay. But if you're going to redesign the whole system, it's too late because it's already constructed. That could have been addressed during the design stage. And if they violated the design or it was deliberate, then they should have taken a variance or a technical deviation from the client itself, from the design stage. Para may justification na ginawa nilang ganun kasi meron naman technical deviation. So if there's no safety issue, it will operate, it will be safe. Then if you want to change it still, then you do that in maintenance shutdown. But of course, you have to spend money for it. No, it will be a reputational problem, damage to the company who originally designed because they didn't comply with the standard. So it's an NCR. It's a non-conformance. So apektado yung ano nila. But is it going to operate? Well, you can go ahead with it as long as it's safe. If it is not safe, then that's a no-no. Because you cannot risk your plant's liability on safety. Kasi there's no excuse for that. Lalo na kung may mamamatay, may mai-injure, to hell, your company will get shut down by OSHA or whatever is the safety agency in the Philippines. Hopefully this answers your question, Sir Bobby. You can talk to me live, no problem. Para marinig ko naman yung boses mo. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, by the way, he said here, if it say may include, oh, sorry about that. Bobby, you mentioned here that your own company standard stats may include, hindi should include. Yeah, if you say may include, you may or may not. It depends on the situation, right? Is it needed or not? And that is something that has to be addressed during design stage, not in construction. Because if that may include is needed, and as long as there is no cost impact or the cost impact and design and schedule impact is incidental, it can be accommodated by contingency, then yeah, you can include it. Pero hindi nyo pwedeng sisihin yung construction. Kasi ang construction, ginagawa lang niya kung ano yung ina-IFC sa kanya. So it's more on the originator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Beltran, for answering that question coming from our member. And we will now proceed to the awarding of the certificate of We will now proceed to the awarding of the certificate of appreciation. But before that, we would like to remind our delegates for the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference that if you have questions, kindly utilize the Q&A chat box. We will not be able to read it via chat, but kindly utilize the Q&A chat box. And of course, for those who are asking about the certificates, you can see it on your IAE membership portal after 10 working days. So kindly wait for it to be posted. And presentations like what Engineer Beltran mentioned, that it will be sent to your registered email address after the event. So now I would like to call on our 2008 and 2009 La Union former chapter president, Engineer Javantia P. Pataweg, to award the Certificate of Appreciation.
Thank you, Ms. Monique. Allow me to read the citation. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated, presents the Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Primo G. Beltran Jr., Professional Engineer APEGA, in grateful acknowledgement of his distinguished and invaluable service rendered as technical speaker with the topic Field Engineering during the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, thereby contributing immeasurably to the prestige and success of the conference. Hosted by IIEE La Union Chapter via Zoom video conferencing. Given this 24th day of February 2022 in the city of San Fernando, La Union. Signed, Engineer Divino Amor P. Rivera, Chapter BP Technical Affairs, Engineer Roger N. Noliar, Chapter President, Engineer Francisco P. Fontanilla III, Northern Luzon Regional Conference Governor, and attested by Engineer Mary Jean C. Armiendo, Chapter Secretary.
Thank you very much once again to our resource speaker. A big round of applause to Engineer Primo Beltran.
Okay, thank you for having me. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. I need to sign off and good luck to everyone.
Thank you, sir, and see you soon on our next seminars or conferences. And allow me to introduce our next resource speaker. But before that, we will be having an acknowledgement to our beloved sponsors who supported the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference. Welcome back, and we will now proceed to the introduction of the next resource speaker. He is the Managing Director of TPP Power Integrate PTE Ltd. Let us all welcome Mr. Daniel Neo.
Hello. Good day to you. My name is Daniel Nyo from TPP Power Integrated Private Limited. Our company was established and incorporated in Singapore in 2019. We have operation in Singapore and we also extend our operation and services in the Philippines market. Our core business include offering our customers with a wide range of standard and customized electrical power equipments and technical solutions for our customers in Singapore and the Philippines market. As a consumer ourselves, we understand that any unplanned outage will cause an adverse effect to the day-to-day living and of course a huge financial losses for the businesses. Therefore, with our reputable principal manufacturer, we look forward to provide our customers with best quality, reliability, and most cost-effective solutions for their power system needs. We have Trafindo, TPI, Estel, Tifa Cable, Avatec, Hitachi Energy, Rockwell, Rugged, and Lawrence, a wide range of principal manufacturers that we can offer to our customers. This is our authorized certificate of distributorship from Trafindo and Estel for both Singapore and Philippines market. This is our certificate of authorization from Tefal Cables and Rockwell Wenzhou Electric. Our key introductions today is PT Trafo Indo Premier Perkasa, brand Trafindo. Trafindo was established in Indonesia since 1981 as a leading and the biggest transformer manufacturer in Indonesia. Trafindo produce reliable, quality, power and distribution transformer, both oil and dry type, and instrument transformer CT and VT. With more than 40 years of manufacturing experience, one of the biggest export market that Trafo Indo have supplied and successfully installed is Philippines market. With continued effort in R&D to ensure quality and responsive on after-sales services to our customers in the Philippines market. In these slides, you can find many other products from our reputable manufacturer, such as harmonic filter, reactors, capacitors, cables, bus duct, cable accessories, high voltage equipments, rectifier, battery, and other accessories and components for switchgear and transformer. This is the end of our product video presentations. We take this opportunity to thank you for watching these video presentations, and we look forward to serve you in the Philippines market and contribute our experience and know-how to the Philippine society. Once again, we thank IIE for allowing us to be here, and I wish everyone good health and take care.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our research speaker, Mr. Daniel Neo from TBB Power Integrated Private Limited. And allow me to award the Certificate of Appreciation. Let me read the citation, please. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated Certificate of Appreciation is presented to TPP Power Integrated Private Limited in grateful acknowledgement of its distinguished and invaluable service rendered as technical presenter during the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference, with the team leadership rising above adversity through passion and commitment, leading on the road to recovery, thereby contributing immeasurably to the prestige and success of the conference hosted by IIE La Union chapter via Zoom video conferencing. Given this 24th day of February 2022 in the city of San Fernando, La Union, signed by the chapter Vice President Technical Affairs, Engineer Davino Amor P. Rivera, signed by Engineer Roger Emilio, Chapter President, signed by Northern Luzon Regional Governor Engineer Francisco P. Pontanilla III, and attested by the Chapter Secretary, Engineer Mary Jean C. Armiendo. Once again, let's give a round of applause to Mr. Daniel Neo. Moving on, our third speaker for today is a field service engineer for more than 20 years, providing safe and quality service and support clients, UPS, power equipment, and related product for commercial type and oil gas applications. Currently working at Power Edge Solutions Philippines Incorporated as product manager for TechNed. Let us give a round of applause to Mr. Richard Borja.
Hi everyone, good day to all of you. I'm Richard Bora, Product Manager of Power Road Solution Philippines Incorporated, and I'm presently handling our TechNet Industrial Type UPS inverter rectifier chargers, and converters. First of all, I would like to introduce what is PowerEdge Solution Philippines is all about and capable in. Our vision is to be the most trusted power quality solution provider. And our mission, build a team to provide safe managed power, creating seamless operation that makes others succeed. We started our operation 2003 on a project basis, and in 2004, we secured biggest UL-listed requirement, 17 units UPS from 80 to 150 kVA. 2007, we appointed as the only distributor of GE in Philippines, handling UPS, ATS, and TBSS. 2011, we acquired a 5-story building, 1,000 square meter, here in Ahig, Mandaluyong. And in 2013, we appointed as GE Critical Power Training Center. 2016 and 2018, secured multiple large 3-phase UPS on a project of 200 to 600 kVA. 2019, we appointed as ABB authorized distributor here in Philippines, UPS, ATS, TBSS product. And in 2020, the present, we acquired a 2,000 square lot warehouse testing area located in Cainta, Rizal. And it will be one of our testing area, largest here in the Philippines. We are service offering. We are offering training, of course, for our technical department, PQSD or Power Quality Solution Department. And we are 24/7 responsiveness or 24 hours on-call technical support to our product. We also offered battery maintenance and service contract, UPS and ATS remote monitoring and diagnostic, UPS and ATS maintenance service contract, and UPS electrical works and contracting. We have all the measuring device in power quality that support our product and technical capabilities of our engineers. We have also our after-sales commitment and 24/7 service and after-sales service engineers that can support our product and on-site technical support. Clients, BPOs, telcos, broadcasting networks, hospital, manufacturing and financial institution, hotels and casinos, infrastructure, data center, school, government institutions. Our PowerEdge main office, located in 285 Haig, Barangay Ang Bangkal, Mandaluyong City. Current warehouse and testing centers. As I mentioned a while ago, PowerEdge warehouse and testing centers are ongoing construction located in Cainta, Rizal, which is around 2,500 square meter. And our target completion may be on the second quarter by this year. Thus, we can conduct comprehensive testing of the equipment if our client requires. About TechNet, which stands for Technology Energy Conversion Netherlands, which is the product I'm presently handling right now, is a high-tech company specialized in energy conversion. It's located in the Balk in the north of the Netherlands. TechNet has deep root in the Dutch energy conversion industry. The need for reliable has never been as paramount as it is today. Wide-ranging application from oil and gas and industry to public infrastructure for controlled energy demand absolute reliable power solution. In an industrial UPS design, single point of failure modes are carefully considered and eliminated in all at all possible. And in a well-designed microprocessor controlled UPS, both internal and external watchdog circuit monitor the microprocessor calculation continuously. Our technology for energy conversion product in industrial power technology for energy conversion. It has a fault-tolerant and innovative design, and our application mostly for oil and gas, power plants, public infrastructure, substation, and hydroelectric power plant. Standard compliance, ISO 9001 certified organization. Our TechNet rectifier charger, the TechNet GR software free /D rectifier charger series is available for 24 volts DC to 220 volts DC nominal with up to 500 amps output in a single enclosure. Rectifier charger AC-DC with an output range of 24, 48, 110, 125, 220, 400 and up to 60 volts DC and up to 5 to 500 amps per enclosure, option parallel. Input range in a single phase, 2 wire plus ground, 220 volts, 230 to 240 volts. And in 3-phase system, 4 wire plus ground, we have a 380, 400, 415 volts, European standard, 50 or 60 hertz. Available for other special input and output voltage system can be configured. In TechNet rectifier charger, GRD series, we have a product range from 0.5 kilowatt to 90 kilowatt. And we have also the GRB 90 product range, which is rack mounted, 19-inch, 5U and 7U, from 0.1 kilowatt to 50 kilowatt. And GRB product range from 0.1 kilowatt to 15 kilowatt floor stand cabinet. And there's an option list in GRB and D series. There's a programmable values for flow charge, programmable and manual boost charge, pan failure alarm, individual fuse failure indicator, DC ground fault indicator, input surge protector, and over temperature, and electronic silicon dropper diode module. And in optional GRD, there is advanced battery monitoring, battery asymmetric supervision, and low voltage disconnector. And for the communication, we have the RS485 and Modbus communication. Our TechNet converter is available with input and output voltage ranging from 24 volts DC to 220 volts DC nominal. And option list extend to 12 by programmable field contact, normally open, normally closed with LED, pan failure alarm, individual fuse failure indicator, DC ground fault indicator, over temperature, and up to 16 DN96 meters cabinet, and for the communication, RS485 and Modbus communication. For our TechNet inverter OM series, it is available with input voltage from 24 volts DC to 220 volts DC nominal and a single phase output of 110, 220, 230, and 240 volts AC. Frequency of 50 or 60 Hz and output rating 5 to 50 kVA depending on DC bus voltage level. Option list for inverters extend up to 12 by programmable field contact with LED, pan failure alarm, individual fuse failure indicator, DC ground fault, over temperature, and for the communication, RS485 and Modbus communication. For TechNet Industrial Uninterruptible Power Supply AC-UPS is available with single-phase and three-phase input and single-phase output with rating up to 100 kVA in a single enclosure. TechNet series can be supplied as fault-tolerant system, which is also available from 5 kilowatt to 50 kilowatt and single-phase output of 110 volts AC to 240 volts AC. And with option list extend to 12 PFC, normally close contact with LED, and the same with individual fuse failure indicator, fan failure alarm, 3-position mechanical bypass, over temperature, DC ground fault, and RS-485 Modbus communication. Our TechNet products are designed in fault-tolerant features, which means no single point of failure, either by fault tolerance in power and in fault tolerance in control. Fault tolerant in power, all TechNet are fault tolerant by topology, as each unit consists of minimum of 2 ECUs, or energy conversion unit. The sizing of each ECU allows continued operation near nominal level in the event of serious fault occurs. Every ECU can be electrically isolated for maintenance and replaced without any interruption to the output. Fault tolerance in control, the ECU are governed by a central controller to execute the monitoring and control function. In the event of a control failure, each ECU will automatically run on its default setting independent of the main controller. This allows to removal and replacement of control board without any interruption to the output. In the event of utility mains failure, battery will supply and dropper bypass will be on, supplying DC load. And when the utility mains return, our charger will return back to its normal operation, and at the same time charging back our batteries. And for the standard TechNet charger equipment layout, you can see here all the parts components location, the DC power supply, PFC relay card, battery fuse, diode dropper, rectifier ECU, and input filter PCB, main circuit breaker, DC distribution unit, and input and output terminal block. And for the alarm and troubleshooting annunciation in the panel, there is a LED and light mimic. LED green indicate normal operation, and red indicate alarms, and yellow indicate battery operation. There's also a light mimic, LED on normal, LED blink voltage out of tolerance, LED off fuse failure alarm indicator that you can see also on the panel. On the front panel, there is a digital display, LED alarm, control button, analog meters, mimic diagram, and selector switch. These are the other products of PowerL Solution: ABB GE, TechNet, PTS, high-tech rotary type UPS. We have also the Ortea automatic voltage regulator, QR Tech, CellNet batteries, and static power. Thank you very much. And if you have any further queries, you can connect with me through this number and emails. Have a good day.
Thank you to the Power 8 Solutions Philippines. That concludes the presentation of Mr. Borja. We will now proceed for the awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation to our resource speaker. At this moment, please allow me to read the citation. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, Certificate of Appreciation presented to PowerL Solutions Philippines Incorporated in grateful acknowledgement of its distinguished and invaluable service rendered as technical presenter during the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference with the theme, Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion, Commitment, leading thereby contributing immeasurably to prestige and success conference hosted by IIE London chapter via Zoom video conferencing. And this 20 days, 24, 22 in the city of San Fernando, La Union. Signed, Engineer Amor P. Rivera, Chapter BP Technical Affairs. Signed, Roger N. Noliar, Chapter President. Signed, Francisco P. Fontanilla III, Northern Luzon Regional Governor, and attested by Engineer Mary Jean C. Armiendo, Chapter Secretary. Again, thank you, Mr. Borja. Before we go to the next sponsored technical presentation, may we have a raffle draw first? May I request Engineer Pablo D. Gortiza. Still connect? Yes. Ma'am Monique?
So the good thing about this pandemic is that we are able to learn at the comfort of our home or in any place that we are comfortable with. And we are able to visit the virtual booth for this conference. So we would like to invite our delegates to visit the virtual booth because our exhibitors prepared exciting prizes for you. So they may send the link in the chat box so you can check it out and visit their booths. Thanks to our digital platform, Zoom and Event Hub. So I guess you are all hungry. You can have your lunch at the comfort of your home while we are having lunch as well here at the venue. So let's proceed now with our next resource speaker. Allow me to introduce him. He is the product manager and senior automation engineer of PPI Pacific Power Incorporated. Let us all welcome Engineer Randy Reyes.
Good day, everyone. I am Engineer Randy M. Reyes from PPI Pacific Power. Today, we would like to share to you our SCADA system, which will focus on SCADA features, some SCADA protocols, and some of our ongoing and completed projects. So PPI Pacific Power is an exclusive distributor of SCADA software, protective relays, substation equipment, for more than 25 years in the Philippines. So the common question that we usually encounter when we present SCADA system is that what's the difference between SCADA and a BMS system? So first, SCADA is supervisory control and data acquisition system, which is typically used in electrical power transmission and distribution. And this is also used in power generation, water facilities, oil and gas pipelines, and large communication systems. Whereas BMS, or Building Management System, this is usually used in airports, hospitals, ships, and hotels. So for SCADA system, this is our scope of supply that we usually offer to our clients. So for electrical power transmission and distribution system, these are the scope of supply for SCADA system. So number one, we typically provide the design, engineering, fabrication, commissioning of electrical equipment of substation. These include the integration of switch gears, protection control and metering panels, transformers, disconnectors, and circuit breakers. Second, installation of IT and communication equipment that includes the server, hardware and software, Ethernet switches, cables, fiber or radio communication network. Third, the design programming of automation system. This include the monitoring control of substation equipment design of graphical, visual, SCADA HMI. So this is the design of the human-machine interface of the SCADA system. Lastly, we also provide the trainings on site, and of course, we also provide the after-sales support to our clients. For typical 69 13.2 kV substation, which include the 69 kV equipment, the breakers, the disconnectors, and transformer, we usually get the list of SCADA points that the client preferred to include in the SCADA. So that includes the transformer differential relay parameters, the transformer alarms and trip, like the buckles, winding alarms. For PCB, that includes the control and the status of the breaker. For the disconnector, that includes the status also and the control of the DS. For feeder protection, so we also include that in the system. That includes the protection parameters, the type of fault, the fault magnitude. If possible, it can also capture the fault location, and of course, the metering parameters of each feeder. So for substation automation, the client has an option to integrate the metering parameters, the protection parameters, and the type of communication that they are going to use. So there are three types of SCADA architecture. So first, we have the single station architecture. Second, we have the redundancy type of architecture and the client server with web functionality or application. So for single station architecture, we have control, alarms, and trend data can be connected via Ethernet or serial type communication or through OPC client server network. It has also a feature of SQL server and proprietary type connectivity to other software. And with SCADA basic and VBA type of language. For redundancy, so this include two server or two client station for backup archiving of data. So it similar with single station architecture, it is also Ethernet-based multi-medium client server with redundant PLC communication and native data stamping at source. With data logging or archiving of data, and also includes the development or the editing version of the software for project version management and for project-wide uniform architecture. So for future expansion, usually this type of architecture is being used. So lastly, the third type of architecture is the client server and web type architecture. So this is similar with the client server network, but with the inclusion of the web application. So we use WebView software for this type of application with Java technology and PCView mimics and secure HTTP connection. So for typical SCADA topology, this is our solution for substation distribution system. So we have the engineering workstation, the main controls center. It is also possible to integrate the CCTV monitor, of course, the server, and the GPS or the time synchronization server. For bay level, so we have the network switches. This can be layer 2, layer 3, but this will depend on the type of communication that the client will like to use. So for this example, we only use RF communication. So under process level, we have here the RTUs and the protective relays for the main feeder and the feeder can be. So for substation architecture, so we have the RTU, the network switches, the metering device for each feeders, and the protective relay for each feeders. They can also integrate the recloser for feeder protection, and of course, provide separate client station for each substation. So the cost of SCADA software depend on the number of variables or the number of data that the software can monitor or integrate in the system. So basically, these are the numbers available with our software. So we have 75 SCADA points, 250, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, and 65,000 to unlimited SCADA points. This SCADA point is similar to the data that they want to integrate, like the current, the voltage, the power, the frequency, and the energy on the SCADA. For the version, we have 3 types. We have the development, runtime, complete version. The development is the editor software. The runtime is the online view of the SCADA system, and complete, this is the combination of development and the runtime software. For the architecture, this was already mentioned. We have 3 types. So we have the single station, the redundancy network, and the client server with web application architecture. So the client can also include web client station, multi-station communication, web services, communication driver, SQL replication. Typical SCADA server have HMI editor, data processing, then with communication drivers like DNP3, i61850, Modbus, and other communication drivers. SCADA software should also capture alarms, can also archives the data for reporting, and possible for multi-station application. And of course, the links between each substation. So we have 3 types of SCADA software. We have PC view for the main console, web view for the web application, touch view for the smartphone application. So what are the key features of the SCADA? So for software type SCADA solution, it's possible to create symbols, integrate mimics, processing data, and a structured database. So it's possible to integrate photos and symbols in the SCADA HMI. The SCADA can also be modified while running, no compilation, multiple views, view explorer, and this is also ergonomics with a single configuration tool. So meaning we only use a single software to monitor the substation devices, as well as same software that will be used to edit or add additional device in the software. So this one is the complete architecture of our SCADA system that includes the archiving of data, the web view or the web view application, the distant access or the touch view for smartphone application or monitoring, the optimization or the visual manager for the gathering of reports, and Dream Report for the editing of the report template. Does also include alerts software for gathering or sending of alarm data from the substation. With regards to security, so our SCADA software has a user administration rights. So the client can nominate certain number of admin to control or restrict the number of user that will access the SCADA software. So second, the authorization levels. So each user will have a specific function. So for example, the IT can only access the communication parameters, while the engineering or the SCADA user can only monitor the SCADA software. It's possible also to create groups for specific functions. So for example, groups for admin, groups for IT, groups for engineers. So these are the typical parameters that can be monitored in a SCADA system. So first we have the measurement values like voltage, current, power, apparent, real, and reactive power. Then energy, power factor, and frequency. SCADA software can also monitor breaker status and disconnecting status, temperature of the transformer, alarms, and station events. SCADA can also control DS, PCB, and switch gears. Can also provide interlockings and switching to remote or manual operation of equipment. Features. So with regards to communication protocol, the limitation of the SCADA rely on the availability of these communication protocols. So for common substation protocol, nowadays we are using the NP3, IEC 6870, and IEC 61850, as well as Modbus. These are the common communication protocols available for electrical power transmission and distribution. But we can also integrate other communication protocol that are being used for BMS application like BACnet and Loanworks. With regards to archiving of data or for reporting, so we have three types of archiving. So we have a spontaneous, on each value change of a variable, the change value is recorded. Unnecessary entries caused by fluttering values can be avoided through a hysteresis type of logic. Second, cyclic. The cyclical records value of an archive, the cycle time can be minimum of 1 second. So the interval can be set to a minimum of 1 second. Lastly, event driven. At the positive edge of a trigger bit, all values of an archive are recorded. So if there's an event triggered, the SCADA software automatically captured or stored this data to the recording files. So the main advantage of our software, is it is a complete graphical engineering tool that you can personalize the colors, the shapes, the lines, the graphics. It's possible also to include pictures and videos as well as animation in the SCADA HMI. So this is our project in Meralco. This is a sample of a BMS. BMS, because this project is dedicated for electrical rooms of Meralco. So the idea is that Meralco wants to monitor all the electrical system on each building highlighted in this map. So this is the main view of their BMS system with a single line diagram for each building, and the status of the breaker is also indicated on each SLD. The chronological events for each breakers, the alarms captured, and the meter reading for each breaker also. We can also create a separate mimic for meter trending to capture the loading, dips and swell of the metering parameters. Second, this is also our project in Aneco. So the target is to have 3 monitoring console for the single line diagram monitoring. The second monitor is dedicated for the system monitoring, and the third monitor is dedicated for CCTV for each substation. And this project also include the client station for SCADA engineers that are on duty to capture the data or to edit or retrieve all data parameters from the SCADA system. Third, we have also project in Casoreco Fort. This is the design. This is the design for this project. So this project includes 3 substations with the option to monitor the metering parameters for each substation. Of course, this also include the metering parameters, the frequency, the voltage, the current of the 69 kV side, and the total energy delivered and received. It also include monitoring of the alarms, the status of the PCB, the load of the 69 kV side, and the control of the breaker. Of course, the load trending or the meter trending of the 69 kV side. So for the second phase of this project, Casoreco 4 already include the field recloser in the SCADA system. So we decided to create the map of their system to reflect all the field reclosers on site. So as you can see, we have here green status for field reclosers that are open, and red status for field reclosers that are open or in trip status. And also on this system, The substation is also included in the map. For ISECO, so this is the design of their SCADA system. So we provide a specific map also to reflect all the substation that they want to integrate into SCADA. Also, the single line diagram is also indicated in the design with the event list or the alarms is also reflected on the design. The second monitor is dedicated for the CCTV of each substation. So this is the sample of the main HMI, the metering parameters, the protective relay monitoring, the transformer differential or the transformer monitoring. For ASELCO, this is our design that reflects all the substation that we integrate in the SCADA. The metering parameters. Our ongoing project is in Penelco. This include all their substations. So we have phase 6 project to complete these orders. So we have here the alarm list, the map, the system map of Penelco, the alarm list, and the status of each substation. A separate screen for the complete SLD of Penelco. For this design, this reflect the complete design for each substation. So we have here the monitoring of 69 kV line, the main feeder, the status of each breaker from 69 to 13.2 kV side, and all alarms and status from the power transformers. Also, this include the 69 kV control and status monitoring. Second ongoing project that we have is in NEC 1. So the client wanted to reflect the photo of each substation. So when they click the specific substation, the SLD will pop up to monitor the single line diagram of each substation. So we also provide the design of the 69 kV side that show the connection of the DS, CTPTs, power circuit breaker, the power transformer, and the relay connected to it. Also included here is the fan control and fan status. It's also possible to reflect the communication architecture in the SCADA HMI for easy access of the IP address of each device, as well as to monitor the communication status of each substation. So for this project, we have RF communication and fiber optic communication. Fiber optic is the main communication, and the RF radio is used as backup communication. So another important component of a SCADA is the radio modem or the RF communication. So the client has an option to use radio or fiber optic communication. But for this presentation, we will only focus on the radio device that we have, which is the RIP-X. RIP-X1 and RIP-X2. So the limitation of RIP-X1, this has a maximum speed through output of 166 kbps, while the RIP-X2 has a maximum speed of 1.1 mbps. We have also here a reference comparison between radio communication and cellular communication. So for radio communication, the network is private, completely under user control, while the cellular type of network, this is a public network, and a third-party dependency make use of existing infrastructures. Radio is a single user, guaranteed capacity and behavior, while cellular is a multi-user and can affect capacity and behavior. Radio is a licensed frequency, so each client has a dedicated license, while cellular is a public network. But with regards to the cost of installation, we need a higher investment for radio, but guaranteed running fees paid to government. Because the government or the NTC already provide us statutory fees for radio application, radio license application. But for cellular, this is a lower investment and unpredictable running fees paid to private companies. Radio can be used for mission critical real-time application like substation, but for cellular, we can only use this for non-mission critical application like meterings and some field devices. Other device that can be integrated to SCADA system for substation application is the protective relays. So we have different types of protective relays. So we have multifunction protective relays that can be integrated to the SCADA system. Bay control, capacitor bank, transformer differential protection device, distance, line differential, feeder protection, and merging unit that it's using IEC 61850 for communication integration. It's also possible to integrate or to control and monitor the switch gears. Smart navigator or distribution line monitoring devices for monitoring of faults. The line reclosers or the field reclosers that can also be integrated to SCADA using either Modbus or DNP3 type of communication. So this photo is our project in Clark. The scope of supplies to provide communication modem or radio modem to each recloser that will be monitored to their SCADA system. Next, the disconnecting switches. Next, the disconnecting switches that can also be monitored or integrated to the SCADA, but provided for control application, the DS should be motorized. The DS should be motorized to be integrated to the SCADA system. Other device that can be integrated to the SCADA system is the transformer monitoring DJA or the dissolved gas analyzers that use either Modbus or DNP3. So transformer nowadays have this device that can be integrated or connected to the SCADA system. Pushing monitoring for power transformer monitoring. So this can also be integrated to the SCADA system. The network switches that provide different communication protocol application. So we have Rapid Spanning Tree Protocol or the RSTP network, Media Redundancy Protocol or the MRP network, Parallel Redundancy Protocol or the PRP network, High Availability Seamless Ring or the HSR network. So these networks are available for different applications. So usually these are being used for critical application that requires these depend on the client to what type of network that they are going to use. Next, we have PRP HSR network, a combination of the PRP and the HSR network. So network switches nowadays uses IEC 61850 as standard design for their network switches, or the compatibility of the network switches is already IEC 61850. For other details, you can visit our website at www.ppi.ph or send us an email at info@ppi.ph or call us at 8511-8888. Thank you everyone for your time and keep safe.
That concludes the presentation of Engineer Reyes. We will now proceed to the awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation to our resource speaker. At this moment, allow me to read the citation. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated Certificate of Appreciation is presented to PPI Pacific Power Incorporated in grateful acknowledgement of its distinguished and invaluable service rendered as technical presenter during the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference with the team leadership rising above adversity through passion and commitment leading on the road to recovery, thereby contributing immeasurably to the prestige and success of the conference, hosted by IIE La Union chapter via Zoom video conferencing, given this 24th day of February 2022 in the city of San Fernando, La Union. Signed by Chapter Vice President for Technical Affairs, Engineer Davino Amor P. Rivera. Signed by Chapter President, Engineer Roger Anuliar. Signed by the Northern Luzon Regional Governor, Engineer Francisco P. Pontanilla III, and attested by Engineer Mary Jean C. Armiento, the Chapter Secretary. Once again, thank you very much to Engineer Reyes. A big round of applause, please. So before we move on to our next presenter, we will be having our raffle draw. At alam natin na ito ang kinaabangan ng ating mga members sa conference na ito. So let's start. So gising-gising po ba yung ating mga members or ating mga delegates of the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference, dahil baka pag nabunot ang pangalan nyo at wala kayo sa Zoom, kailangan po ma-confirm namin na nandyan kayo. Ayan. So ready na po kaya ang ating mga members? Pwede kayo mag-chat ng ready para ma-check namin kung ready na kayo. And our on-site delegates here at the venue, their names are also included, so no worries po. Kasali po kayo sa ating raffle draw. So while we are waiting, once again, I would like to remind all our members that your IAEE certificate for this 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference will be posted on your IAEE membership portal. So if you're having trouble logging in, you can click forgot password. But if not, you no longer remember your email address, you can call us in the membership department. Contact numbers are available at the IIE website. Ayan. So, hindi na po kayo maghahanap kung saan saang email ang inyo pong certificate ay available sa IIE portal. You can just click their certificates. Okay, and the CPD certificate that was provided before, hindi na po kami nag-i-issue nun because dadalhin nyo po sa PRC ang inyong mga na-attendan from 2019 to 2022 on the day of your PRC ID renewal appointment. Ayan. So, ayan, I hope you are guided on your renewal for those who already have their appointment to PRC to renew their IDs. And of course, you can also have your transaction in the IA membership portal for your COGS and membership renewal. But take note that for COGS request or Certificate of Good Standing request, you need the approval of the chapter president before you will be able to pay. Yan, tandaan nyo po na ang inyong pong mga request for COGS ay namamonitor ng inyong chapter president. Kaya pag nag-request kayo, kailangan po nilang aprobahan. And if masyado na pong matagal, yung mga hindi na-approve, medyo nade-delay na, you can contact as well your chapter presidents. Makikita po ang kanilang contact numbers sa ating website through communities, IIE chapter presidents contact details. I guess our raffle is already ready. Ayan. Can we start now? Our raffle draw, let me count, starting from 5, 4. Ayan. May winners na tayo. Congratulations sa ating 10 lucky winners. Pwede nyo print screen ang inyong mga pangalan. Ayan. Sana kayo ay available pa sa Zoom. Let's check so that I can announce the raffle winners. Ayan. So, ang ating mga lucky raffle prize winners. I'll just reiterate the raffle winners. Okay. Here they are. The raffle winner per PEC 1 hard copy. May dalawa tayong winner. Si Engineer Roel P. Rivera at si Engineer Reynante Q. Pakulan. Congratulations po. At for PEC 2 winners, we have Engineer R.D. Concepcion and Engineer Tito Arlingan. And ito naman, pang forma IIE jacket with hood. We have 2 winners para sa malamig na panahon. Kay Engineer Gio Angela C. Nicolas and Engineer Charlemagne R. Diaz. Congratulations po. Another set of raffle items are reversible jacket navy blue. May dalawa tayong winners. Si Engineer Sherwin Benjamin O. Santos at si Engineer Reynaldo S. Del Rosario Jr. Ayan. At syempre, kapag mainit na ang panahon ngayong summer, meron din tayong winner ng IE Vacuum Tumbler. Ito po sina Engineer Michael R. Guanlao and Engineer Reynaldo S. Del Rosario Jr. Parang dalawa yung pangalan ni Engineer Reynaldo. But then and then, congratulations to our raffle winners. Ayan, palakpak naman po, pati yung mga nasa venue. Okay, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. So before we proceed to our next technical presenter, we will be showing you a video presentation. We really would like to acknowledge our sponsors. So here you go. Welcome back to our afternoon sessions. We would like to request our delegates to please settle down as we move forward to our first resource speaker this afternoon. Allow me to introduce our resource speaker. He is a distinguished electrical engineer with over 24 years of combined experience in engineering, design, power system studies, discipline, lead on project delivery management, construction, technical support, and field engineering pre-commissioning. He is the most outstanding alumni of Fayette University, where he finished his Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering in 1968, an undergraduate of Digital Communications, and Masters of Electrical Engineering Power System. He is the former chairman, Board of Electrical Engineering, Professional Regulation Commission. Let us all welcome no other than Engineer Rodolfo Peñalosa. Hello, sir. Good afternoon po. While we are waiting, pwede sigurong mag-chat yung ating mga members sa Zoom at yung mga nandito sa ating venue, you can chat with your co-members of IAE. Siyempre, we'll miss the face-to-face, di ba po? So this is the first time, I guess, for the hybrid kasi last year, medyo talagang very minimal at sa national office yung ibang conference. But by this time, this is the first conference that we had members in the venue. So ayan, pwede po kayo makapagkwentuhan, makapag-mingle sa inyong kapwa electrical practitioners. While we are waiting for our resource speaker, so ayan, so just a heads up to our members, tomorrow is our opening ceremonies, and then on the third day is our closing ceremonies. So ayan po. At syempre may fellowship night tayo na talagang kinakaabangan ng ating members. So it will be, it is scheduled tomorrow after our technical sessions. Kaya yan, pwede din po kayong mga manood sa ating fellowship night sa mga nasa bahay. And of course, yung mga nandito sa venue, ayan, we can, it's time to get together and have fun for this 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference. Good afternoon, Engineer Rodolfo Peñalosa. Hello, sir.
Yeah, I'm on.
All right, thank you, sir.
Labas muna ako.
Once again, we welcome back Engineer Rodolfo R. Peñalosa.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to my topic this afternoon. The topic is about energy efficiency solutions and management. So let us get on to the topics. The topics are on energy, environment, and economy, what it is to us. This is one question that really need to really look at. What are the salient points in energy efficiency solutions and management? How do we measure efficiency of the system? What is the demand-side management and demand response applications for utilities and large companies or plants? And how do we start energy efficiency assessments, audit, and management? And lastly, the measurement and verification as an important part of audit, apart from financial viability of the project. So before that, I'd like to just introduce myself very briefly. I'm Engineer Rodolfo Peñalosa. They call me Roddy at IIEE. I am a professional electrical engineer. I am a professional electronics and communications engineer and an Asia Pacific Economic Coordination
engineer registered, an ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer registered, an IIE fellow, and lastly, I'm a certified energy manager. Let me just highlight some of the work experiences that I had. I started our business in 1976, and in 1990, we put up an office in California. And then in 1990, I went back to the Philippines and changed the name to Westco Electrical and Equipment Corporation. In this stage of my journey, I learned a lot in the US on how to comply with minimum standards and codes, especially in the design and construction of electrical systems. And also, I've learned a lot from testing and commissioning in California. I'm the president and training director of PAMAB Training Institute and Technology that provides a lot of training for engineers, technicians, and most of all, for soft skills that are needed by large corporations. I'm the chairman and engineering director of VCP Trading International, our sister company. And my most significant activity in my practice is when I was the chairman of the board of electrical engineering for almost 11 years. I'm past president of the Philippine Institute of Construction Arbitrators that resolves the issues of large, small, and medium companies, construction companies in the Philippines. I'm also past chairman of the technical panel of engineering and technology from CHED, in charge of reviewing the curriculum of all engineering institutions in the country. And at present, I'm still a member of the technical committee for electrical engineering. I'm also past president of the Society of Philippine Electrotechnical Contractors then, and also the past president of IIE. So let us proceed with my very interesting topic this afternoon. And my topic is more of, I would say, something that is difficult to do, but it is needed for us to actually implement. And we know that all of us are linked together, living with limited resources in the planet. We know that. And right now, energy sources or energy access and affluence demand is growing, with many nations looking for more energy. And I think all of us probably know this. And by reducing energy waste, it can provide us to preserve the resources and our environment. It also helps build cost competitiveness in our economy. And when we reduce energy consumption, we technically reduces carbon dioxide emission. So what are the drivers that create demand for energy efficiency and its solutions and management? First is, of course, our cost competitiveness in our operations. And government regulations are not difficult for large companies, utilities to comply with. The industry requirements, of course, is very essential as part of the mandated law on Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act, which is RA 11285. There is also some special tax benefits that sometimes LGUs provide. And most of it, the energy independence and self-reliance and resiliency of the companies that have the cost impact, especially if it's high. And most of all, the occupant comfort, morale, and attraction and retention of the people going into the workplaces. Let me share you a report coming from the website that serves to tell us the deviation from mean. This is a summer temperature that have shifted, and this was updated in 2016. you could see here the baseline. The baseline is the green one, and that is from 1951 to 1980. Look at the temperature then. It was green, and this is supposed to be a nice temperature for us. But over time, you could see that the deviation from the mean, well, by the mean, when I say deviation from the mean, it is the difference between the projected temperature minus the temperature measurement. So as you will see, the blue line is cooler than average. And then the white is, of course, at the 0 level, which is average. And then the warmer side becomes exceptionally high. And of course, on the side, extreme right side is extremely hot. And according to this temperature, in 2016, they covered about 14.5% of the planet that has high temperature. And let's go now to the 2019 summer minimum measurements in the North Pole. In the North Pole, this is taken from the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration from the US, and the measurement of the National Snow and Ice Measurement. As you can see from below, the sea ice concentration in percent is, the blue one is actually non-presence anymore. And then as you go to the right, that is where the concentration of ice becomes apparent. So that means a large area of the North Pole has already melted, according to this report. Now, what are the salient points in energy efficiency solutions? Number one is a typical low-risk energy management, and that is the project that has a long lifetime and yields 25% to 50% return on investment. What does this mean? This means that if we have an energy management project, its long-time effect actually provides or yields 25% to 50%. And according to this report, this investment in energy will actually provide better than the potential investment in energy efficient equipment, meaning 50% return on investment, which is better than potential investment in energy efficient equipment. That means that becomes very expensive. And also the renewable energy projects that may not provide as much benefits. And when reduction of energy consumed is achieved, we really don't need to buy as many renewable products like solars or bioreactors and so on and so forth. These are just what we call an analysis that when we invest in energy management or energy program, the yield is practically beneficial. So how do we measure efficiency of the system? By quantifying energy savings, the first thing that we should do, just like what we do, by the way, we are doing a lot of energy measurements or any energy audit for quite some time. And it is known now that energy measurements using the M&V or measurement and verification is being recorded. So the quantification on energy savings requires, number one, is establishing a baseline. Establishing a baseline is something like very difficult to do because the energy auditor or whoever is going to measure the minimum baseline or required, you have to make sure that we have at least 2 to 3 years of measurement at peak demand. And also, second is we will have to select a method of how we will do it. The third is to determine the time and location of energy efficiency savings. Now you will notice that determining energy savings, energy efficiency savings require the time and location of where the plant equipment is set up. Because you will notice that in a plant, some will be working 8 hours, some will be 12 hours, some are 18 hours, some are 27. per week, 24/7 per week. So that means there is no stoppage of the system. So that is also required in determining energy efficiency savings. Number 4 is determining the duration of savings. If we are using a motor that has about 250 kilowatt, and you have a drive that is connected to that, what is the time do you allocate for it to use? Is it operating also 24 hours or only on operations where production is required? So you will have to compute that again. And the fifth is you have to verify savings coming from those data. And of course, the accounting will have to be part of that so that the saving quantifications is also recorded and characterizing the accuracy of all those reports. So how do we measure efficiency of the system again? Establishing baselines for savings is the key challenge for energy measurement and verification program, because determining the baseline requires identifying what would have happened not having the EE efficiency activity. What it means is that if we have measurements that we have done on energy investment or energy measurement, and without energy efficiency activity, what would be the effect? For example, if an EE project involves installing new high efficiency equipment, the alternatives that could have occurred without the EE's activities may include, now, there is no EE activities energy efficiency measurement, but you change some equipment in the plant with high efficiency equipment. So therefore, what you're going to see is there will probably no change on existing equipment that remains in place and then changed indefinitely, meaning the equipment that or the area where we have not replaced anything will not yield any savings. And then the installation of new equipment that is less energy efficient. Now, you will notice also that some companies may want to improve their operations, and instead of buying the most, probably a more expensive high efficiency motors or equipment, they will just look for a less efficient, or I would not say high efficiency equipment just because it's too expensive, but because they want only to have some sort of what we call savings. And of course, installation of the same high efficiency equipment, but at a later point in time. So the assessment in this kind of measurement is dictated by so many factors. So it's very hard to state, very hard to say, really. So what are the common ways to establish the baseline? Well, we have to look at the existing conditions in the plant. The conditions in the plant, is it running all the time? Is it running only 4 hours during off-peak, or at peak, or at peak time, or at peak demand, or at peak operation, at peak load? You have to look into the utility, whether the payment or the demand for kilowatt hour payment is higher. So those are the things that we will have to look at, the typical market practice as well. So let me show you a comparison of total kilowatt reduction versus EE savings for the installation of new energy efficient equipment. On your left, you will see the annual energy consumption in kilowatt hour. On your right, existing equipment prior to EE activities. Now, if we are looking into this, the reduction of improvement or savings, and we install on the right less efficient equipment, you will notice that the savings is very small, but with addition of high efficiency equipment, your savings would be from here up to here. That means instead of you paying for your consumption from that point to here, when you install the high efficiency equipment, the production cost would be half of that practically. That is just a, I would say, a numerical assessment or computation for energy management program. So you will notice if you have only less efficient equipment, your savings is not as high as this one compared to that. Okay? Now, I know that some companies opt to buy less efficient equipment because the high efficiency equipment are quite high. I understand that. So the expected savings is not as big as well. So this is a comparative assessment again. In your left is the consumption. The green one is without the projects or measurements. Now, when you have the average new policy, or this is your average absent without the program, and this is average with the program, you will notice the average savings with the program, this becomes your net savings coming from the average absent program, meaning it does not have any EE project. Now, when you have actually followed your program, so you from the average savings with the program becomes now from here up to that level without the EE program. So you have a substantial savings. And if you have a new policy on saving programs, you may even have an additional savings from here. So this is a computational aspect measurement. It is very hard to compute this, physically, because we will depend on the records from coming from the data of the different equipment or meters that we will have to measure from. So this is an example of a technical examples or example solution for an energy measurement. Now you will notice here how energy flows through the system. It comprises of motor, furnace, hot water heater, and the losses are also measured. Now, the measurement is based on coefficient of production. Okay, this is number one requirement for all mechanical systems. So the first measurement there is that you need to measure the efficiency of the machine. And I think many of us know this as engineers. And of course, the output is the input minus the losses here, and then divided by the input, and you get the efficiency of that machine in percentage. Let's go to the next. This is an example of the point of use that deliver a certain amount of energy. Now, you will notice that the point of use cost depends on energy purchase price and efficiency of the equipment. Now, assuming we have we bought an equipment and we use an energy fuel, a fuel that is quite high in cost, or its efficiency is low, take a look at that. This is an example of point of use computations. We use this in some of our cases when we need to look into the computations of, say power plant. We have to measure the utilization of its fuels. Here, an example is a steam boiler for a facility that can operate on natural gas or oil. Now, there are two energy fuel here. Which fuel source provides the lowest operating cost? Now, given the energy source of LPG or propane, and given at 45.7 megajoules. Now remember, measurement of energy is always in megajoules. And energy source of number 6 oil, I think this is bunker, is 40.5 megajoules per liter. So computing it based on the formula, we have for LPG gas, we have the cost per kilogram, and then we have the specific energy standard, and then we have the 1,000 megajoules per 1 gigajoules. And so the cost of LPG is practically 109.4 per gigajoule. This is the cost of energy of gas. And from the other side computation, it's only 24.08. So that this means, this shows that for purposes of point of use computations, I would use the number 6 oil as my fuel for my boiler. So that means from there alone, you will know that you can already save, I would say 70% or 68%. I got this from our from the utility bill from Meralco, and you will notice here that we are charged per kilowatt hour, and all the demand is also listed as broken down because I think this is unbundled. And all these percentages changes based on the load, on the load and your consumption. So that is one part that we need to look at when we are having to do, we have to do a lot of, I would say, audit and delivering the computations. What is really very important to me, and probably to many of you, is the power factor improvements with harmonics mitigation. Now, some of you would say, this is not necessary because the utilities don't give so much attention anymore of incentives. I think that is a wrong thinking, because whether the utility provides or not provide very large incentive, we as a plant operator, we have to make sure that the loadability of our transformers are correct. Meaning, if we have a low power factor, that means our voltage, our current, and even the harmonics are affecting the whole system, and then we have a lot of losses. Okay? For example, the power factor for the month is less than 85%, which probably the utility requires. So we have to compute the bill demand. What will be the bill demand increased by an amount by the distribution utility? So this is how it is computed. The bill demand requires metered demand times minimum power factor required by the utility over the measured power factor during that month. Now, I have not included here the computations for harmonics mitigation. You cannot, I would say, I suggest that you don't just improve the power factor without having considerations to mitigating your harmonics. Because before, when we were starting doing power factor improvements long time ago, I don't really care about harmonics because they don't want to touch anything. You just want to improve the power factor, and once it's improved, done. But I realized later on that the power factor has a lot of contribution in the system when the system has a lot of harmonics. Now, do you know that if we have harmonics presence in the system of, say, 3, 5, 7, 8, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, and if our power factor is only 85%, and you add, say, supposing some people would just add, okay, let's put in series a reactor. Not mentioning that when you mitigated the harmonics by putting in additional reactors in series, you're actually increasing the voltage input of your capacitor unit. That is why you will notice in some computations that if we have, I would say, harmonics presence, say supposing our voltage is about 460 or 480, sometimes you will notice that you have your voltage input at 525 or 600 volts input voltage of the capacitor unit. Why? Because of that computations having a very high frequency that actually generates additional voltage when you put that in series with your capacitor unit. So that is why from there on, whenever we upgrade the power factor, improve the power factor, we always suggest we will not do such improvement unless we have the measurement of your harmonics, because it is worthless. Probably in about a year or two, the whole thing will just return to the same thing. So these are the natural gas procurement policies that most of the companies are. You will notice here the natural gas you buy, these are your fuel. Of course, we had no choice but to have to buy electricity. But the demand response is a requirement for some companies, especially who are active in trading, okay, at WESM. This is what they do. And of course, the benchmarking. So let me just give you a brief electric grid pricing areas. You will notice that on your left, this is where our generation comes, and they charge, being charged to us. The distribution or transmission lines are also being charged to us. And of course, the distribution going to the load is also charged to us. So you will notice that all of these actually are being charged to us, like in the unbundling of charges by the utility. So look at the demand side management. Now, this is one of the important aspects of energy saving. It is actually it refers to a group of action designed to manage and optimize a site's energy consumption and to cut costs. Remember, demand side management is requirement is to cut costs from grid charges to general system charges, including taxes. Now, the demand side management involves users of electricity having the capability to change their usage from their normal current or current consumption patterns. It can provide also significant benefits for customers in terms of reduced bills and gives them greater control over the energy use they produce. So this is a very simple undertaking to some, but very hard actually to do, all right? Now, the demand response is also an important part of the demand side management. The demand response provides an opportunity for consumers to play a significant role in the reliability and operation of electric grid by reducing or shifting their electricity usage during peak periods. This is what I was telling you kanina. Ang sinasabi ko kanina during your in my earlier presentation is that dito makikita na if you know how to make use of your operation, you use your demand response by using the off-peak periods than the peak periods so that the charges by the utility is a little bit lower. So demand response programs are being used by some electric systems operators as a resource option for balancing supply and demand. And such programs can lower the cost of electricity in wholesale market. Ganyan talaga ginagawa niyan. And in turn lead to lower retail cost. The methods of engaging customers in demand response include offering time-based rates and time of use, including the pricing and critical peak pricing and variable peak pricing, real-time pricing, and critical peak incentives. These are actually being explained by the wholesale electricity market to those who are active in trading. Now, the common benchmarking units that we normally use is the Energy Utilization Index. This is the basic measure of facilities' energy performance and provides the statement of the number in kilowatt hour or in megajoules, or used annually per square meter of conditioned space. You will notice that the per square meter condition-based space is actually used in computations. You don't see that often, but in the computations of energy audit, this is where we take our measurements as well. We compute it based on energy per square meter of conditioned space. And the other benchmark unit is the Energy Cost Index. It is the basic measure of a facility's energy cost and provide the statement of a number in pesos or in dollars annually for energy sources per square meter of conditioned space. The same, because the measurement of energy is based on per square meter of conditioned space, because in a mall, if the mall is practically covered with a structure like the building envelope is complete, meaning no open spaces and all are sealed, the energy computation is based on that. Now, we need to know the economic viability of energy solutions. The logical and comprehensive way to make decisions is or are whether or not the project cost is effective or whether or which one of the several projects is most cost effective. Now, these are the decisions that we need to understand if we are to go through energy efficiency and energy savings, because when we look into the level 1, level 2, or level 3, there are costs that cover the savings as well. So is the investment has a positive outcomes, or is profitable, or is the investment with a negative output will result in net loss? Of course, when we have negative measure or computations on return on investment, I don't think the owners or the companies that have the program to invest will invest. I doubt that, because they will always look into the saving patterns. Now, how much investment and how much savings do you want? It depends on the computational aspect of the project. Now, how do we start energy efficiency assessments? Level 1, audit. The purpose of level 1 audit is to identify rough potential, meaning this is not practically quantifiable or quantitative measurement. It's only more on walkthrough, and we look into the benchmarking of what you have. The benchmarking, as I've told you earlier, is that we have to look into the data, and then from there we will look into will there be any savings if we move on to the next level. So the level 1 includes a list of recommended energy efficiency measures, sometimes called as energy conservation measures, that outline savings opportunities. Now, when we visited a plant, we will only walk through the plant with the engineer or whoever is in charge of the plant, and they will show us from the single line diagram which equipment would be a good potential for savings. If we say in the plant we have about 4, 5, 6, or 10 equipment that could be a potential source of saving, then we will look into that. We will have to look at the possibilities of why it has a possibility of savings. We will have to put that down in writing. And then the different types of energy efficiency are no cost or low cost. Why? If we say, supposing after the level 1 audit show that, oh, the plant only needs cleaning, the plant only needs alignment of the directly coupled motor and the load, or we need only some measurements, the testing in order to return to the original functioning or efficiency of the motor, then that becomes low cost or no cost. And that becomes already wala siyang gagamitin pera, manggagaling sa iba pang operational budget, galing lang dun sa operating budget niya. So that is how this kind of level 1 is going to be conducted. And at no cost, yun nga sinasabi ko kanina, are often used for operations and maintenance purposes only. Meaning, cleaning, kunyari sa mga mall, mataas ang consumption ng inyong HVAC. Bakit? Siguro hindi nalilinis ang filters sa marumi o ang ibang bearing sira. So, pag narinig namin yon, sabi na, okay, this unit the bearing is I think defective because ganito, pero lumalamig. So that becomes already an issue of improvement. So there will be no much capex needed in order to correct that, and that becomes already a no-cost measure for projects to improve. And from there, the savings may not be big. It may not be large, but if you're talking about 2-3% per month, that's still a good one. But most energy savings program are eyeing for 10% to about 12% of savings, at least. That is the target. In fact, when you read the DOE guidelines, ang hinahanap nila is 15%. Kasi alam ng marami na it can go higher than 15%. Okay? And that I believe that. So, the low-cost measures are projects with relatively small capital outlays. Yun yung binabanggit ko kanina pa. And these measures significantly reduce energy consumption and cost while requiring relatively little capital investment. Yan yung ginagawa namin yan pagka level 1. Kaya lang, when we go into level 1, we ask the client, ano ba talaga ang gusto mong gawin? Pagkatapos ba ng level 1, hihinto ka na o something? Because a level 1, normally, sa aming side, sa West Coast side, is that if it is only a visit of 1 or 2 days, we are giving it for free. Pero ang travel time, accommodation, and so on are being paid for by the client. Kasi ang measurement namin is only, ocular inspection is only 1 or 2 days. That's it. Pero meron kami report na gagawin dyan. But I want to make sure that the company will not stop from there. Because if they stop from there at nakita namin maraming problema, and then it will be a waste of time for both of us. Ganun na mangyayari doon. But technically, when the companies that we visited saw that there are improvements and possible savings, they continue to level 2. Now, very few go to level 3 because it will really entail a lot of budget. And there is economic viability, whether it is acceptable or not. Now, the capital-intensive measures are project with higher capital cost. Okay? Yun yung binabanggit ko na pagka pumunta ka na doon sa level 2, level 3, mataas na talaga ang budget niyan, and then typically, iasasama na yan sa fiscal year in advance para sa capex mo. Energy management cost savings priorities in level 1 audit are described as qualitative only, as opposed to quantitative, meaning their exact cost and savings are not required. Please remember that. Sa level 1, qualitative lang. Titilang na namin anong quality na nasa loob. And does not require exact cost and savings para bigay namin sa inyo yun. Hindi kailangan yon. So, a level 1 used to be referred as walkthrough. Kasi talagang walkthrough lang, iikot lang siya. Pero ngayon, ang ginagamit na ngayon sa marami is level 1. Kasi yung level 1 ay naiintindihan na ng marami kasi yan. So, we go to the level 2 aspect of audit. Ito, medyo mabusisi na ito. Auditors spend more time on site to speak with facility staff, lalo sa engineering maintenance, review drawings not previously provided, and perform detailed building survey. Nakikita nyo, pati envelope dyan. Kung mall yan, lahat yan titingnan. Kung yan ay planta, titingnan dyan, what kind of fuel do you use? How much fuel do you use every day? Are there boilers? Are they tinatawag nating compressed air? Marami bang leak yan? Yung bang oil ba? Marami bang natatapon? Lahat yung kinocompute. Lahat yun. Pag kinompute, makikita ang waste, makikita ngayon ang mayroong computation sa ginagawa doon kami. Okay? Kaya pero alam ko, ang mga companies na gumagawa niyan also have that kind of computations because they need also to know if there are wastes that during the use of fuel, maraming natatapon o maraming naaksaya. Siyempre, kinukompute nila yan. Alam nila yan eh. So, the level 2 includes all the information also from level 1. Ang measurement dyan is from level 1 because we have the walkthrough plus a site-specific analysis of recommended EEMs including expected implementation cost. Diyan na lalabas ngayon yung computation cost like magkano kung magpapalit ka, magkano ang gagastusin mo, magkano labor mo, and so on and so forth. Meron tinatawag na simple playback in accounting na pinag-aaralan ng CEM or simple return of investment. Lahat yung kasali. Pag yun na-justify ng isang CEM, kagaya kunyari ako, na-justify ko, this is positive. How many years can I have the return of investment? Sinabi natin 5 years. It's too long. I don't want that. Sabi niya, 2 years only. Then your investment must have to be based on that. Okay? So, ganun na mangyayari doon. So, level 2, you will have to include the summary of the building energy using systems broken down by end use. Its occupancy, historical billing data and observations. Also, the data level 2 is what many owners focused on list of recommendations. Diyan sila tumitingin. Recommendations, savings, and economic of each as shown in the example below. Tingnan nyo itong below. Hindi ko na explain ito sa inyo, but makikita ninyo dun sa tinatawag na Energy Efficiency Measurement Summary, may nakalagay dito, measurement description, ano yung case lights nila, marami bang ilaw, meron bang mga components na, meron bang mga operations, meron bang floating suction, meron, and so on, meron silang mga daily or total kilowatt hour cost. Ito, ginagawa ito ng nasa level 2. Isa to sa mga outputs na nilalabas namin. Now, when we go to level 3, it builds upon a level 2 but expand on those recommendations to develop the recommendations into project. Ito na yon. Kaya makikita nyo sa level 3, yung mga nakita ng walkthrough, magko-compute ngayon sa 2. Level 2, magko-compute na kung magkano. At pagka lumabas doon, nagkaroon na ng computation, pagdating na level 3, titingnan na ngayon ang viability economically. Pag sinabi ng CEM at saka ng finance officer ng company, na sinabi, maganda pala return nito. But ang investment natin kunyari is mga 100 million. Okay, sinabi nila $100 million. Kunyari, $100 million lang, kunyari. Kasi you're replacing practically all equipment because it's already 25 years old. So, that you will have to look into how much savings you are going to get and how many months can you have the return of investment. Parang ganun ang mangyayari dyan. Kaya makikita ninyo dito, for a level 3, substantial projects are required to have vendor bids or cost estimates, and the analysis is expanded through measurement or modeling. We are using two software. One is for data gathering, and the other one is for overall modeling for energy savings and carbon dioxide emission savings. Merong computation yon. Doon sa kilowatt hour savings mo, merong computation na meron kaming kinocompute doon, para lumabas yung carbon dioxide emission savings. Merong nakalagay doon. Kaya kahit hindi mo alam kung ano ang halimbawa nag-save ka, kaya sinasabi nila, if you save, how would you know the carbon dioxide emission? Are you saving? Merong computation dyan, merong standard. Kaya makikita mo, if the saving is like this, you know that you will have savings for this in emission. Okay? The level 3 is, ito, sinasabi ko sa inyo, level 3 is rarely requested directly by customers because it has a lot of expenses. However, for some contractual vehicles, such as performance contracting, now performance contracting are sometimes being done by CEM or by a company. Like Wesco, our company, is a certified ESCO, energy service company, meaning we can conduct level 1, 2, 3, and with a computational report for savings. Kaya yun ang tawag nila. Very few are as certified energy or certified ESCO. Very few. I think right now there are only about 5 or 6, I don't know, but many are registered, which is also good. So, tingnan nyo to. Level 3 may be required by the client as a means of increasing the due diligence around project viability and saving claims. Pag sinabi ng level 3 na study na siya, magkakaroon ng savings ang opisina ninyo when you spend this much, siguro about 10%, 12%. But in some cases that we have experienced ourselves, we were only looking about 8 to 10%. But, after that replacement of equipment, wow, we were all surprised, umabot ng 15 to 17%. Sabi namin, how did it happen? Na ang aming estimates is only 10 to 12%. Pero ang actual naging savings, when it was operating, is already 15 to 17 or 18%. And the company actually were surprised, kasi kami din na surprised, and the production output becomes more stable. Oh, I see. Okay. And the solution we gave was the active filter with harmonics mitigation. Just that solved the problem. And we knew that was the main issue that they had when we were talking to them. So we were also surprised, and we were happy that we got that kind of savings. So these are the level 1, 2, 3. I will not discuss this because you know this. I have discussed this earlier. Also the differences between that, because I think we need to finish up somewhere. Now, what are the systems that need to consider when we are doing measurement and verifications? Number one, whenever we start working on level 1, we ask the client if they have the following, like the electrical systems. We need, if they have the power system studies like short circuit, load flow, or protection coordination. You know why? Because if we do not know the status of the system, and supposing we continue the study, and the coordination and load flow is not properly done, whatever we have done, and when there is a fault from the downstream, it may go up to upstream. So we have to make sure that that is protected. The motors and drives, we have to make sure that some motors are not directly online or not starting at delta Y. Some are still starting at delta Y, and some are straight online. But I think that most motors now are provided with variable drives. Lighting systems, I know that many now lighting system. By the way, in all the facilities in the Philippines, the government has required that all CFL and other lighting should be converted to LED. Now, we measure that as well. If we see that the plant has old lighting system that they do not replace, then this is one of the several savings, potential savings that we are looking at. Now we look into the maintenance aspect. If they're doing it periodically, on condition-based or predictive, we don't know that. Commissioning, we have to know if the system is that has pre-commissioning or commissioning or testing and post-commissioning. Now remember, commissioning is not only testing and commissioning, it has also pre-commissioning and post-commissioning. We do that. We do a lot of TNC and documentations as well. HVAC, for HVACs, it's the same. You have to see whether they are in the ducts. There are leaks. As to building envelope, we have to know the kind of material used in the building. Is the building protected from escaping cold air? Or do we have any openings that is not resealed? So many things. Building automation, are the systems all in the building management system? Thermal energy storage, very few. I have not known of thermal energy storage. The thermal energy storage is that it has a large system that you put in the energy there as thermally, and then you use it when you need it. Industrial systems, we know that. Energy savings performance, this is a measurement. So this is what I told you. What are the solutions to improve energy savings? Power system studies on electrical system, power factor corrections with harmonics mitigation, motor and drives, lighting systems, and maintenance. And of course, you have to look into the assessment of the electrical system condition, assess utility bills, improve power factor, mitigate harmonics presence in the system, look into the type and kind of motors. Because some motors are old and still running, but it is actually very inefficient. When using boiler, check for line leaks, etc. Check lighting controls, check HVAC system, etc. These are some solutions that we have to look at to improve the energy savings. How to look at it. So what are the solutions for different power systems? Now this is a system that we have used. On your left, this is for optimizing sites performance. we call this a controlled compensators, providing fast reactive power factor or power control to regulate voltage and stabilize the power system. Meaning this will stabilize the voltage whether it's unstable or not. And on your right, active power filters, and we have used this. And this is what I was telling you earlier, that we have used this as a solution. We did not just place their capacitor bank. By the way, in this type of unit, we do not have capacitor units. We here IGBTs instead of capacitor units. So it's fast. It's less than less than so many microseconds. That's why it's active, because it's how it's being done. Now this is also active filters for controlled areas. You will notice here down below, here, active harmonic filters, static var generators, active load balancers, and so on. All of these are used to correct the system. And on your right is a real-time controlled sources integration for energy storage. We have not supplied this yet, but this can be another solution for utility or distribution utilities when they want to go on peaking. This is battery storage as well, so I'm not focused on that yet. But you will notice here in the middle, the smart hybrid power system for renewables, and this is what they use also. And the thyristor-based compensation here on your right. So this is just an example of having variable drives. You will notice that if you have a variable drive in the system, even if it is only 75, 125, and so on, but if you have a lot of them, the accumulated harmonics actually increased, and it will actually affect your total system, especially going out the system. If I can just show you, I'll just stand up and show you how it works in that kind of system. Assuming we have this is our main transformer, and we have different transformer here. And you have your loads. Theoretically, most companies put their power factor correction here with reactors. When they see here, this is only when the total harmonic distortion here is equal to, say, assuming let's put it at 15%. Meaning, all this corresponds to 15% average. But what we do is we compute each one with harmonics. We take here the THD, all of it, say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We take the THD here, say supposing the THD here, harmonics is say about in 10%. And this is about 12%, assuming. So what we normally suggest is to solve the power factor and the harmonics level of this transformer 1. If transformer 2 has, say, transformer 2 is only about 5%, I will not touch this. I say, supposing this is a 6, I will not touch this. I will only touch these 2. Correct them. So that when I corrected this and this becomes 5% only or less, you will notice the THD here will probably become only, say, 4%. That is how we actually suggest to our clients, and that is how a solution should be done. So technically, when we talk about that, this kind of support, this kind of computation is important. Here below, you here. This is your system. And here in the middle is your active filter, and your load becomes like this. So you have your signal, which is almost opposite and identical to make your output to be almost sinusoidal. That is how the active filter works. I think many of you know that as well. Assuming we have a problem, another case, a generator sometimes requires the capacitive load in the system to be attenuated to an acceptable level in order to avoid overcompensation and so on. So this is how they will look at it. We have the generator, we have the static bar compensator or governor, and the active filter here is resolved. So it can be solved that way. So in essence, the unbalanced buildings, now we have a solution that can actually provide application on unbalanced buildings. So unbalanced building meaning, when I say unbalanced loads. And there are so many unbalanced loads that is really present in our plant, in the plants, because you don't know whether phase A, phase B, or phase C is being used practically more than the other one. So those are some of the applications that we are looking at to save energy as well. So therefore, there's no fast rule in conducting energy efficiency and solutions, but look at many systems where measurements and verifications is an important tool to determine the efficiency of equipment. And upon determination of equipment condition or status, that's when we decide on what to do next. Are we to replace, repair, add, remove, or totally redesign? It's up to the management. Well, of course, these are the improved energy savings. Just I've said, commissioning, HVAC, building automation, thermal energy, industrial systems, and energy savings. So this is some of the test instruments that we use for energy testing, measurement and verification. These are also the same measurements that we use, and also the laboratory that we use, because when you test a transformer, you have the insulating oil, and we have to use it as well for making sure that the oil is working well with less probability of explosion, and so for correction purposes and so on. These are just part of our solutions. So again, these are the things that we need to do in order to provide solutions for energy savings. I think this is all for now. This is our offices and so on. So I hope you had taken much of the lecture, theoretically, technically, to help everyone this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Okay. That concludes the presentation of Engineer Peñalosa. Thank you, sir, for providing us insights on the topic energy efficiency, solution, and management. We are very sure that our delegates enjoyed and learned a lot from your presentation. We will now proceed for the awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation to our research speaker. May I call again the 2008-2009 Chapter President of La Union, Engineer Jovencio B. Patawig.
Thank you, Ms. Monique. At this juncture, allow me to read the citation. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated, presents the Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Rodolfo R. Peñalosa in grateful acknowledgement of his distinguished and invaluable service rendered as the technical speaker with the topic Energy Efficiency Solution and Management during the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery. Thereby contributing immeasurably to the prestige and success of the conference, hosted by IIEE La Union chapter via Zoom video conferencing. Given this 24th day of February 2022 in the city of San Fernando, La Union. Signed, Chapter BP Technical Affairs, Engineer Divino Amor P. Rivera. Signed, Chapter President, Engineer Roger N. Nuliar. Signed by the Northern Luzon Regional Governor, Engineer Francisco P. Fontanilla III, and attested by the Chapter Secretary, Engineer Mary Jean C. Armiendo. Again, thank you very much. Once again, Engineer Peñalosa.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you very much once again to our former BE Chairman, Engineer Peñalosa. A big round of applause again to our beloved Engineer Peñalosa. Thank you, sir. Let's move on to our next speaker. He is the CEO of Alts Maintaining Services Incorporated, Motor System Savings Incorporated, and Lab Training and Certification Incorporated. Let us give a virtual applause to Engineer Leonardo Dayon. Hello, sir.
Hello, nakikita niyo yung screen ko?
Yes, sir. We can see your presentation.
Okay, so pwede na ako mag-start.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, sandali ha. So, ang topic ko is more of condition monitoring. Ang ginagamit nating sensor dito ay yung motor. So, ito ay kinukuha natin yung measurement dun sa control panel ng motor mismo. So, ito yung mga certifications ko as a vibration specialist category 3, professional electrical engineer. Nagkaroon, also attended training about motoring winding sa US. Also certified management system auditor ng PCB. This is based in Canada. And then also a certain asset reliability practitioner, category 1 under Mobius Institute. Then I attended the presentation of Engineer Peñalosa about energy efficiency improvement, na highlight niya yung importance ng pag-audit, which is isa sa mga projects or presentation ginawa ko nung way back 2015 under sa USAID. Ito yan. So I presented a certain energy savings program regarding motor drives. So yung topic ko is being produced by Artises. Artises is an affiliate company ng GE. They produce instruments that monitor the condition of the motor, pati yung mga mechanical side, pati yung controller system. So, sila, under sila sa ISO, na ito yung mga testimonials nila. So, kanina nabanggit about energy efficiency projects. So, merong projects na pwedeng walang gastos, merong projects na mag-i-invest ka talaga sa mga, let's say, variable frequency drive, sa mga bagong motors. Now, ang isi-share ko lang sa inyo is, kung kaya nating i-correct yung problema ng motor, for example, yung rotor failure, overloading, misalignment, single phasing, contamination, bearing problems, malaking savings yun makukuha natin. So here, ang large savings, this is based on the EE policy for electric motors, technical working paper to ng IEA. So sinasabi niya na pag na-correct natin itong mga problema nito, there's a large savings, yung kulay red. Now, good savings, ito yung, let's say, you replace the motor from yung standard IE1 to IE4, or you go higher using permanent magnet synchronous motor plus ASD, it will save a lot of money in terms of yung maintenance operating cost, lalo na doon sa electricity expense ninyo. So, ito yung problema sa motor, kayang-kayang i-diagnose kung ano yung problema, tapos ano yung gagawin para ma-solve natin ang problema. Now, when I was working in Semirara Coal Corporation sa North Davao Mining way back 1982 to 1990, nung time na yun, wala kaming masyadong instrumento. Ang gamit ko lang, meager, tester, screwdriver. So by that time, pag nasunog yung motor, although nung time na pag PM, maganda yung insulation, umulan, nagkaroon ng problema. So very stressful yung environment na you shoulder all the insult, lahat ng pagsisisi na bakit nasunog yung motor. Nowadays, with this new development ng mga instrumento, it will help a lot ng engineers na address yung issue ng motor bago siya mag-fail. So here, hindi lang pag na-correct natin yung problema ng motor, there is always a savings energy in terms of kilowatt drawn by the motor. So itong instrumento will help the engineer analyze kung ano yung nangyayari dun sa motor, saka sa mechanical side, o saka dun sa mga pump side, yung environment control system. So ito yung mga faults na kaya i-diagnose: foundation, unbalance, misalignment, transmission fault, drive equipment fault, bearing fault, rotor, stator, voltage unbalance, current unbalance, kung internal. So dito ipapakita niya ngayon na, oops, kaya medyo mataas yung energy consumption mo or mababa yung efficiency mo. Minsan yung pump cavitation, pag sa vibration analysis, pakita natin, oops, ano to parang bearing problems. Now, sa mechanical side, yung mga flow turbulence sa blowers and pumps, for example, it also increases sa energy consumption. So, minsan yung iba, para hindi basta-basta masunog, in-oversize nila yung motor. Of course, pagdating sa maintenance, mas magastos yun. Now, here, you can also monitor yung mga harmonics ng system ng motor. So, we have here a total harmonics distortion, harmonics up to the 13th degree, mga unbalance ng voltage at current. So, let us try to review yung mga technologies available now. For example, sa vibration analysis. Sa vibration analysis, ang ginagawa namin dito, we try to analyze this spectrum in the relation dun sa running speed ng motor. So, based on the running speed ng motor, from a frequency range from 0 to 200, yun ay purely mechanical problem. For example, unbalanced rotor, mayroong mga problema sa misalignment. Now, pagdating naman sa 200 to 2000 Hz, ito yung mga first stage development ng bearing failures or mga electrical problem. From 2000 to 40,000 Hz, medyo mataas na yan. Ito yung makikita yung mga problema sa lubrication, mga bearing, last stage ng bearing, mga gearbox. So, another way is using current signature analysis. So, itong ino-offer namin, yung sinishare ko sa inyo, is about a model-based fault detection using voltage and current as an input. So, meron tayong input dito, meron tayong math model, ito yung mga algorithm ng software, andito yung motor na actual. So, whatever the output measured, merong estimated output, magkakaroon ng comparison ngayon, and then it will lalabas kung normal yung condition or danger level yung condition. So, comparing yung model-based voltage and current system analysis sa vibration, yung vibration is more on sensitive to radial phenomena. Whereas yung model-based system can detect wide range of mechanical phenomena inside the motor and driven equipment. Not only related to sa bearing it also makita natin yung mga misalignment, lahat ng mga mechanical aspect na problema that will affect the motor condition, pati yung drive system, makikita natin. Now, sa vibration analysis, mahirap i-detect yung rotor bar or yung stator faults. Not until you know yung number of slots sa stator or number of rotor bars. So, kailangan mabilang yun. Then, it has a relationship dun sa running speed niya. Unlike sa artises, ito makikita agad, ito stator problem yan, ito rotor bar problem. So, in addition to sa mga mechanical faults na makikita niya, it also measure a range of electrical parameters gaya ng total harmonic distortion, voltage unbalance, current imbalance. Ito ay mayroong impact dun sa mechanical side aspect ng motor. So, minsan hindi makikita sa vibration yan, lalo na kung mayroong mga variable frequency drive. Pag mayroong mga ganong problem doon sa BFD, dahil mataas yung harmonics, madalas suspect agad yung bearing faults. So, ganito yan. So, we have here input voltage. So, merong corresponding frequency. So, ang sa atin dito, we are using 60 Hz. This is a sinusoidal input. So, meron tayong motor, merong current output. Say, kung balansyado, is also sinusoidal. Then, this is equivalent dun sa spectrum frequency. Ito. So, mangyayari dyan, meron tayong input na voltage, may motor, meron tayong, ito yung instrumento, yung AMT probe. So, yung output nito, yung current, plus yung current nito, makakaroon ng comparison. So, i-compare nila, ito ngayon yung lalabas, ito ngayon yung final result, yung difference, sasabihin ngayon, ito yung mga faults na nangyayari doon sa motor plus yung drive system. So, here, makita natin input, current. So, merong comparison yan. So, whatever the difference dito yung lalabas yung resulta. So, yung mechanical faults is being detected doon sa rotor and stator, yung air gap. So, pag tumatakbo yung motor, let's say kung merong misalignment, yung air gap noon is makakaroon ng changes. Lalo na kung tumataas yung load natin. So, yung RT-SES, gumagamit siya ng motor condition monitoring to detect yung diagnose yung mga fault problems na lumalabas. So, again, yung cause and effect, meron tayong input, meron tayong output. So, sa input, meron tayong voltage variation, harmonics, voltage fluctuation, voltage unbalance. So, makakaroon ng epekto yan through the current draw. And then, makita natin yung variation, mga crashes, mga faults. So, comparing a vibration versus model-based system, as the vibration monitoring, the signals identified by model-based approach increase when equipment is working under greater load. Just using the increased vibration level only, one might falsely conclude na yung problema is developing. Whereas yung model-based system measure voltage and current, they also calculate power. Ito yung kakaibahan sa vibration. It also calculate power and use this load information to normalize the reading to avoid the false diagnosis. Sa vibration kasi, pag medyo hindi masyado loaded, mababa yung vibration level. So dito makikita sa model-based system, under load or overload, makikita natin the same yung pattern lalabas niyan, except the amplitude will magbabago lang yung amplitude. So ito ay yung approach ng motor current signature analysis. Ito yung very common sa market. So this is a well-established technology. It relies the same fundamental principle nung model-based voltage and current analysis. Except that it only yung MCA, motor current signature analysis, only focus on the current. So sa RTSS, it covers everything. Now sa motor current signature analysis, it can use either three-phase or single-phase. Pero ang kuha nito, isa-isa. So yung motor current signature analysis performs spectral analysis on full motor current which dominate by 60 or 50 Hz. So sa atin 60 Hz. So makikita dito yung mga rotor bar faults. Of course yung ingay nito, minsan ng motor maingay, so minsan maano natin na iba yung diagnosis. So yung motor current signature analysis is purely current only. So hindi sinasama yung voltahe. So model-based voltage and current analysis. So ang approach dito is more on the residual current. So may mga distortion sa time waveforms ng current. So ito inanalyze din to. Mamaya ipapakita ko yung labas yung mga current at saka voltage signature. So yung model-based approach measure voltage and current to remove distortions from current waveform that have been generated by distortions on the voltage waveform. So model-based voltage and current analysis is para lang sa mga three-phase system. So hindi siya applicable sa mga single-phase na motor. So it is sensitive to a wide range of phenomena because spectra is not dominated by main supply frequency peak gaya do sa 60 Hz. So kung merong distortion sa power supply voltage, would lead ang motor current signature analysis identifies mga faults na dapat hindi naman kasama. So such distortion are quite common on many industrial electricity supplies and can be enormous on inverter-driven machine. Kaya kung naka-BFD yan, pag gagamit ka ng motor current signature analysis, yung reliability ng analysis, medyo hindi ka sigurado. So issues can be revealed by the imbalance between phases are invisible when only a single phase is measured. Kaya sa model-based voltage and current, three-phase ang pag-measure nito para makuha mo yung kabuuan problema. Ano ba yung nangyayari sa motor plus yung sa dinadrive system plus yung controller system. So dalawang product ang in-offer namin dito. Isa yung portable, yung isa naka-online 24/7. So portable, ito lipat-lipat mo lang yung measurement doon sa control panel. So ito yung mga faults na nadedetect sa ECM-C. Ito yan. So sa real-time continuous monitoring, power meter function and energy measurements, mga faults, loose bolt, nabanggit ko kanina, gearbox, belt, couplings, bearing, pagpasira na yung bearing, rotor and stator, electrical issues, cavitating, clogging, impeller damage. Dito naman sa AMT Portable, AMT Pro, Portable Diagnostic Tester. So ito yung mga faults na makikita. Almost the same dito sa online, sa EMCM. So the same lang except na palipat-lipat lang itong yung AMT Pro. So yung AMT Pro features is automatic diagnostic siya. So meaning, pag after na makuha mo yung measurement niya, itong instrumento after 7 minutes, lalabas na niya yung result. Hindi mo na kailangang mag-analyze. As long as tama yung input na voltahe mo, yung kilowatt, tama lahat, it will provide you accurately kung ano yung result. So you can generate the report outright. So pwede ito, i-discuss ko to sa inyo kung paano siya in-analyze. Pwede nyo integrate sa cloud system, portable yung power supply niya, may baterya pala. So meron siyang plug mismo na pwede mong i-adapt or you can go the measurement directly using current transformer doon sa mga low voltage. Ikakabit lang sa linya. So ito yung mga current transformers, ito yung kable, ito yung casing, so ito yung instrumento. Ito yung plug niya na additional do mga accessories to. So ito yung top view, ito yung mga sa kuryente, ito yung sa voltahe. So that is how being connected sa control panel. So this is how it's being connected. So ito yung mga result, ito yung result niya, ito yung power spectrum density, ito yung spectrum niya. So makita natin yung mga results dito. Sa AMCM, ito yung online. So ito siya, tapos nakakabit sa direkta. So per panel to. So nakafix siya. Ang monitoring nito is 24/7. So ito yung benefits. Payback, mabilis pag na-correct. So for example, kung ang downtime nyo, cost nyo is millions per hour, mas mabilis yung ma-recover yung ROI. Yung assessment report, mabigay sa'yo, ma-analyze mo, mabigyan ka ng information, ano yung action required para ma-correct yung problema. Remember, there is no sensors, only the motor is required. So improve efficiency and reliability of the plant and the process, increase machine availability. So kung kailangan mo i-improve yung efficiency, as I mentioned earlier, lahat ng mga faults na pwede mangyari sa motor, we have to prevent it and correct it. So there will be a lot of savings. So ito yung mga application ng AMCM. So online to siya 24/7. So ito yung trending niya, ito yung mga faults na makikita natin, ito yung mga 24/7 to, makikita niyo to sa, kung meron kang internet, makikita niyo to sa cloud system nila. So ito yung mga report. So makikita niyo, official na lahat. So it will give you an idea. Yung kulay pink dito or red, that is the danger level. Yung yellow dito is alarm level. So kung energy efficiency, makikita mo yung flow ng kuryente, ng draw ng power over time. Now remember, pag na-address mo yung problema ng motor and drive system, yung kilowatt draw niya will be lessened. So meaning, pag from let's say from 100, na-reduce mo siya ng 70%, naging 70 kilowatt na lang after na-correct mo yung problema. So multiply mo yung hours na ginamit mo yung equipment, yun ang difference ng 100 saka 70, yun ang savings na makukuha mo. So let's say per hour na losses mo, let's say 1 million, malaking, ang ROI mo doon ay mas mabilis. So ito yung sa cloud. So ito yung mga application. So let me show you kung paano in-analyze. Ito yung mga, by the way, ito yung fault detection, diagnosis, ito yung mga corrective action. So pwede mong ipasa sa work order system ninyo. So ito yung panel niya na pwede nyong i-adapt sa control panel or MCC. So ito yung mga applications sa mga barko. Ito yung pinakita ko dahil last month merong nagpa-present sa akin about gagamitin sa barko. So this is it. So nakikita yung mga wear and tear. So this one, yung one typical actual to, no, how we do measurement. Yung demo, no, yung instrument na ginagamit ko ngayon is old model. So makikita nyo, ito yung time waveform. So yung time waveform ng current sa voltahe, ito ngayon yung isi-simplify nila. using power spectral density. So, after the measurement, mag-generate siya ng report. So, here, transmission elements, makikita mo ano yung epekto ng transmission elements, mga belt driven. This is a typical example ng cooling tower na medyo hindi accessible pagkuha ng vibration. So, here, nakita natin yung transmission elements. So, sinasabi niya, belt drive, transmission drive segment, check for transmission elements, coupling, pulley, for example. Now, hindi ito pinansin ng inducer. Pinabayaan lang. So after a couple of months, we measured this, I think last October. So last month, January, karoon ng problema. So we noticed na merong crack. Ito yung overtension dun sa transmission ng belt, ng belt driven kasi yung cooling tower. So since na nag-crack siya, ang end result niya ngayon ay nasunog yung motor. Now, this is a 60 horsepower. So pwede siyang i-repair but yung reliability ng shafting pagpalit is not so good. So they opted to buy a brand new one. So doon pa lang doon sa downtime pa lang, it cost them a lot of money na. So, yung reliability ng cooling tower system nila, out of 4, 3 na lang. So, medyo delikado. So, pag bumaksak yung isang cooling tower ulit na isa, medyo makakaroon sila ng reduction dun sa production nila. This one naman is a submersible pump. Mahirap i-analyze, alamin yung condition ng motor kasi hindi natin makuha ng dito yung sa vibration, as far as vibration is concerned, medyo mahirap. So here we saw stator, this insulation fault. We noticed na yung cable na ginamit ay hindi pang submersible. Ito is just an ordinary royal cord. Iba kasi yung royal cord, iba pa yung cable na ginagamit sa submersible, mga special type. So let me show you, ito yung mga typical example ng mga analysis, no? Ayan. So now let me show you yung example kung paano namin sineset up. So here, sa drive, meron tayong pwedeng engine, pwedeng turbine. Yung transmission is either na directly coupled o belt drive, naka-chain or gearbox. So let's say overhead crane, mahirap i-diagnose yung overhead crane na using vibration analysis kasi medyo mataas. So you input, ito yung mga critical parameters na kailangan i-input natin. So yung kilowatt, voltahe niya, current, yung tawag dito yung full load current niya, hertz, bearing number, yan. Yung speed, number of pulls. So kailangan kompleto to. So computation, for example, nung gear. So ito walang belt drive. So kung kabisado niyo yung bearing, for example, nung gearbox, pwede nyo i-input dito sa mga bearing number. So after that, let's say ipapakita ko na sa inyo kung paano i-analyze. Kung meron mga questions after this, i-ano ko sa inyo, ha? After the discussion lang. Yung sa microchip to. So ito yung report niya, automatic to. So merong transmission element problem. So dito yan nakikita. You will notice also na yung load ng motor tumaas na yung stator. So this is how we analyze, for example. Now, let's say yung bearing ng motor. So lagay natin yung bearing dito. Let's say 6310. And then gusto natin malaman yung bearing fault. I-click lang siya, flat. Then let's calculate. So ito yung mga bearing yan. Ito yung mga, itong kulay pink, ito yan, kulay pink. So meron nagde-develop dito na ano. Now itong kulay blue, basta below mababa ka lang doon sa kulay orange na ito. Hindi pa masyado critical. So itong mga kulay sa bearing, yung ball pass frequency outer, kulay blue, ball pass frequency inner, ito yung bearing kulay pink, ball pass spin, ito yung sa rolling element kulay gray, green. Yung frequency fundamental train frequency, ito yung sa cage, ito yung kulay black. So ito yung sa cage, for example, yan sa cage yan. So makikita natin kung makatugma yung mga harmonics dito sa mga peak na ito, let's say lumampas yan. So malalaman natin, may problema na talaga yung bearing. So sa belt, ganun din. Basta may input lang yung tama, ball frequency. So yung kulay blue, let's say number 126. So kung medyo pag-iwang-iwang na yung fan blade, lalabas yan dito. So here, makita nyo na transmission element, lumampas sa kulay pink na graph. Ito siya. So makikita nyo. So lahat na lumalampas dito, makikita nyo yung defect. So yan, may unbalance, yung cooling tower, o misalignment yung pulley. So, lahat na ito, makikita nyo, kayong automatic na siya magda-diagnose dito. So, these parameters here, as long as alam nyo na yung bearing number, yung belt diameter, o belt number, it will help you diagnose the problem. So, right after the measurement, ito na yung lalabas dun sa result. So, as an engineer, so alam na natin na merong mechanical fault, so you have to schedule this repair para at least once na ma-correct na natin to, bababa ngayon yung load ng motor. So ito yung PSD means power spectrum density. So magkaiba sila doon sa spectrum, no? So may mga bawat section meron na siyang given. So, punta tayo dun sa questions. So, kung meron man. So, it's not mine. So, I ended up my presentation. Kung may questions, paki-raise lang yung sagot nyo. Madam, tapos ako, madam.
Thank you very much to Engineer Leonardo Dayon. Let's give him a round of applause. So there you have it. We will now award the Certificate of Appreciation. For those who have questions, Sir Leonardo, may we request if you can answer the chat box, the Q&A chat box, if you are still with us until the very end.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. And now let me award the Certificate of Appreciation. Let me read the citation, please. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated, presents the Certificate of Appreciation to OBS Mountaineering Services, Incorporated, in grateful acknowledgement of its distinguished and invaluable service rendered as technical presenter during the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference with the team leadership rising above adversity through passion and commitment, leading on the road to recovery. By contributing immeasurably to the prestige and success of the conference. Hosted by IIE La Union chapter via Zoom video conferencing, given this 24th day of February 2022 in San Fernando, La Union, signed by Engineer Davino Amor P. Rivera, the chapter vice president for technical affairs, signed by Engineer Roger N. Ulyar, the chapter president, signed by Engineer Francisco P. Pontanilla III, the Northern Luzon Regional Governor, and of course attested by Engineer Mary Jean C. Armienda, the chapter secretary. Once again, let's give a round of applause to Engineer Diane.
Maraming salamat.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to our next topic, allow me to introduce our next speaker. He is the President, Engineering Trading Consultancy, May 3, 2011 up to present, was a Napocor Angat Hydroelectric Power Plant Superintendent, 2018 IE Vice President for External Affairs. Let us all welcome for the topic upper updates and AER orientation. Let's give a round of applause to Engineer Florencia Di Berengel. Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, first of all, I would like to congratulate the Northern Luzon La Union chapter for hosting the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference headed by your President, Roger Nuliar, your Governor, Michael Fontanilla, and of course, your very own Jojo Padua, our National President. And of course, I would like to greet the former chapter president of Dubai, Joel Poronda. Anyway, let's start. Although we have now 3:03 in the afternoon, and of course, congratulations for the 499 participants of this conference and the rest of the Board of Governors of 2022. So, this is the IIEE upper update and AER or orientation. So our chairman is Dr. Florigo Barona. Paano ba ito liliitan? Our vice chairman, Robert Mabulay. Our member, Larry Cruz. Sheila Cabaraban, yours truly, Florencio Berengel, Angel De Vera, Rod Picolera, and our committee secretary, Rodelin Reyes, and another member is Edgar Bellarmino of State of Qatar. Upper committee, the function of upper committee is to assist members on their application based on mutually agreed and recognized qualification. Number 2, continually advocate for professional development and promote engineering registry such as ASEAN Engineer, Associate ASEAN Engineer, ASEAN Technologies, and ASEAN Technician, as well as the Asia Pacific Economic Engineer. Our update. Hindi ko alam kung paano ito minimize. Our update, the total registered registry our APEC is 15, our ASEAN Engineers 372, our Associate ASEAN Engineer 7, ASEAN Technology 7, ASEAN Technician 12, and ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer is 326, a total of 729 registered. The total APEC engineer from Metro Manila, Metro Central is 7, Metro East 2, Metro West 1, Pampanga 1, Cebu 1, Southern Cavite 1, Eastern Region, Saudi Arabia 2, the total of 15. Kasama na dito yung dalawang namayapa na natin na former president. The total ASEAN ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer per chapter, Antique, Baguio Benguet, Bataan, and Bulacan 1 each. Cagayan de Oro 4, Camarines and Camarines Norte 1, Cebu 1, Central Laguna 8, Sicab 1, and Cotabato 1, also 1, Davao 2, East Laguna, Iligan Bay, Ilocos Norte, Iloilo, Iriga Rinconada, and Mactan 1 each. Metro Central 16, Metro East 9, Metro North 2, Metro South Metro North 1, Metro South 2, Metro West 6, Negros Occidental and North Cebu 1 each, Northern Laguna 5, Nueva Ecija, Quezon, and South Cotabato 1 each, Southern Cavite 3, Southern Laguna 1, and Samba Sultan 1, a total of 79. For the foreign region, Abu Dhabi is 25, Bahrain 1, Central Region, Saudi Arabia 19, Eastern Region, Saudi Arabia 2, Kuwait 3, Northwestern Region of Saudi Arabia 3, Singapore 16, State of Qatar 112, and United Arab Emirates 65 with a total of 246. For the ASEAN Engineer, Albay Legazpi 1, for local chapter Antique, and Baguio Benguet 1, Batangas 2, Bataan 1, Bulacan 2, Butuan, Agusan del Norte, Sicab, Cagayan de Oro, Camarines 1 each, Cebu, Central Laguna, and Davao 3 each, Ilocos Norte 1, Iloilo 3, Iriga, Rinconada 1, Kidapawan 3, La Union 2, Metro Central 17, Metro East 6, Metro North 2, Metro South 4, Metro West 9, Negros Occidental 1, Northern Laguna 2, Nueva Ecija and Olongapo 1 each, Palawan 2, Pampanga and Pangasinan 1 each, Quezon 4, Soxargen 1, Southern Cavite 2, Western Cavite and Samba Sulta 1 each, a total of 87. For foreign region, Abu Dhabi 15, Bahrain 1, Central Region, Saudi Arabia 31, Eastern Region, Saudi Arabia 23, Kuwait 9, Northwestern Region of Saudi Arabia 4, Singapore 6, State of Qatar 147, United Arab Emirates 37, Western Region, Saudi Arabia 4, and Sultanate of Oman 8, a total of 285. For the ASEAN Associate Engineer, ASEAN Technician and Technologies, total as Associate, Albay Legazpi 1, Metro North, Metro South 1 each, Central Region, Saudi Arabia, and State of Qatar 2, a total of 7. Total ASEAN Technologies, registered ASEAN Technician. Camarines 1, State of Qatar 8, Central Region, Saudi Arabia 1, Abu Dhabi 2, a total of 12. For the ASEAN Technologies, State of Qatar 7. Now for the registered ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer. For the ASEAN, or the AFEO, the Brunei Darussalam is 31, Cambodia 80, Indonesia 1,174, Laos PDR 15, Malaysia 807, Myanmar 618, Philippines 595, Singapore 295, Thailand 226, and Vietnam 270, a total 4,111. For the PTC, member of PTC, the current APEC is Agriculture 3, Chemical 6, Civil 100, Electronic 78, Mechanical 74, Electrical 326, and Sanitary 8, a total of 595. For the total registered ASEAN engineer for 2021, 2014 to 2021, for the aeronautic engineering 1, agricultural engineering 50, chemical engineering. By the way, AE is ASEAN engineer, AAE associate ASEAN engineer, AET ASEAN technician, and AT is ASEAN technology. Chemical engineering 87, civil engineering 1,332, electrical engineering 398, electronics engineering 372, geodetic 34, industrial engineering 390, mechanical engineering 331, metallurgical engineering 22, mining 7, naval architect and marine engineering is 1, and sanitary engineering 35, a total of 3,060. A total ASEAN engineer per is 2,408. All in all, associate ASEAN engineer 622, ASEAN technology 16, ASEAN technician 14. Now this is the registered, our registered from 2014 to 2021. 2014, 1, 2015, 30. This is for E only. 2016, 49, 37, 2017, 2018, 68. Ang pinakamadami natin is 2019, a total of 121, 2020, 60, 2021, 8. So, doon sa 2021, 8 lang yung nag-confirm natin at yun kalalabas lang ng PTC o ng AFEO, ASEAN Federation of Engineering Organization. So, 8 yung 2021. So, this is the graphical presentation. And this is how the upper committee conducting the promotion through IIE website. So, what you're going to do is to search the engineering ASEAN engineers. So makikita nyo na dito, they are, for example, ID number 121 is for Herman Umali. This is for the ID number 126, Wilson Chua, and so on. So this is the membership benefits, so coming from the IIEE, and this is our IIEE light. So madami tayong ginagawa kung paano tayo mag-advertise na promotion through IIE website. So you can find APEC, ACPE, and ASEAN engineer, or either ASEAN technologies and ASEAN technician. So the 2021 committee meetings and activities. So our first kickoff is on last March 6, 2021. So if you take a look, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4 members of the committee and 5, including Rod Picolera and our staff. So our first meeting is this the kickoff in March 6. Second meeting is the upper meeting in April 10. Third meeting is on May 8, 2021. Our members, of course, is our chairman, Flor Barona, vice chairman, Robert Mabulay, our secretary during 2021, Larry Cruz. The members are truly Angel De Vera, Sheila Cabaraban, and Rod Picolera. So this is a special meeting in May 13, 2021 in preparation of the midterm meeting of the ASEAN Federation of Engineers Organization, or AFEO. Then our fourth meeting is June 15 via Zoom. And fifth meeting in July 10. So including our overseer, our vice president for internal affairs, Engineer Lyndon Bage. Our next meeting or sixth meeting is last August 14, 2021, and seventh meeting on September 11 via Zoom. So Also with the presence of our overseer, Engineer Lyndon Baguio, the 2021 and 2022 BP internal, and our new upper committee staff, si Thea Digia. Upper special meeting by Zoom in September 25, 2021 in preparation of the ACPE ASEAN Engineer interview for the prospective upper ASEAN applicant. 8 upper meeting on October 23, and then 9th meeting on November 13. So before the annual national convention. So we have also, nangyari dito? In 2022, our first meeting, medyo maagang take off ngayon. Sorry, magkakagulo itong aking computer. Hindi ko pa alam kung paano ibababa itong mga chat dito sa taas eh. Yan. January 22, 2022 via Zoom, and our second meeting February 19, 2021 with our 2 new members, si Rodelyn Reyes, our new secretary, and Edgar Bernardino. So for the 2021 APEC ASEAN Engineering Registry Orientation Workshop and Seminar in Chapter. So our first is last February 2019. So I conducted, hosted by Northern Laguna Chapter with 78 participants, headed by our chairman Flor Barona and Larry Cruz. Our second is on last March 13, 2021, conducted by Southern Luzon Region, headed by former Governor Jeff Tanhutco with 35 participants, conducted in Lucena. Then the AR Engineering Registry Orientation, hosted by Foreign Region with 139 participants via Zoom conference. Of course, makita niyo dyan si Robert Mabulay and the rest of the committee. And then followed in May 15, 2021, AAFER mentoring program, also from Foreign Region with 34 participants. So with this, if you observe, so this is part of the mentoring or advising, the become the advising, coaching, and mentoring. So this is the right things to do and moving forward, etc. What doing it right? So you writing your skill, your presentation, etc., and many more. IIE Roadshow, ASEAN Engineering Energy Forum. So we have 579 participants. Conducted last April 16, 2021. So, and then the National Media Convention, AEIEI or ASEAN Engineer Inspectorate Energy Efficiency Roadshow, ASEAN Engineer Energy Efficiency Forum. So this is conducted in May 27, 2021 with 1,304 participants. So in the presence of our chairman, Dr. Florigo Barona, our PTC President, Fred Bonsada, our country registrar, Engineer Romy Agatep, our Vice Chairman, Robert Mabulay, yours truly, our Head Commissioner of ASEAN Engineer, Yao Chaupung, Larry Cruz, Angel De Vera, and Sheila Cabaraban. Then, in July 18, 2021, on the Mindanao Association of Professional Electrical Engineer Orientation, headed by Angel De Vera with 70 participants, also in the presence of our Head Commissioner Yao Chaupung and Dr. Florigo Barona. Of course, this is another is in La Union, in your place in July 26, 2021 with 54 participants, the ASEAN Engineer Registry Orientation and Advanced Level Engineering conducted by our chairman, Dr. Florigo Barona. So on August 28, 2021, how to become ASEAN Engineer Orientation, the IIE National Office with 354 participants headed by the SAAC chairman, I think, if I'm not mistaken, headed by Elmer Casaw, the former governor of Region 4, of course, with the president, our former national president, Alan, and BPX, Roland Vasquez. Of course, ito yung mga support ng mga PTC with Engineer Fred Monsada, at Dr. Florigo Barona, of course. Hindi ko na makita yung si Romy Agatep, but he also present during that time, including the members of the committee, Ariel Magat, Vincent Santiago, Edison Mendoza, and so on. Nakita ko din dito si mamaya makita. Yun, si Grace Lobrera Jamse. Si Grace. Of course, this is on September 25, how to become ASEAN Engineer Orientation in Bataan chapter. Of course, headed by the former governor, Nelson Adres, Larry Cruz, conducted the update of AAR, AAPER, and orientation, while yours truly, the Advanced Level Engineering Forum and Guidelines. With, hindi nakalagay, kailan na participant. October 10, the continuation of MAPE orientation in Davao. Of course, andyan, present ang napakasipag nating AR Head Commissioner, Yao Chaupung, and Angel De Vera. So November 20 and December 4, 11, and 18, APEC Mentoring, the State of Qatar chapter, headed by our chairman, Dr. Florigo Barona.
Hello,
Our
Sir Bong. Excuse me po.
Yes?
I think your presentation po ay nag-stop. It's not
Huh?
moving po here in our end.
Bakit kaya? Naka-slideshow naman ako.
Yes, sir.
Anong
Ang nakikita po namin is upper special meeting pa rin po. Last September 25.
Teka. Tingnan mo nga ngayon kung dito na tayo sa November 23, 2021, 46 Annual National Convention.
Opo, yung kanina pa yata yun, sir. Can we ask, sir, if it's okay to reshare your screen po?
Sige, sige.
Thank you, sir.
Okay na?
Apo, sir, we can see how to become a ASEAN engineer.
Okay, so dito yung last ko kanina. October 10, 2021, continuation of MAPE orientation of Davao chapter. Of course, with the presence of our head commissioner, Yao Chaupung, 70 participant. Ito yung project ni Angel De Vera. So this November 20, December 4, 11, and 18, APEC Mentoring State of Qatar with 38 participants. Of course, headed by our chairman, Flor Barona, and the rest of the members of the State of Qatar, of course, with Robert Mabulay and the officer, headed by the Iron Lady, Rodeline Reyes. November 23, 2021, our 46th Annual National Convention, the Building Career Path, AEIA Roadshow, ASEAN Engineer and Energy Efficiency Forum with 812 participants. Of course, with our overseer, Engineer Lendon Bage, our PPC President, Fred Monsada, our country registrar, Romy Agatep, Sir Romy Agatep, our Larry Cruz, yours truly, and Adele Garcia, one of the lecturers. So this is the continuation. This is Adrian Ray, our governor now, si Ferry Villaflor, our Yao Chaupung, Head Commissioner Angel De Vera. Of course, ito yung mga lecturer, our President, Alan Alvarez. And of course, in June 10, 2021, the pre-assessment or interview, isang AER at isang associate ASEAN engineer. So ito yung mga participant natin, si Arcula. Hindi ko masyado mabasa. So itong mga applicant na to, 1, 2, 3, 4, lahat ito ngayon ay na-confer na ASEAN engineers. Sila ay basahin ko na lang. Si Arjona Joel, si Espinosa Frederick, Aranya Rainiel, Adrian Ray, and walo sila eh. Walo yung nadagdag ngayon. By the way, mabibigyan naman sila ng notice. So November 13, 2021, pre-assessment interview. Again, 1 AER and 1 aspirant for the Associate ASEAN Engineer. So silang dalawa, si Roger Tan at saka si Melvin Nafaw. Si Melvin Napaw ay nagtatrabaho sa power plant pero naghahanap pa siya ng mas maganda opportunity kung malaki ang sweldo. 2021 PTC and the FAO meeting and activities. So this April 10, 2021, virtual AER conferment to participant and 33 other disciplines. So natatandaan ko si Vincent Santiago at saka si Ariel Magat dito yung na-confer. Headed by our PTC President Engineer Fred Bonsada. So May 29 with 32 participants, the Abu Dhabi chapter hosted by Abu Dhabi chapter. In June 25, meron 28 participants from Central Region, Saudi Arabia chapter, headed by Head Commissioner Yao Chaupung and PTC President Fred Bonsada and Country Registrar Romy Agate, with our Vice President, PTC Vice President, our own President, Alan Alvarez and Dr. Florigo Barona. So presence also here are the founding President of PTC, Dr. Lydia Tanchinching, and many more. July 2017, so virtual conferment with 41 participants from State of Qatar, headed by 2021 President Rodelin Reyes. August 6, 2021, virtual AER conferment during a FAO participant from EE conferment. So, ito yung mga na-confer. May mas malalaki dyan eh, hindi ko na makita. Our National President, Jojo Padua, si Sherwin Fernando Haranilla, si Romy Duca, si Manuel Rendon Jr., of course, our former governor of Southern Luzon, your Johnny Agtarap, in November 29 during the CAFEO. CAFEO is the Conference of ASEAN Federation of Engineers Organization. April 6 to 8, 2021, webinar Re-Engineer Virtual Conference. The key resource speaker for day one is Engineer Fred Bonsada, Dr. Florigo Barona, Yusek Cathy Cabral, of course, Kisley Manese and Terso Ronquillo. AR virtual camp guidelines, coaching, advising, and mentoring platform. As approved by the 2020 National President Rod Picolera, this is the guidelines for conducting orientation webinar, orientation, are virtual camp, coaching, advising, mentoring, and platform. So, the requesting part chapter shall coordinate the proposed schedule of ASEAN APEC orientation webinar and secure approval from the AAPER committee chairman, number 1. Number 2, upon the confirmation, advice from the available resource speaker, the chapter will submit its official The chapter submits its official request and invitation at the IAE National and the PTC that will be conducting the webinar through IAE Upper Committee. Number 3, the requesting chapter should conduct pre-registration process that will describe the following essential details. A, name of participant. B, email address. C, contact number. D, PRC registration. E, registry preference, and F, chapter affiliation. Number 4, the requesting chapter will submit the summary of the list of pre-registered participants and at the upper secretariat before the scheduled webinar. Number 5, the requesting chapter shall coordinate with the upper secretariat that will guide the approved virtual platform to be used in the webinar. Letter A, the upper committee will designate the camp or account the virtual classroom for the batch of applicant per chapter. Letter B, upper committee secretariat will assist the requesting chapter on the enrollment process of the designated participant of virtual discussion. Letter C, the requesting chapter should ensure the readiness of the participant by conducting trial meeting before the webinar proper. The respective chapter may opt for the subscribing to any virtual platform for the familiarity and flexibility on the each coordinator for the entire application process. And letter D, the requesting chapter shall adopt appropriate etiquette and house rule in attending the webinar. So that's the general guidelines. Number 6, the requesting parties are responsible for the facilitating the webinar proceeding. A, program arrangement, B, recording of the webinar in alignment with the PTC guideline. Letter C, monitoring and recording the participant through screenshot during the webinar. Number 7, the requesting chapter shall provide the close-out report to be submitted to AE upper committee and PTC for documentation purposes contained of the following: webinar narrative, reference image, update summary, and actual participant versus the pre-register. So number 8, upper committee will issue a certificate of attendance only those pre-registered participants who will completed the orientation webinar. Number 9, the requesting chapter or respective applicant shall be responsible for securing the support of the approved ASEAN engineer in the field of electrical engineering that will serve as the testers and mentors. And number 10, the chapter will submit the CBT application in accordance with IIE requirements and guidelines to avail the CBT points for the webinar. So this is the sample of the upper virtual camp. So like for example, in what you're doing in state of Qatar, in southern Cavite, etc. and many more. Another guidelines for the conducting of the orientation. So technical webinar rules and general etiquette. Of course, wake up a new exciting day. Medyo press tayo dapat. Number 2, make sure that you have a good internet connection. So, kagaya ko din ngayon, galing ako sa labas. Kailangan malakas ang internet ka para di maputol yung ating kwentuhan. Number 3, wear appropriate attire. Prepare IIE shirt, preferably IIE shirt or initial example is chapter uniform. Find comfortable or suitable webinar setup. Do not join in your bed or lying down. So baka kayo nakahiga dyan, maya-maya itulog na kayo pero naka-open pa rin yung inyong or naka-close yung inyong camera. Make sure to download the application. It is highly recommended to join the webinar using laptop, desktop to enjoy the presentation slide visibly. The meeting code and password will be binigay naman ngayon. Number 7, participants should be online and enter the meeting room at least 15 minutes prior to the start of the session. Number 8, mute the microphone when it is not in turn to speak. Webinar host or co-host reserve the right to mute or unmute and even remove the attendees from the meeting if necessity arises. Number 9, state your name when you recognize to speak and or when you're asking question. So kaya tayo nagre-raise ng hand pagka meron tayong mga concern. Number 10, turn on your webcam. Siyempre, kung naka-off yan, malay natin kung nandyan pa kayo. At all times so that the speaker and facilitator know that you are actively engaged in the discussion. Number 11, if you need to move around, turn off your webcam and turn on as soon as you are back or stable. So usually ang ginagawa, nagpapaalam na mag-restroom, etc. Number 12, do not engage in other activities. Follow the instruction, take down note and listen carefully. Number 13, write down your question and ask the appropriate time during the Q&A session. So for the participant, submit the complete application document to the IAAPER Secretariat. So this is for the ASEAN Engineering Registry Assessment Interview Guidelines. Number two, initial pre-screening of the application document by the upper committee. The upper committee notified the applicant regarding the initial pre-screening result. Of course, the schedule of the pre-assessment interview and pre-assessment interview result will be provided to the applicant. So ginagawa namin ngayon, pinipre-assess na namin yung application bago namin i-interview yung applicants para mabilis na, hindi pa ulit-ulit. So pagka ganon, for example, per expertise, so meron naman kami iba't ibang expertise sa members ng AAPER, so kaya properly na-address yung applicant at natutulungan para mas to easy preparation of their application. Of course, another memorandum, number 0223-2020, signed by 2020 President, as of President Rod Picolera, the Orientation ASEAN Engineer Registry Mentoring. So hindi ko na masyadong babasahin. Meron naman kayong copy sa slide para hindi na tayo masyadong masahin. But of course, this is endorsed. For example, number 1, shall endorsed by at least 3 ASEAN engineer that is listed as active member of PTC AER registry, being known to be good reputation and high moral values in his personal as well as professional conduct. Must be professional electrical engineer in valid certificate of registration, shall possess the credential as an ASEAN engineer and listed as an active member of PTC AER registry. He or she has been active professional practice at least 10 years and currently an active IIEE members. He is served as a leadership role and at least chapter BOD members. So usually, titingnan natin ito, he or she eligible in serve as an attester for at least 3 attester role as PTC. By the way, yung attester natin, mamaya or bukas, i-discuss ito sa advanced level engineering. Nakikita natin dito, number 3 attester, each significant engineering work you listed is in form number 3. And form number 4 must be attested or verified by engineer on the same described, if possible, equivalent experience. So, ibig sabihin, kung ang field mo ay operation and maintenance, ang mag-attest sa iyo is operation and maintenance. Another thing, the attester, at least, sabi niya, equal. So, hindi pwede mag-attest ang registered master electrician sa registered electrical engineer as well as the registered electrical engineer to professional electrical engineer. Kahit na mas mataas ang posisyon niya sa company, for example, the registered electrical engineer is the manager and the supervisor is PE, hindi pa rin siya pwedeng mag-attest kasi the attester role is dapat equivalent in professional level. So kung PE din, yung PE pwede sa REE, pero yung REE hindi pwede sa PE. Yung RME hindi pwede sa REE. So ang pwede yung PE to PE, PE to REE, PE to RME. So ito yung sa chapter. Nilagyan lang natin dito na dapat ay magko-course through to governor and national president. Yan yung mga yan. Course through to the regional governor and the national president. So ito pa rin yung guidelines for chapter level for conducting orientation webinar and creation of upper virtual camp. Sa ngayon yata per region meron silang committee na ginawa doon sa upper and other disciplines. So what you're going to do is to course through to your regional governor and committee chairman and the national office before you submit to the upper Committee. So in 2021, Memorandum Circular for AER Application P. Basahin ko lang. Memorandum Order Number 007 of 2021, Regional Governors to Regional Governors, Chapter Officer, all concerned. Attention, Engineer Florigo C. Barona, Chairman of Upper Committee from Office of the National President, reinstating the AER Application P to 2,000 and for the related purposes. Pursuant to the Board Resolution 2021-06057, resolution amending the BR number 2021, Board Resolution 2021-05 of 049 and stating the ARP of 2,000 pesos and for the related purposes adopted during the 6th regular board of Governors meeting, all region and other concerned information for this purpose. Further, the board hereby direct the ASEAN, ASEAN and Asia Pacific Engineer Registry Committee to carry out the resolution effective 30 days from the date of this publication. So, ginawa ito noong July 3, 2021. So, effective ito noong August 3, 2021. So, sa ngayon, yung mag-a-apply ng ASEAN Engineer, meron na tayong registration fee na 2,000. So, nasaan na tayo ngayon? Are you looking for the edge over our competitors that will make you stand out from the crowd? So what we are going to do, they want to be an ASEAN engineer and technician and listed to be in the engineering registry. So engineering registry, the ASEAN engineer engineering is registered from 1998 to 1999. Ang facilitate nito is the AFEO or ASEAN Federation of Engineers Engineering Organization, APEC or Asia Pacific Engineer, registered from 2000 to 2003. So, ang nag-facilitate nito is the International Engineering Alliance, ASEAN Charter Professional Engineer or ACPE in 2005 to 2013. So, ang haba ng kanilang process from 2005 to 2013. So this is ASEAN. Members of economies, pag ASEAN, ang members natin is the 10 countries, Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, PDR, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. For APEC, we have Australia, Canada, China, Indonesia, Korea, Mexico, Papua New Guinea, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, Brunei, Chile, Hong Kong, Japan, Malaysia, New Zealand, Peru, Russia, Taiwan, and the United States of America. Now, what is an engineering register? So this is an agreement in place between countries for the purpose of recognizing substantial equivalence of professional competence in engineering. So, substantial equivalence. Okay. Pagpapantay-pantay. So, what is an APEC? ASEAN APEC engineer. So, this is a person who is recognized as a professional engineer with an economy and has satisfied an authorized body in that economy operating in accordance with a set of criteria and procedures approved by the member of economies, the alliance economies. So, whose competence was assessed in terms of knowledge? Of course, what we are going to do, talagang tinitingnan natin your knowledge, your skill and attitude, being a professional, your responsibility and leadership. So, kailangan natin yan. Of course, the communication, interpersonal skill. Who was assessed in terms of commitment? Of course, the society, our profession, the compliance with the CPD or the CPD, our professional code of conduct. By the way, the code of conduct is, of course, this is our our obligation kasi minsan bihira itong maitanong, the professional conduct. For example, in IIEE, for those who want to apply the AER or the ASEAN Engineer Registry, I suggest to read or to go back to our fundamental canon of IIEE. Of course, since this is AER or ASEAN, you must know also the PTC Code of Conduct. If you want to become an ACPE, the Code of Conduct of the Licensed Professional Practitioner, Electrical Practitioner. So bihira yan, tsaka tinatanong din yan pagka ini-interview tayo ng PRC, ng PTC. Yun nga lang, baka mabulaga tayo. Dapat alam natin yung fundamental canon of IIEE, Code of Conduct of IIEE, PTC, and the PRC. Of course, active contribution to the wider professional goal. Ano ba yung nagawa ninyo sa inyong field? Ano ba yung contribution natin? Also, aim to the engineering registry to provide, what is our aim? To provide, number one, a complete data of practicing engineers with a member economies. So kung ikaw ay ASEAN, the 10 countries, kung tayo ay APEC, in the 26 countries, with the ultimate purpose of facilitating their mobility with ASEAN APEC sphere. Number two, to establish a framework of mutual recognition of qualification in order to allow engineers who wish to practice outside their home or the country to carry with the team in a guarantee of ability. Why registered? Of course, we have a higher potential earning. Whether you like it or not, you will improve your career prospect and employability. Pag sinabing ASEAN engineer, medyo iba yung respeto. Demonstration of unprofessional attitude, value by the employer and customer, enhance status in leading the higher self-esteem, and international recognition of confidence and commitment. And of course, you are an expert. The evidence is your expertise or your specialization. So now, what is the importance of professional registration? It is provide provide an internationally recognized standard for competence and commitment, or number one. Number two, you are a vital part of the society. Whether you are working in traditional sector of engineering or a new in technologies. Number three, it is important that they are confident that you are possess the right knowledge and the skill and that you have the relevant professional experience. So kaya nga ang professional experience natin dito is at least 7 years and you have 2 years significant experience or so on. International registration is a key milestone in your career. And number 5, there are various pathways of registration. To achieve it, you will need to demonstrate the required competence and commitment. Set out the standard of professional engineering competence. So, ito lang yun, the opportunities of ASEAN engineer. One, bigger market for your expertise, better employment prospect, number 2. Number 3, of course, greater avenue for sharing of knowledge and expertise and technologies. Number 5, increased related business potential. Number 5, wider networking and strategic alliance. And number 6, more potential for research and development. Of course, professional registration provide you with an international recognition benchmark confirming that you are in the 21st century world-class professional. So, for employer, Encouraging staff to achieve the professional registration provides one, confidence that the employees meet globally recognized standard of competence. Number two, a workplace committed to maintaining and enhance confidence. Number three, enhance customer confidence. Number four, reduce risk by adhere to the code of conduct. Finally, you will have confidence in the work that you have to do both locally and internationally. So with that, thank you very much, and I hope, sorry kanina kung nagkaroon ng stoppage, but meron naman tayong presentation na pinadala sa chapter. I suggest to the chapter host to share with our participant, with our 482 participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our beloved resource speaker, Engineer Florencio Di Berengel. And of course, he mentioned that it's a milestone for your career, so we encourage our beloved members to, if you are willing to be able, to register to be a certified SAN member. Ayan. So we will now proceed to the awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation. Allow me to read the citation, please. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated, presents this Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Florencio Di Berengel in grateful acknowledgement of his distinguished and invaluable service rendered as technical speaker on the topic AAPR updates and AER orientation during the 23rd North Luzon Regional Conference with the theme Leadership Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, thereby contributing immeasurably to the prestige and success of the conference hosted by IAE La Union chapter via Zoom video conferencing, given this 24th day of February 2022 at La Union, San Fernando City. Signed by Engineer Divino Amor P. Rivera, the chapter Vice President for Technical Affairs. Signed by Engineer Roger N. Mulliar, the chapter President. Signed by Engineer Francisco P. Pontanilla III, the Northern Luzon Regional Governor, and attested by Engineer Mary Jean C. Armienta, the chapter Secretary. Once again, let's give a round of applause to our beloved resource speaker, Engineer Florencio Di Berengel.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving on, we will now proceed to our next topic. Our next topic will help us to understand the RA 11285 Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act. Let me introduce the resource speaker. He is the President, National President, ENPAP 4.0 Incorporated. He is the President of SEOP Corporation, a SAN Certified Energy Manager, MIT Certified IoT Professional Business Development, KMPCAA ATS Transport Cooperative, 2020 IAE Southern Luzon Region Governor, the Chairman of the Rotary International D3810 Interact Assembly Board Member, Philippine Chamber of Renewable Energy Incorporated. Let us all welcome no other than our resource speaker for today, no other than Engineer or Dr. Jedper De Castro. Hello, Sir Jedper. So while we were waiting for our resource speaker, we would like to invite again our members to visit our virtual booth. Ayan, so It's time for you to visit our virtual booth dahil maraming hinanda po ang ating mga exhibitors for you. And of course, for those who are asking for the certificate again, it will be reflected on your IE membership portal 10 working days after the event. Okay, let's welcome back Engineer or Dr. Jedper De Castro. Hello, sir.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes, okay. Yeah, good afternoon, Sir Bong. Yeah, so tech team, can you please share my presentation? Okay, so again, good afternoon. So I would like to congratulate IIE La Union chapter for the successful hosting of the ongoing 23rd IIE Northern Luzon Regional Conference. I definitely will be missing a lot, especially the warm camaraderie of the IIE Northern Luzon Region chapters, and to my good friends, our National President, Jojo Padua, and our National Treasurer, Catalina Rana, and the leaders, Engineer Joel Faronda, and the IIE La Union chapter presidents, Engineer Roger Nuliar, and the rest of the leadership. So the topic I will be sharing is understanding Republic Act 11285, energy efficiency and conservation. So next slide, please. So we will start with a quick overview of the law, followed by the energy management system, energy audit, and we will wrap it up by sharing to you what are the current opportunities in the energy efficiency and conservation industry. Next slide, please. So Republic Act 11285, or the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act, was signed into law last April 12, 2019. So we will no longer discuss further the provisions of these laws due to time constraint. But if you have any further clarification, you may drop me a message with the contact details I provided in the last slide of this presentation. Next slide, please. So under the law, all companies are now called designated establishments. And the particular highlights are identifying the type 1 and the type 2 designated establishment. So as shown in the screen, type 1 designated establishments are those establishments consuming greater than 500,000 kilowatt-hour annually up to 4 million kilowatt-hour, while type 2 are those exceeding 4 million kilowatt-hour. Next slide, please. So likewise, the law has created energy professionals with a category of CECO, or Certified Energy Conservation Officer, CEM, or Certified Energy Manager, and CEA, or Certified Energy Auditor. Now, under Section 20A of the law, please do note that for implementing energy management system, SECO is responsible for type 1 designated establishment, while CEM is for type 2 designated establishment, while the energy auditor is responsible in preparing the audit report for all types of designated establishments. So our first part has been concluded, so we will end the RA 11285 overview, and now we will be going to our next topic. Next slide, please. So most of us are familiar with the International Organization for Standardization, or ISO. When we hear ISO 9001, it pertains to quality management system. ISO 14001, Environmental Management System, ISO 22001 for Food Safety Management System, and ISO 55001 for Asset Management System. So for energy management system, we have ISO 50001. Next slide, please. So under the ISO 50001 standard, so we still have other related standards, which we will be briefly discussed in the succeeding slides. So next slide, please. So the ISO 50001 objective is conservation of resources, mitigation of climate change, and cost savings. Fairly, we can say that this system is holistic as it balances economy, resiliency, and environment protection. Next slide, please. So for a quick discussion on the importance of ISO 50001, it is anchored on the fact that previously, our current industry practice is to focus on technological change. So what are those technological change? For us, electrical professionals, we are quite familiar that when we have low power factor, immediately we recommend power factor correction. Or if we can see that there are conventional lighting system in the facility, we will provide alternate solutions like LED lighting. However, this is what we call a technological change and somewhat just form part of the ISO 50001 or the energy management system. One key factor on this type of technological change approach is the graph provided in the screen, in which the energy and cost savings over time are not systematic and likewise unsustainable. Next slide, please. So doing the technological approach, this lacks the key elements such as the people, the raw materials, the systems, the process, and others. So next slide, please. So that is why the ISO 50001 is a comprehensive approach to energy efficiency, balancing technological change, organizational change, and the needed behavioral change. So when we talk about ISO 50001 or a similar framework, it focuses on the dynamic approach on energy conservation. Next slide, please. So thus, implementing energy management system, it is able to achieve effective energy management by enabling organization to establish the system with significant benefit on energy savings, compliance, and helping achieve business goals. So ISO 50001 provides structures and systematic way to address energy management while emphasizing top management commitment. So as we all know, the top management commitment is the bottom line or the deliverables on the sustainability of the business model. So next slide, please. So thus, we can see from the pictograph, the complete energy management cycle. Special note to our audience is that on coming up with an energy audit, we must also include operational improvement and use the data to develop a radar chart, which is an effective matrix of analysis. So for details on the energy audit training, so you can also drop me a message because due to the limited time, I cannot share to you how to develop and utilize the radar chart. So that ends our second topic. So let's move on to the next one. Next slide, please. So for the next one, we are quite hearing this item already in the industry for quite some time. So it now covers energy audit. So energy audit is covered under ISO 50002 2014. In fact, as shared, we can see that we have a local adaptation through the Bureau of Product Standards Division or the Bureau of Philippine Standards. So ISO 50002 2014 energy audits requirements as approved and adopted by the Philippine National Standards by the BPS. So next slide, please. So let us remember that energy audits are a tool to reduce energy consumption and find a long-term solution. So they help identify and prioritize opportunities to improve energy performance, reduce energy waste, and obtain related environmental benefits. So audit outputs include information on current energy use and performance and recommendations for improvements in a range of areas, including operational and maintenance controls, modifications, and of course, capital projects. Next slide, please. So shown here, okay, the new standard sets down the basic principles and requirements for carrying out energy audits and harmonizing common auditing processes. So additionally, this common approach allows organizations to compare results across similar sites. So as shown in the screen, this is actually a summary of what we call an ECM or an energy conservation measures, which was derived both from analytical and actual analysis of available data. So it is imperative that an effective energy audit report should have substantial data as evidence. So also referring to this slide, we can see that item 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 are actually operational improvement, while item 8 and 9 as technological intervention. While item 4 does not actually contribute to energy savings, but rather economic savings. So energy audit reports must at least cover all bases of the company's business to keenly look for savings opportunity. So similar to ISO 50001, it will involve all facets of our operations in our business. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so ISO 50002 or the energy audit process has been designed to complement ISO 50001, which focuses on the development of an energy management system. So other standards to look out for in the future includes 50003, 50004, 50006, and 50015. So given the time constraint, please review these reference standards on your spare time. So that closes up our topic number 3 on energy audit. So let's now go to our last topic of our presentation. So we will devote much time here because this is actually the industry requirements right now. So the coverage over the MC 2020-05-001 and the DC 2021-01-001. So let's start with MC 2020-05-001. So this is a Department of Energy memorandum directing all designated establishments to submit energy consumption reports. So showing in the slide right now is actually Form 4B, okay, of the annual energy utilization report. So this must be submitted by industrial facilities. So for the transport, commercial, and other designated establishment, a different form is provided. So again, as previously discussed, so if we are under type 1, this should be prepared by a SECO or a Certified Energy Conservation Officer. Now, if we are under type 2, this should be prepared and certified by an energy manager. So the details of these items can actually be downloaded from the DOE website. But if you need the direct link, please do just drop me a message and I will gladly share the links to you. And also, given the time, we could not discuss the different parameters that are required and also the details that needs to be provided for these forms. So next slide, please. So still under the Memorandum Circular 2020-05-001, designated establishments must likewise accomplish Annual Energy Efficiency and Conservation Report, or AEECR, which is a standard format now for all designated establishment classifications and types. So either you're in transport, in commercial, industrial, and other designated establishments, and either if you are in type 1 or a type 2 designated establishment, there's only one form for the AEECR. Okay, so currently, okay, these forms are being accomplished by certified energy conservation officers and certified energy managers. And the industry demand for individuals who can prepare these reports are actually on the rise. In fact, I've been receiving numerous inquiries already on services to provide these two reports, which are due on April 15 of this year. Next slide, please. So we are now moving to Department Circular 2021-01-0001. So this is also a Department of Energy circular covering now the guidelines for the qualifications, assessment, registration, and certification of the SECO, the CEM, and the CEA. So we highlighted two specific provisions under this circular. So as shown in the slide, it's number 1, the integration of energy management system in business practice. Now, also noted that ENMS certification is encouraged. However, it is not mandatory or required. So a particular designated establishment may or may not engage the certification process to be energy management system certified companies. However, the process, the systems should be integrated into the business. And for item number 4 under Department Circular 2021-01-0001 is what we have discussed earlier. The submission of the annual energy efficiency conservation report and the annual energy utilization report, or AEUR. Okay, due every April 15 yearly. Okay, next slide, please. So also under this circular, all designated establishment must submit an energy audit once every 3 years. So to be prepared by an energy auditor. So the common question that we have been receiving is that, do we need to engage the service of an external energy auditor that we need to submit to the Department of Energy? So the answer to that is yes. Okay, even if you have your own internal energy auditor, your energy audit report must be provided, okay, by a certified energy auditor recognized by the Department of Energy. So this is another opportunity for us energy professionals and practitioners, because the needs of the industry for energy auditors are on the rise already. Next slide, please. So the following slides highlights the penalties for non-compliance. So under Department Circular 2020, first, if we fail, okay, to register a CECO, okay, the first offense fine is similar to all violations. That's 10,000 pesos. The second offense is 15,000, while the third offense is 20,000 with provision of revocation of certification, okay, as CECO. Now, on the next slide, please. Okay, it has a similar provision. The rates are similar, but now it pertains to certified energy managers. So again, this is under Department Circular 2021-01-0001. So it only means that all designated establishments should have submitted, okay, or reported their CECO or CEM registered under the Department of Energy last year. Otherwise, we may face the penalties as stipulated in the department circular. Next slide, please. So we now go here for the failure of the energy auditor to register. So similar offense, similar rates. Now, regarding the second item, the failure of CECO to comply with the mandatory continuing energy efficiency and conservation seminars, okay, to be conducted by TESDA or third-party institutions duly approved by TESDA. So one good thing about this industry is that this is a continuous developing industry and career program. So if you are already certified as energy conservation officer or energy manager, you are required by law, okay, to upgrade yourself periodically. So the renewal will be every 3 years. And also it follows suit that CACM will have the same provision of the continuing professional development. And likewise, also the requirements of the failure to comply with the provisions of the law. Next slide, please. So based on what we have shared earlier, we can now see that with the implementation of Republic Act 11285, opportunities for CECO, CEM, and CEA are being developed. So next slide, please. We now go briefly with the qualification for a certified energy conservation officer as shared under section 148. So CECO, okay, minimum qualification are professionals obtaining certification as CECO after demonstrating high levels of experience, competence, proficiency, and ethical fitness in the energy management profession. And of course, as shared earlier, they shall be responsible for the supervision and maintenance of the facilities of type 1 designated establishments. So those are the minimum qualification for a certified energy conservation officer. Next slide, please. So the development of the certified energy conservation officer training regulations is under the Department of Energy and the Technical Education Skills Development Administration, or TESDA. So currently, our organization, NPAP 4.0 Incorporated, is an integral part of the development of the Certified Energy Conservation Officer training regulation. In fact, last year we have the first public consultation last December. Then we have the second public consultation early this year in January, and the draft department circular for the implementation of the training regulation for certified energy conservation officer has been submitted to the Department of Energy Secretary for his review. And if there will be no longer modifications, it will be signed. And after signing, now we will go to the next part of the development of a certified energy conservation officer trainers regulation module. So currently, as of the present moment, together with the Department of Energy and TESDA, we are now drafting the trainers training module for certified energy conservation officer. And God willing, we can accomplish it within the year so that we can have the certification process to be rolled out, hopefully, before the year ends. Next slide, please. So similarly, the Department of Energy, okay, now as shared in the Republic Act 11285, has a minimum requirements for energy manager. So they are licensed engineers obtaining certification as certified energy manager after demonstrating high levels of experience, competence, proficiency, and ethical fitness in the energy management profession. And they will be, okay, managing type 2 designated establishments to plan, to lead, to manage, coordinate, monitor, and evaluate the implementation of SEM or Sustainable Energy Management System within the organization. Now, as we can see, the Energy Conservation Officer, as shared in the definition, are those who supervise, okay, the energy conservation program. Now, the energy managers are the ones who are actually doing the planning, the leading, and the managing, and similar items. So we can see that a certified energy manager has a different level of role inherent to this definition as a certified energy manager. Next slide, please. So originally, okay, the certified energy manager development for the training regulations is under the Department of Energy and the Commission on Higher Education, or CHED. However, CHED rescinded due to the fact that they are not a regulatory body. So similarly, being part of the technical expert, we have already completed the training regulations for the certified energy managers, and also had conducted 2 public consultations related to the presentation of the training regulations for certified energy managers. So again, this is also included and forwarded to the Secretary of the Department of Energy for his review and possibly for his signing. However, pending the rollout of the program of the Certified Energy Manager under the Department of Energy, our organization, NPAP 4.0 Incorporated, has an ongoing ASEAN Certified Energy Manager training course in which successful candidates will be given a certification as energy managers. The certification is valid with the 10 ASEAN countries, of course, including the Philippines. Plus, your credentials are also recognized in South Korea, Japan, and China, being an ASEAN certified energy manager. So for those who are interested to be ASEAN certified energy managers, we will be having a training starting this March, on March 23 to 26. Okay? So please drop me a message if you are interested so we can send you the necessary information and form part of your journey to be an energy professional. So next slide, please. Now going over the local certification of energy manager and energy auditor. So under Department Circular 2021-01-001, okay, the CEM and the SECO has actually similar functions. So they are actually to implement the responsibilities of the designated establishments under Chapter 4, Section 20. Also, please take note that CECO and CEM are required to conduct regular energy audit. Okay? Even if you are a CEM or a CEO, you are required to conduct regular energy audit. It means that CECO and CEM must have the basic knowledge of conducting energy audit. They also need to conduct energy monitoring, and of course, as shared under Department Circular 2020-05001, the preparation of the periodic energy consumption and energy conservation program reports. Okay, so we'll be entertaining questions in a while. So next slide, please. Okay, under the Department of Energy certification for Energy Manager and Energy Auditor, it was shared under Department Circular 2021-01-001 that the certification shall be undertaken, okay, by a Department of Energy recognized training institutions or RTIs to certify the energy manager and energy auditor training program. Once they are certified by this recognized training institution, the Department of Energy will likewise issue a certificate of recognition. So next slide, please. So based on this slide, the certification process under Department Circular 2020-01-001 will start with the energy manager or energy auditor entering into the training institution. Now, this training institution again, okay, should be recognized by the Department of Energy. Okay. Then once they pass the certification examination, they will now be forwarded, or it will be submitted to the Department of Energy for their recognition. So once the recognition is verified, so the certificate is valid for 3 years. However, after 3 years, again, the provision for the continuing qualifications or continuing professional development will be implemented. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, this is very important. I would just like to share this to our audience. Whenever we hear energy audit, okay, it may or may not pertain to an organization, to a company. And based on Chapter 1, Section 4H of Republic Act 11285, the Department of Energy can, okay, recognize individuals or entities to be certified by the Department of Energy to be an energy auditor and conduct the energy audit report. So meaning energy audit reports, okay, can be done by individuals or entities. So what does this mean? It means opportunity for us, okay, to to engage in the energy audit preparation of the designated establishments. Again, this is an opportunity or a career being developed under the Republic Act 11285. Next slide, please. So, the energy auditor is again being undertaken, okay, by the Department of Energy, okay, and now also NPA 4.0 Incorporated is a part of the pool of experts who have crafted, okay, and drafted the training regulations for energy auditors. And likewise, we are moving forward of seeing the implementation of the trainings for energy auditors as the need, okay, for the preparation of substantial energy report, audit reports programs be submitted to the Department of Energy in compliance to Republic Act 11285. Okay? And with that, next slide, please. I would like to thank you. I would like to thank the IE Northern Luzon Regional Conference organizers for this opportunity. And I actually had made enough time for the question and answer, so we can properly entertain the question and answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jedper de Castro. Upon checking our chat box po, there is no question for your topic today. So we would like to ask for our delegates, if you have questions, kindly utilize the Q&A chat box and not the chat box alone, so that we can read your questions pertaining to the topic discussed. So we will wait if there will be question that will be found in the Q&A chat box. You can type in your questions now. So upon checking, there is no question, sir, as of the moment. So can we now proceed to the awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation if there is no question? I would like to call on again our 2008 and 2009 Chapter President, Engineer Jovancio B. Patawag, to award the Certificate of Appreciation to our beloved resource speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Monique. At this moment, allow me to read the citation. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated, presents the Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Jedper N. De Castro in grateful acknowledgement of his distinguished and invaluable service rendered as the technical speaker with the topic Understanding RA 11285, Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act, during the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, thereby contributing immeasurably to the prestige and success of the conference, hosted by IIE La Union Chapter via Zoom video conferencing. Given this 24th day of February 2022 in the city of San Fernando, La Union. Signed, Engineer Divino Amorpi Rivera, Chapter BP Technical Affairs. Signed, Engineer Roger N. Noliar, Chapter President. Signed, Engineer Francisco P. Fontanillo III, Northern Luzon Regional Governor, and attested by Engineer Mary Jean C. Armiendo, Chapter Secretary. Once again, thank you to Dr. De Castro. Ms. Monique?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Once again, a round of applause to Dr. Jedper De Castro. Our last but not the least speaker is the Business Development Manager of Tech Philippines and Sales Application Engineer to their official Philippines channel partner, Accent Microtechnologies Incorporated. Let us all welcome our research speaker for the topic HMI Introduction with Basic Design and Configuration via Zoom. Let us all welcome from Advantechco Malaysia, Sendirian Berhad, Engineer Aaron Lenin G. Javier. Hello, Sir Aaron.
Okay, yeah, no, okay na po. Just for the audio, let me just share my screen. Okay, the audio and okay, sorry. Yeah, let me just set up everything. Miss Monica, you can all see my screen, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I guess we can proceed. Good afternoon or good evening, everyone. I would like to thank and acknowledge first IIEE North Luzon Regional Conference Committee for inviting Advantech Philippines to present this technical presentation. I would also like to acknowledge our inside sales manager from Advantech Malaysia, Ms. Dime Kor. Good afternoon as well to all my fellow electrical engineer professions. So this topic that I will present will target those new professionals who would like to venture on the automation sector of our profession, electrical engineering. And for those profession who are, or for those professionals who would like to implement IIoT projects on their company premises, such as power monitoring, equipment monitoring, and even plant monitoring. So, okay. So again, good evening. I am Engineer Aaron Javier, currently acting as the Business Development Manager of Advantech Philippines and Sales and Application Engineer under our official Philippine channel partner, AMTI. I am here to present our technical topic titled HMI, an introduction with basic design and configuration. So for the next half hour, we will discuss the definition of an HMI, its comparison between SCADA, its hardware overview, its communication architecture, and considerations in selecting HMI. We will also cover some basic design and configuration by discussing the internal memory addressing, object familiarization, and I also provided some sample application to demonstrate the macro programming of HMI. On the last part, I will present some case studies to highlight the HMI applications from our previous projects from last year. Okay, so let's start the topic. So what is an HMI? An HMI stands for Human Machine Interface. So this is a device that connects a user to the machine level for control and monitoring purpose. It is also known as operator panel in some manufacturing sector and water and wastewater applications. The use of HMI is prevalent all throughout the automation sector, whether if it is in residential, commercial, or industrial applications. We actually encounter HMI from a day-to-day basis. One such thing is an automatic teller machine. In commercial establishments such as restaurants and hotels, you will also encounter some self-service kiosk, which is also considered as an HMI. For medical applications, HMIs are used to monitor either the customer's status or the equipment status. But for this technical presentation, we will only be tackling the industrial application and usage of an HMI. It is commonly coupled with a controller, particularly a PLC, to display and control its automation application. So what are the HMI's features? HMI's main features includes visualization, connectivity, data logging, recipe management, and alarm management. The word HMI in SCADA is commonly mentioned in the same context. One of the main reasons is that if you take a look at the automation pyramid, you will notice that SCADA and HMI falls under the same level, which is under the supervisory level. Both SCADA and HMI provides control and monitoring to those devices under the control level. So control level devices includes those PLCs, DCS, DDC controls that are used in building management systems, and even PACs. Also, for the devices under the field level, that involves our sensors, actuators, whether it is a relay, temperature sensors, an IED device. So everything is monitored and controlled either by SCADA or an HMI. SCADA and HMI also acts as the bridge between the IT and OT sectors of the automation pyramid. Okay, but the integration between the two is mostly handled by SCADA. Okay, latest technologies in the HMI can do it. Because of the the industry 4.0 applications in the technology of HMI. So now you will notice that some HMI have the capability to bridge OT and IT services without the needs of any additional hardware. So, okay, so these are the similarities, and this is the application of the automation pyramid. So, what is the difference of SCADA and an HMI? On my example, you will notice a simple production line on a manufacturing sector in which I have here 3 SMT lines. Okay, that these 3 SMT lines are being monitored by a SCADA system. So as you can see here, the control and monitoring of a SCADA is on the plant level. However, an HMI is on the machine level. So it provides the control monitoring on the machine level only. Other than that, HMI's data processing and control is handled by its software that is already installed, that is already pre-installed on its hardware. Okay, so the software is already running on the hardware itself of the HMI screen, while SCADA requires to be installed on an IPC or industrial PC or a computer server to run. Okay. So regardless of HMI manufacturer, the typical front panel features of an HMI includes a resistive touchscreen. First, let's talk about resistive touchscreen. Why resistive touchscreen, and why, since we already have those capacitive touchscreen similar to our mobile phones. Okay, one advantage of a capacitive touchscreen is multi-touch and faster refresh rate. While resistive touchscreen is the opposite of that. It only supports single touchscreen and it has a lower refresh rate. But what is the advantage of using resistive touchscreen in the industrial application of an HMI? One thing is, in terms of EMI, it is not susceptible to EMI or electromagnetic interference. Okay, in some applications, specifically rugged and wet environments, in which users will have to require to use some gloves or latex gloves or some protective gloves. Capacitive touchscreen cannot detect the hand gestures for those applications. So this is where resistive touchscreen comes in, because even though you're wearing those gloves, you can still touch or navigate through the HMI. So resistive touchscreen for HMI is needed for the rugged environment applications. Okay. In terms of screen size, a typical HMI, regardless of, as I mentioned, regardless of manufacturer, it typically, the size of it typically ranges from 4 inches to 15 inches with the resolutions from WQVGA to XGA. XGA is, I believe, is 1366 by 768, so it's just a little bit below than 720p resolution. Common standard for ingress protection of a front panel HMI is an IP66 rated, which is the highest in terms of ingress protection for land use electronic devices. It has 20,000 LED lamp hours. And in some manufacturers or applications of HMI, there are some optional functional keys involved to provide hardware or to provide hardware or quick navigation or functional buttons on the HMI front panel. Okay, similar to the ones that I showed here. So as you can see here, we have some push buttons right here, some dial knobs, and some emergency push buttons. Okay, now let's take a look at the back features of a typical HMI. So back features includes the access to the 24 volts power supply port. Okay, so typically the voltage for that is 24 volts DC. It can vary from 12 to 32 volts DC depending on the manufacturer specifications. The typical consumption of an HMI depends on the size. So from 4 inches to 15 inches, it might range from 4 watts to 10 watts of power consumption. In some manufacturers like Schneider Electric HMIs, they have some optional I/O ports at the back of the HMI to provide direct connection to inputs and output signals. So for example, if you'd like to connect a button or a emergency push button or a alarm horn directly to the HMI, these optional I/O ports will provide the direct access and control of those I/Os. In terms of ports, such as Ethernet port, okay. So in terms of Ethernet port serves two purposes in HMI. It can either be a PC host or its connection with other network devices. So PC host, meaning you can download you can use the Ethernet port to download the program using an RJ45 connector. Okay. Other than that, if your HMI would like to connect to a RJ45 or Ethernet-based communication protocols such as Modbus TCP, BACnet MSTP, Profinet that uses RJ45, then you will use the Ethernet ports client connection. Okay. Next is the SD card slot. So what is the use of an SD card slot? This is for expanding the memory capacity of the HMI, particularly if you would like to log the data locally on the HMI itself. So HMI itself already has its own internal memory, but if you'd like to expand on that one and you would like to extract the data from that, you can use an SD card, external SD card for that purpose. USB ports, it can also be a host and client for host for downloading the configuration of the software from your laptop to your HMI. Client application includes your memory dongle. Okay, it can either be also as for my example here, you can also see a USB-based barcode scanner. Our HMI can still detect the input from a barcode scanner and display that character string on our HMI screen. Okay. Other than that, in terms of serial connectivity, a typical HMI has communication ports from 1 to 3 communication ports and varying types of connectivity, whether if it is an RS232, RS422, and RS485. So speaking of connectivity, how do we connect a typical HMI to the network? Let's focus first on the serial connectivity. In terms of serial connectivity, as for my example here, we have 1:1. 1:1, why? Because we are using an RS232 connection, which is an end-to-end point. Okay, so on this image, this can either be that the HMI is acting as a master and the PLC as the slave, or vice versa. This is only 1:1, meaning there can't be more than more than 3 devices on the network. Okay, and the distance is limited. I believe RS232, the maximum length that you can I mean the maximum the in terms of RS-232 length, it doesn't have like, I think you cannot buy like more than 10 meters of an RS-232. Okay, so how about multiple connections? So we have here the next one, which is 1:n. So here, your RS4 using an RS485 two-wire connection, you can have this configuration right here. So as you can see here, we have multiple devices. So this PLCs right here acts as the slave, and of course we have the HMI as the master. A typical communication port for an RS485 permits up to 32 slave devices. Okay. Just for correction, slave devices not only includes PLCs. It can either be your flow meter, okay, energy meter, smart IED, pressure transmitters, as long as it can support the RS485 communication protocol. And below are just the combination of the two configurations mentioned above. So let's talk about the Ethernet, which is pretty common. Okay, if your connection will not exceed more than 100 meters of Ethernet cable. So for devices, as long as it's on the same Ethernet network, devices such as HMI, Ethernet-based connections and PLC-based connections can talk to each other. So N:1 and even 1:1, depending on your application. So it doesn't cover RJ45 wired connection. It can also use those Wi-Fi modules to have a wireless TCP/IP connections between the client and the server. Okay, so only that. Serial and Ethernet are the most common network connection of a typical HMI. Okay, so what are the considerations in selecting an HMI? So it doesn't matter if it is coming, if you're purchasing from a Siemens, Simatic HMI, or a Schneider Electric, Magellan HMI, and even with Omron and a NX in our WOP series, Advantech HMI. The typical questions that I will present to you are the guides in selecting the correct HMI on your application. So what is the first question? First, what application? Saan gagamitin ang HMI? Okay, I think this is one of the most important question we should ask to the customer. Saan gagamitin ang HMI? Typically, for an IIoT manufacturing company such as Advantech, we always have two types of categories in terms of application. We have the general and the domain focused. General is for general application. Even though it is general application, you can already see here that it's already IP66 rated. Screen size, again, 4 inches to 15 inches. A typical housing is a plastic housing material with a operating temperature of -20 to 60 degrees. However, if it is the application will require for a particular domain or sector such as power and automation, railway application, we will go with the domain-focused HMI. Okay, so you can see here we have an IP69K. IP69K is pretty much IP66, but other than the highest ingress protection, it can also support high pressure and high temperature environments. The range for the monitor sizes will vary from 10 inches to 28 inches, again, depending on the manufacturer, with stainless steel housing. M12 connectors is an option for domain-focused IPC. So what is an M12 connector? It's pretty much a multi-core cable that houses either your power supply, your I/O, your input and outputs, or your signals. Okay, and this is for rugged application and outdoor use. Operating temperature, -40 to 70. Okay, much higher, much wider compared to the general application, and it should be industry certified. So this is actually the main important thing to consider if it is a domain-focused HMI. Industry certified. One example is the one that you're seeing right here, the one with the blue screen on the right side. This is our HMI for railway application. So this is industry certified, meaning it has a certification for that particular application, which is for railway. Okay? So that's the first question. What application? Saan gagamitin? Next will be in terms of the hardware specification. So second will be screen size and resolution. What is the size? So typical sizes are 4 inches to 15 inches with this following resolution. So 480 by 272 up to 1024 by 768. How about connectivity? Okay, what are the devices, different brands, different types of communication protocol will your HMI be communicating to? So can it connect with other third-party devices such as Siemens, Mitsubishi, Allen Bradley, Panasonic, Omron, and others? Okay, versatility of the device. Okay, it's not a one-way, one product solution. Okay, so it should be able to connect directly with these third-party devices. Not only that, but also including some communication protocol. It's versatility to handle different protocols such as Modbus, BACnet, Loanworks, Profinet, and things, and similar protocols as well. Okay, that's for the connectivity. Number 4 are the features. So are you going to require data logging, MQTT for direct cloud field device data to the cloud application? Of course, visualization is one of the main features of an HMI. Okay. Macro programming, are you going to do some local programming, some local coding on the HMI itself to provide some simple logics? And alarm management and even recipe management should be also tackled when selecting an HMI. And of course, here in the Philippines, local support is, I think, one of the main topic to discuss when selecting HMI. Okay, you should have a local application engineer to support you in checking your BOM on the selection and check your product selection in terms of your IIoT project. Okay, so let's move on. Before we proceed with the basic design and configuration, let us talk about a simple step in terms of setting up an HMI. So setting up an HMI, we can sum up the steps into 3. So first will be to create new project and link. So this is actually quite easy. So a typical HMI, no, all HMI has its own configuration software. Okay, so the first step that you will do is to create new project and define the links and hardwares of the device. So first, you will have to provide the hardware selection, defining the HMI size and the model, the communication definition, meaning what are the devices and protocols you will be communicating to. Next will be step 2, which is selecting your PLC model. So you select the PLC brand that your HMI will be talking to, select the model, even the version, and then the next step will be setting up the communication protocol. How are you going to talk to, or how are you going to transfer the data between the two devices, the HMI and the PLC, the flow meter and the HMI and the IO modules. So one of the key things to take note when selecting an HMI is its versatility to talk to other devices. This, on my example right here, are some of the models and third-party brands that our HMI can support. So we have Siemens, Allen Bradley, Omron, we have Wago, Yaskawa, and some of the a majority of the global PLC control device manufacturers. And step 3 will include the actual design, configuration, and I would also include here the simulation. So screen design, you select the correct object that you would like to use, such as alarm displays, message, numeric displays, graphs, and things like that. Macro programming is also done here. Okay, and of course, the HMI, majority of the HMIs right now have the capability of either offline or online simulation. So let us proceed. With the basic design and configuration. Before we go through that, let me just have a quick run through of the different data types that you will encounter. For those of you professionals who have already introduce themselves with automation, you might be probably you are already familiar with this types of data types. Okay, but for those who are not familiar, I think this is a good opportunity for you to learn the basics in automation. So these are the data types, meaning these are the data that we are going to gather from the machines or we are going to control. Okay, so first we have the Boolean. Okay, so what is a Boolean? Okay, the value range for a Boolean, or usually known as bit, is just 0 and 1, on and off. Okay, on and off, present, not present. So anything that, any signals that you can represent as on and off, it is considered as Boolean. So what are the examples? For controls, for motor controls, we have the magnetic contactor. Okay, on and off, to turn off the magnetic contactor on and off. How about the feedback? Overload relay. If the overload relay trips, so that is fault or normal. Again, Boolean signal. Next one will be door open close status using a magnetic door read switch to display, again, on and off or open and close status of the door. For water level indicator, we also have the float switch. Okay, water flow indicator to indicate, of course, the flow on the on pipes. So this is our T-flush mounted devices on the pipes. For manufacturing sectors, this is commonly used for proximity detection, the presence of a material passing through a conveyor belt. So we use photoelectric sensors. And it is also considered, the counting of the products is also considered as a Boolean. Okay, on and off, the presence of the data on and off is also considered as Boolean. Airflow for building management system applications, the differential pressure switch to indicate whether it is commonly installed in fans or motors, to indicate the if the fan is running or not. This is a feedback, by the way. For air filters in BMS applications, we use the differential pressure switch to detect whether the filter is dirty or not. Okay, so it's again 0 and off. Now, majority of these data types includes numerical displays. So we have several numerical displays. Let me cover some of them. So we have the integers. As you can see here, we have here 4 types of integers. We have 16-bit and 32-bit. For 16-bit, so 32-bit has double the resolution of the 16-bit. So as you can see here, the unsigned integer, which has a range of 0 to 65535, if you compare that with the unsigned integer in 32-bit, it's almost more than that. It's from 0 to 4 billion. Okay, 4 billion range. Okay, signed and unsigned. So what is the difference from the word itself? So unsigned integers are whole numbers that doesn't have any negative values. Okay, again, whole numbers. So meaning no decimal places. So as you can see here, 0 to 65535, while signed integers are whole numbers but with negative values. Okay, so this is where I'm going to discuss the float value. So floating point number, or usually known as float or real values. These are the values that both have negative values and can handle a much bigger, it has a bigger range and can handle decimal places. This is commonly used for precision monitoring. Okay, that the decimal places are relevant on the data. Okay, so what are the examples for power monitoring? As you can see here, we have the voltage, current, power factor. We can use either integer or float. However, for the kilowatt hour, you can see here that UDINT, okay, UDINT or unsigned digital, unsigned integer. Unsigned integer is a kilowatt hour. Why? Because kilowatt hour will accumulate more than 65535. That's why we will use a much bigger data type for the range. Okay, so as you can see, we are going to use 0 to 4 billion range for the kilowatt hour reading. For humidity monitoring, we have the RH. Okay, that is usually 0 to 100%. So you can use either a floating or an unsigned integer. You have also the pressure and temperature, either integer or float. Okay, float again to represent the data, the reading in with negative values and decimal places. Okay, ultrasonic flow meters also are types of numerical data types. Even luminance. For example, the tower light sensor to detect the luminance, the value of the lamp light intensity. Okay, so it's also in terms of um, numerical data types such as unsigned integer. Last on the data type that I will talk about is in terms of characters and strings. So what are characters? A character is just is a numeric representation of a symbol. For example, letter A, the equivalent of letter A in hexadecimal form is 41. Okay, so this is only a character is a 1 byte character. Meaning, when you say character, it's just one symbol, one letter. Okay, the collection of characters is called a string. Okay, and usually the range is from 0 to 254 bytes. So it's a combination of characters. So as you can see here on my example, we have A, B, C, D. And if you take a look at the hexadecimal form, you can notice that the 41 that was represented by letter A is on the hexadecimal form at the beginning of A, B, C, D. So that means 42 is letter B, 43 is letter C, and 44 is letter D. So what are the examples? Barcode entry. Barcode entry is an alphanumeric data, so it's a string. Operator text entry, for example, the operator types in some messages for notification, so it's also considered as a string or a character. In some DDC controllers that publishes the firmware for the SCADA to know is it updated or not, firmware versions are always represented in or commonly represented in alphanumeric data types. So it can either be like, for example, letter V 183, that it can mean version 1.83 if you interpret that on the SCADA or the PLC. Okay, so why did I tackle this one? Because you will encounter this data type. You should be able to know what type of tag or what type of tag you are going to assign a particular signal. Are you going to use for motor control an integer for an on and off? Of course not. You should use a Boolean for an on and off application when configuring a PLC or an HMI. So let's proceed. Actually, I did prepare some sample program for my HMI to show you the different objects that you will encounter on the HMI. So what are those objects? Those are the typical what do you call this, visual representations of your signal to help aid on designing your screen. So let me transfer to my sample. So here, regardless of other brands, typically this is the typical layout of a HMI programming software. So you can have on the left side is the project manager, alongside revolving the screen design page is the objects shortcuts. Okay, as I mentioned, a typical HMI these days have the capability for offline and online simulations. The difference between the two is that for offline simulation, the connection with your network, if, for example, you are going to communicate with a PLC, for offline simulation, it will not cause any errors. Okay, for online simulation, even without the HMI hardware, you can still simulate the HMI on the screen. So that's what we are going to do right now. Okay, so let me simulate this in online simulation. Okay, so I'm not using any HMI right now. I'm just using my screen. Okay, so online and then run, and you will have a virtual representation of an actual HMI. Okay, so as I mentioned, we will familiarize ourselves with the basic objects. Okay, in a typical HMI, there are more than 60 objects that you can work to design your HMI screen. But for this sample, I will only be giving you the basics that I believe will be able for you to start your HMI designing and configuration. Okay, but first let's I categorized this training into 3 parts. Okay, handling the discrete signal, the on and off, the analog signal, and the strings. Okay, so first let's talk about the discrete signal. Okay, so again we are simulating. Okay, so bit button, a bit button object is used for changing the state of a specific bit. Bit again is 0 and 1. So if I click this button, you can see here, I clicked it, and if I release that, the status of your bit lamp changes. So bit button is a read and write. Okay, while bit lamp is only, okay, I'm clicking this bit lamp right now, it's only for reading the changes on the monitored bit. Okay, so I cannot change this one, only if I click the bit button. Okay, so there are several functions on the bit button. It can either be toggle or momentarily on or momentarily off. So what you can see here is just momentary on and off. Okay, another discrete signal object is a toggle button. So unlike bit button, toggle button resets the data at the specific bit from its previous state. So as you can see here, it's off. Then I'm gonna turn it on. It's off. I release the button. Now it's off. Okay, so that's the toggle button. Okay, pretty much you will, if you are going to deal with discrete signal to represent on and off signals, you will only be targeting these objects to use: bit button, toggle button, and bit lamp. Okay, in terms of analog signals, we have several options for entry and displays. So the most common thing is word button. Word button object is used for setting the value of a specified variable. So it can either be, if you click this, it will automatically send a constant value. But for this example, if I click the button, it will display a numeric keypad so that you can indicate the numeric value. So for example, let's say 569. As you can see here on the numeric display, which is read-only object, the value that you typed in on the word button was reflected on the numeric display, as well as on the meter display. Okay, for those applications that would like to have a real world representation in terms of meters or meters with the pins and the dials. Okay, so as you can see here, it's dynamically changing whatever value we type in. So for example, 1000, as you can see here, we have 1000 here and 1000 here on the meter object display. Other than the word button, we also have the numeric entry. So numeric entry, if you click the value right here, okay, it monitors and also writes the value. So we have 1000. Let's bring it back to 28, and there we go. Okay, 28 here. You type in 28, it will be displayed on the right side. Another real world object, okay, for those applications that doesn't require exact values, sometimes customers will use sliders. Okay, so as you can see here, I'm changing the value by sliding this slide switch. Okay, or dragging this slide switch. Okay, other than this one, we can also have some objects to display a certain functionality versus its equivalent value. For example, if an analog signal gives you a value of 1, then the value is equal to go. Value of 2 will be idle. Value 3 will be stop. So instead of representing them in numerical values, we can have a text representing that functionality. For example, for the multi-state switch, if I select go, you can see here the multi-state lamp, which is a read-only object, will display green. Idle will display yellow, and stop will display red. Let's move on the object training number 2. In terms of string, character, and message, so for character entry, again, it's a read and write. So I can write something here. For example, let's type in IIEE. So as you can see, the entry object here is similar to a keyboard. So an ASCII character keypad. Okay, so IIEE, and on the character display, you can see the reflected value. For the barcode object, you can see here the equivalent barcode for the IIEE alphanumeric string. Okay, so if we change that, example, Advantech, okay, then here is the equivalent barcode of the word Advantech as well. Another use for string characters and messages is to display a specific message for a particular status of your signal. As you can see here, we have the alarm triggered and the display shows a blinking word alarm. If we turn it off, you can see here that the word says normal. So that's for the message display object. Other than that, in terms of navigation and functionality of the HMI, you can also use a screen button to navigate, of course, on the screen. So if I click this, I'll go back to the previous display. Okay. And we have here on the lower right, the object training number 2 to navigate on the next slide. So that's the screen button. We also have time displays to display the current time. We have picture and picture display. Okay, we have the picture and picture display. A picture is just a typical picture display. Okay, while the picture display is somehow binded with a tag or a signal. For example, the combo button is actually binded with picture display. A combo button executes a set of command in sequence. So on this configuration, it is fully configurable. So if I click this button, what I'm gonna do on this picture is that it will turn it to green. Then after 3 seconds, I will make it yellow. After 3 seconds, it will be red, and then back to green after 3 seconds. So that is configurable depending on your settings. So let's have an example. Okay, green, 1001, 1002, 1003, 1001, 1002, 1003. Red, 1001, 1002, 1003. Okay, so it already executed the sequence that I defined on the combo button. So that's combo button, and that's picture display. So this is a dynamic compared to picture that just shows the image, usually used for displaying static images. Okay. Function buttons, it has actually lots of usage. You can use the button for logging, okay, or turning off the screen, okay, putting on the screensaver. Different functionalities of the HMI can be set on the function button. For this one, I configured the function button to show the calculator. So if I click this, okay, so we have here an onboard or on-screen calculator. Okay. Another application in terms of, if you are in the water and wastewater application, we also have a dynamic pipe. So you don't have to manually, Photoshop some pipes so that it can show you the connection of your equipments. So we have the pipes. It's a dynamic display that also shows some animations for the flow and even the flow rate. Okay. In terms of images, we also support GIF display and animated display. Animated display is quite different from GIF. Animated display can be configured to have a specific path on the screen. So for this one, you can see here that this is not a GIF. This is actually a still image. And the position of the images is varying depending on your configuration. So for this one, I'm just putting it left and right. But you can navigate this, or you can configure this image to move around the HMI screen depending on your application. Okay, so these are the basic objects that you will encounter. Pretty much, if you are familiar with these objects, you can start your own HMI design and configuration. Okay, let's skip for this one a little bit. Okay, I have here a sample application in which it's for a water irrigation system complete with pumps, control panels. We also have a level transmitter. It's an intelligent electronic device for monitoring water level. We also have the valves right here. Okay. To measure the pressure in the pipes, we have the PT sensor or pressure transmitter. To measure the feedback of the soil humidity, we have the soil analyzers. So this is just an example that I will show you later on to simulate this application on the HMI software. Okay. In a typical actual field application of this water irrigation system, this will be your system architecture. So you have the PLC serving as the master for the field devices. So all your field devices will be connected to the PLC to provide the control and monitoring. The HMI will provide the visualization. But since we do not have that, for example, you're just developing or proposing a project to your customer, you don't have to buy a PLC right away. You don't have to buy an HMI right away. You can just have the software, okay, for simulation. So what I'm doing here is simulating everything on my laptop. I use this third-party software called ModSim. It's a Modbus software tool to developed by Wintech that operates as a Modbus slave. So it simulates the slave devices. So as you can see here, we have here our devices, the flow meters, the PT sensors, the soil analyzers, and things like that. So it simulates the slave devices. And the HMI Navi can simulate, of course, HMI and also the control of a PLC. Everything will work under the laptop. Okay. Let me show you. Let's go back to that simulation. Okay. Let's go back to that simulation. Okay. So we're done here. So this is a finished screen for a water irrigation system. Okay, as I mentioned, we have a pump here, control panel, level transmitter, and the valves. So we have here a live connection. We are running it in an online simulation, meaning I have here on the background the ModSim software to simulate the devices. Okay, so for example, if I refer to the Modbus table right here, as you can see here, this is a screen, but this will be categorized as a window pop-up screen. Okay, so I click that. So this is a window pop-up screen to show you the Modbus table. So I'd like to turn on the start button at address 100. So what I'm going to do to simulate that is on the ModSim 00100, I'm going to turn it on. You will notice that if you go back here, the start button turns green. Okay, but nothing's happening because we have also here the pump control set point. So for example, let's set this to 4.5. And the tank flow set point, let's have that in 0.5. Okay, you can see here on the display, we have a feedback that the control panel says it's running on the pipes. This is an example of the pipe, and you can see here the flow indicator. Okay, on my macro program that I will discuss later, you can see here that the level is increasing. So after it reaches 4.5, it will stop. Okay, so on the right side, we can simulate the opening and closing of the valve. So for example, if I turn on the valve number 1, okay, so you can see here it's on. Okay, the PSI reading and the soil analyzer reading also increases, and then later on, after more than 25% of soil humidity, the GIF will kick in. Okay, same thing for valve number 2 and valve number 3. So even without the PLC, if you are capable enough of programming and simulating that on the HMI, you can show this to your customers and provide them some proof of concept application of the HMI to show them a visual representation of what the project might look like. Okay, so that's the importance of having a simulation and some macro programming basics. Okay, so if let's shut this off. Okay, so this is the simulation. So how am I able to simulate the the PLC on this one? So what I'm using on my presentation is the macro programming. So what is a macro programming? Macro programming is a native script that is provided on the HMI hardware for users to conduct small or simple logics, simple to intermediate logic programs. So in terms of types, on the application level, you have 3 types. We have startup macro, followed by the main macro and the event macro. Okay, the difference between the 3 startup macro only executes when the HMI starts. Only that time. Once the HMI turns on, start up, macro will start, and then afterwards it will stop. The main macro will run all the time and typically has the fastest refresh rate. Okay, regardless of the screen. Okay, once the startup macro has done its job, then the main macro will always run. And we have also the event macro, but that one is triggered by a specific signal on and off. Okay, under screen level, we have timed macro. So it's similar to main macro, but the only involved object here is the screen. So it can either be timed macro, okay, with a preset interval. We also have the open and close macro, meaning if you open the screen, that's the only time the macro will start. We also have the cycle macro, and the typical refresh rate is around 0.1 to 1 second refresh rate. Okay. In terms of object level, so object level, the ones we tackled a while ago, example is a button. Okay, so if you click a button, then the particular macro will turn on. Okay, or if you click the button to make it off, then you can set an off macro to execute that logic once you turn off that specific object. And these are the typical macro programming that you will encounter. Programming language is typical to your C++ programming, so script-based. Okay, and majority of HMI manufacturers in terms of macro programming can cover different logic functionality. So as you can see here, we have some logical and arithmetic functionalities. If else, of course, if else and comparison statements. For program control, for jumping, okay, calling a specific macro, timers, keypads, recipe block, opening and closing screen can also be done manually through macro programming, and even opening and closing a file and typical file management functionality can also be done on macro programming. So in the past, we have done this read CSV, meaning if you plug in a USB dongle with a CSV file inside, you can manually read those data and display it on the HMI screen. So we use this read CSV functionality for that. Other than that, we also have the string and communication status for you to check the connectivity of your slave or master devices. Printing, sound, okay, string for character and string functionality if you're working on those types of data types. Advanced math functionalities, okay. And for client, this is actually quite new on our product line. This is the MQTT connectivity for publishing your data on your MQTT broker. So this is one of the example of linking HMI products directly on the IT systems. Okay, so yeah, that's one of the macro program that you will encounter. Okay. On the last part of my presentation, I would like to share with you some of our case studies that we executed last year. So this example right here is an actual system architecture from one of our customers under the manufacturing industry, somewhere in Laguna. So this involves a wireless connection between the SCADA system. So as you can see here, we have a Wi-Fi access point. It is communicating wirelessly via Wi-Fi to 10 alarm stations. Okay, we have here a Wi-Fi IoT wireless modular I/O, and you can see here that the HMI and a stack-like monitoring sensor is connected. So one example of an HMI application. So for this project, what we did is, this is a typical alarm monitoring system. So there's no need for a PLC to be involved on this automation. Every logic is done in the HMI itself. So this is good if you're competing with other system integrators that in terms of project cost, you can minimize the project cost if you are just going to program everything on the HMI itself. So this is a very cost-effective way, and even on the installation side, you don't have to pass some power and communication wires all throughout the facility just to have the connectivity to your SCADA. Okay, so this is one of our example. In relation with our profession, other than this HMI, I would like to cover as well the product line in terms of our power automation computers and industrial connectivity. All of these products right here that you can see are all rated for IEC 61850 certification. So you will notice, for those of you who are involved in the substation power automations, you might have already encountered some of our power automation computers, particularly the ECU 4784. Okay. And for server grade, okay, we have also the ECU 579. Everything is configurable in Core series or even Xeon series processors. We also have IEC 61850 certified industrial connectivity. For EKI 9226, okay, we have here the a SFP and the Ethernet module switch, managed Ethernet switch, and also in terms of our IPP customers or independent power producers in the what they call this, the renewable energy sectors. Most of our customers here in the Philippines uses ADAM 3600 and ECU 1152 to provide those communication protocol connection. One particularly in automation sector, one particular protocol that they are looking for is, of course, that they are looking for is the DNP3. And as you can see here, our product line, our gateways and our RTUs can handle that kind of protocol. Okay, so this is quite popular. And one more thing, as I saw from the previous presenter who discussed the energy management system, I would like also to share with you some of our solution ready package. A solution ready package that you are seeing right now is a dashboard on our environmental health and safety dashboard. So the functionality of this SRP is to provide ready-made dashboards. This is a SCADA, by the way. This is a SCADA dashboard that is already pre-built for the application of our monitoring. So if you are implementing on your company or your build or your facility some energy management project, a solution ready package is beneficial to execute your project faster. Okay, you don't have to build these dashboards from the scratch. Everything is built in. It's pretty much a plug and play. Okay, a plug and play. You just have to define how many energy meters are being monitored. What are the sections? Is it related in the HVAC? Is it on the manufacturing line? Is it on the lighting? Okay, on the HVAC. And from this one, everything is covered, even the reporting, the dashboard analysis, KPI, and historical data can be also displayed on this dashboard. So again, SRP, solution ready package, pre-built, plug and play. And not only that, because this is a web-based display, you can actually open your phone if your IT personnel will allow display of your dashboard on for public use. You can actually see this dashboard on your phone. Okay, so that's the advantage of our SRP solutions. If you have any IIoT related inquiries or would like to know more on our HMI product that I presented here, we actually have a complete training program for the HMI from basic to advanced training. It's for free. Just let me know and you can contact me on my email address here at aaron.javier@amti.com.ph. Let me know if you'd like to know more about our products. We offer free consultation services and product selection services for free and consultations on your IIoT related projects. Thank you in behalf of Advantech Philippines and the official channel partner AMTI. Again, I am Engineer Aaron Javier, thanking everyone from IIEE and its uh, attendees for um, taking this technical presentation brought to us by Advantech. Thank you so much and have a nice day po.
To Advantech Co. Malaysia, Sendirian Berhad, in grateful acknowledgement of its distinguished and invaluable service rendered as technical presenter during the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference with the theme Leadership Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment Leading on the Road to Recovery, thereby contributing immeasurably to the prestige and success of the conference, hosted by IAEE La Union chapter via Zoom video conferencing, given this 24th day of February 2022 in the city of San Fernando, La Union. Signed by Engineer Divino Amor P. Rivera, the Chapter Vice President for Technical Affairs. Signed by Engineer Roger N. Oliado, the Chapter President. Signed by Engineer Francisco P. Pontanilla III, the Northern Luzon Regional Governor, and attested by Engineer Mary Jean C. Armiendo, the Chapter Secretary. Let's give a round of applause once again to Engineer Aaron Lenin G. Javier. We are about to end this whole day session, and of course, it won't be a success without the support of our valued partners in the industry. And we're very grateful. So we would like to invite again our members to visit the virtual booth. It will be open starting today until February 27, 2022. Secondly, our sincere appreciation to our delegates who stayed with us until this very hour. You can now comment in the chat box if you're still there. You can just state you're satisfied or you're grateful to have attended the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference. So we will now proceed to the awarding of the winners of the virtual booth. Virtual three-point shootout, rather. So, audio-visual presentation. So we will now proceed to the awarding of the virtual three-point shootout. We would like to call on Engineer Dominic De La Cruz to award the winners or the champion or runner-up for the three-point virtual shootout.
The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, PRC Certificate Number I APO 016 Virtual 3-point Shootout, Engineer Francis D. Rupinta, second runner-up. Conducted during the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference with the theme Leadership Rising Above Adversity Through Passion, Leading on the Road to Recovery, hosted by IIE La Union Chapter. Given this 24th day of February 2022 in the city of San Fernando, La Union, signed Divino Amor P. Rivera, Chapter VP, Technical Affairs, Francisco P. Fontanilla III, Northern Luzon Regional Governor, Roger N. Ullar, the Chapter President, attested by Meridian C. Armando, the Chapter Secretary. Congratulations, sir. For the first runner-up goes to Engineer Jason M. Emperador with a total score of 8 points times 3 4. For the champion for the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference 3-point shootout, virtual 3-point shootout, goes to Engineer Ray Jason Fajardo of the La Union Chapter, represented by the manager and colleague, Engineer Juanito L. Estiliore. Sana tayong nasa tali po tayong lahat. All officers, please come and join us here on the stage. Sana next event natin, hindi na lang siya virtual. Talagang bakbakan na. All officers, please join us here. everyone. And good evening.
And that has been the day one of the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference. So please do stay with us by tomorrow on the opening ceremonies. See you and God bless everyone. Stay safe. For the announcement.
Hello guys. As per our governor's instruction, dagdagan natin ng isang round table ito, gawin nating 6. Dalawang linya, tig 6 na round table. Kasi baka mas marami tayong bisita bukas. Pagtulungan na lang natin.
Mahina yung audio nyo. Wala nang naririnig dito. Mahina.
All right, that has been the day one of the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference. See you tomorrow. Thank you so much. Announcement for our on-site attendees for tomorrow. So, mangyari lamang po na kayo ay pumunta ng maaga dahil po may parade po si BBM at saka si Lenny by tomorrow dito sa San Fernando, La Union. Kaya baka po sobrang traffic, kaya po kayo ay maari po lamang na bumiyahe ng maaga kung kayo po ay pupunta dito on-site sa JNB Resort. Ayan po. Thank you very much and God bless.